To think of concealing yourself near the bright origin lanterns. You truly are seeking death, the woman muttered without the mind to carefully examine the results. It was enough knowing that the victim was a heavenly south cultivator. Ever since she ignited the ancient lanterns, she had 6 cultivators come after them one after another. After all, the huge bird only came into existence once the ancient lanterns were summoned, and they remained burning ever since. It took only a glance to know that there was something strange about them, so those that were skilled at concealment techniques thought to exterminate the lantern's flames. However, not a single one of them were successful. They were all exterminated by the woman's flames. At that moment, Han Li was several hundred meters away from her. When he saw that the nameless cultivator had been effortlessly killed by the woman, he felt his heart shiver. He ceased his gradual approach towards the woman. Although the woman simply muttered to herself, Han Li was able to hear her words using his astonishing spiritual sense. Han Li then turned his gaze to the ancient lanterns not far away. He rubbed his chin as he pondered to himself. They seemed to be an extraordinary existence. Not only were they able to summon that demon bird, but they also had the ability to see through concealment. It would prove truly troublesome. Han Li's expression wavered for a long while and his brow shifted, having finally come to a decision. He slapped his storage pouch and fished out a few items. He then glanced at a few spirit beast pouches at his waist with a smile. A short moment later, Spell Warrior Lu appeared vastly more on guard as she sat cross-legged in front of the ancient lanterns, a lotus mirage faintly visible around her. She was staring at them, fusing her spiritual sense with them and allowing her to sense any movements with 100 meters of them. A flash of light suddenly appeared 100 meters away to reveal a dozen tall apes. Their bold appearance caused the woman to look at them with surprise. There was another entire row of apes standing behind the first. They all raised their arms, shooting several tens of beams of light from their hands. Puppets! Spell Warrior Lu was shocked, and soon frowned when she discovered that they were well-crafted. She cautiously looked around, failing to spot who was controlling the puppets. Spell Warrior Lu paid little mind to the light beam attacks. With a single incantation gesture, the lotus mirage flickered and easily blocked them. Afterwards, the woman's body blurred and she picked off an ember of flame from one of the lanterns. This time, the woman didn't immediately release the ember. Rather, she kept it floating in her hand as she stared at the ancient lanterns in preparation for any strange changes. In a mere short moment, the woman's expression stirred and she opened her mouth, spitting out a breath of spiritual chi onto her hand. The flame then blazed with azure light before disappearing without a trace. She turned her head and glanced at an area 100 meters away. With a light pop, a silhouette appeared, covered in azure light. Then, with an incantation gesture, the woman willed the flames to combust, a cold grin of satisfaction appearing on her lips. Why are they still alive? The woman's smile froze and discovered that this silhouette wasn't instantly incinerated as with the previous cultivators, nor did it show any sign of struggle. In her alarm, she hastily examined the figure. This person is... No, not a person. It's a puppet. The silhouette appeared the same shape as Han Li, but its expression and body was completely stiff. Additionally, it appeared as if it weren't being burned by the azure flames in the slightest. Not good. In that instant, something immediately came to mind, and she hastily turned her head to look at the ancient lanterns, re-examining her surroundings with her spiritual sense. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared 60 meters away in a flash of azure light. Then, with a ring of thunder, he disappeared in a flash of light. When Spell Warrior Lu saw this, she formed an incantation gesture with both her hands in furious alarm, striking the lanterns with successive spell seals. However, she was too late. Lightning flashed beside the ancient lanterns, followed by the appearance of a youth. Soon after, a giant black-red hand was summoned in the air, growing to the size of 3 meters before fiercely swiping at the ancient lanterns. This person recognizes the main lantern. Only the caster could possibly know which one is the original. Even a late nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be able to see through them. When the woman saw this, she was shocked to the core. In this short distance, the large hand and spell warrior Li's spell seal struck the ancient lantern at the same time. The lantern flashed with life as it underwent a transformation, but in the process, the huge hand grabbed onto it, burning with blacking flames in an attempt to exterminate it. At nearly the same moment, the other 8 lanterns began to tremble, disappearing one by one in a flicker of light, dissipating into wisps of smoke. No! Spell warrior Lu blanched at the sight of this. With gritted teeth, she raised her hands, enveloping the black hand with a large lotus mirage in an attempt to seize back the ancient lantern. However, her attack was predicted. With the ancient lantern in its grasp, it immediately shot back without the slightest delay. Then, with a cold snort, lightning rang once more, and both the black-red hand and the silhouette disappeared. In the following moment, the silhouette reappeared beside the puppet trapped in azure light, ancient lantern in hand. Han Li had used surprise to his greatest advantage. "You will not leave." Spell warrior Lu flusteredly glanced at the azure bird and discovered that the sacred bird had yet to disappear. Her heart determined, she loudly screamed, enveloping her body in azure light as she chased after him in a clear wind. Han Li's expression grew sullen and white light flashed from his hands. With the ancient lantern placed inside his storage pouch, he unfolded his wings and disappeared to another location 100 meters away. At the same time, the woman appeared where he originally stood, pursuing him as a transformed wind. Han Li's gaze stirred, and he suddenly formed a hand incantation with one of his hands, uttering, "Explode." At that moment, the lightning bead in the puppet's mouth ruptured. With golden lightning and azure flames intertwined, not only did over half of the puppet disintegrate, but it also caught spell warrior Lu that was nearby. The woman's lotus mirage moved to protect her. Although its master acted without regard for her safety, each of the lotus petals glowed and rigidly blocked the attack. However, the lightning bead was beyond powerful. Although she hadn't suffered any damage, she knocked back 10 meters, dissolving her wind movement technique for a time. Han Li sighed. Although he felt the lightning bead hadn't reached its full potential, he blinked away once more and fled into the distance. By the time spell warrior Lu regained her bearings, Han Li was already over 300 meters away. Spell warrior Lu gritted her teeth and was just about to give pursuit when the remaining half of the blown puppet began to release a monstrous sound. Having just suffered from it before, she hastily looked towards it in alarm to see it in azure light. Soon after, the remaining half of it began to scatter into swarms of tricolored beetles. Spell warrior Lu was forced to confront them, and she hastily protected herself, shrouding her body in a white lotus. However, the tricolored beetles instantly condensed to form several large shields that blocked her path. Each time the woman attempted to use her wind movement technique, her casting was interrupted with wave after wave of attacks. In her immense fury, she launched series of spirit techniques to strike the beetles, only to find that they were ineffective. At that moment, she shockingly discovered that the tricolored beetles appeared nearly identical to the gold-devouring beetles apart from the specks of black on their shell. Startled, she immediately reached for the wood spirit treasure in her storage pouch to trap these flying insects. But before she could, the beetles scattered with a buzz. The woman changed expressions several times from shock, and she hastily glanced into the distance. At an unknown time, Han Li had activated a concealment technique and already disappeared without a trace. Spell warrior Li's complexion changed between red and white as she remained still in the air, at a complete loss of what to do. At that same moment, the Mulan sacred bird just breathed out an azure fireball, destroying the protective treasure of one of the great truth's cultivators. Just as it rejoiced and was about to shred the cultivator with its talons, it suddenly felt spiritual power wildly drain from its body. In its shock, the bird was unable to injure the cultivator, and it hastily turned its head around to discover that the ancient lantern had disappeared. The huge bird could only shriek in panic as its body quickly shrank, having instantly lost its ability to control fire spirit chi. As for the sea of azure flames, it intensely burned for a moment more before disappearing without a trace, much to the astonishment of the 7 great truths cultivators. The yin-yang devils transformed into a green wind as soon as they were freed and fiercely struck at the weakened azure bird. By then, the bird had already shrunk to a meter long. Its eyes were filled with resentment as it stared at the two approaching devils without the slightest intention of dodging. Before the twin devils could strike it, the bird had exploded, transforming into countless specks of azure light that soon faded away. Once this happened, the yin-yang devils paused and simply stood in the sky. How did this happen? One of the old men asked with joy, having escaped death. At that moment, his magic power was already drained and he was nearly defenseless. Look over there. It seems they've had some problem with the treasure they used to summon the demon bird. The ancient lantern is no longer there. The leading old man let out a long sigh and he swept his gaze over to where the ancient lanterns once floated. He appeared completely relieved, as if he had escaped calamity. He felt as if he had been only a mere moment from death. The Milan's sacred bird's disappearance was soon known to both sides of the battlefield, causing a massive turnaround in morale. The spell warriors found themselves vastly in shock, and the cultivators with their spirits roused. When the shriveled old man and Tianzhong saw this while they were in battle, they wore an expression of disbelief. The sacred bird can't have disappeared because it ran out of lantern oil. The only possibility was that a cultivator has extinguished the bright origin lantern. The two divine sages couldn't have known that the Mulan lineage treasure had fallen into Han Li's grasp once again. From how they saw it, with their late nascent soul stage cultivators occupied and their other cultivators suppressed by the sacred bird, there was no possibility of a breach of spell warrior Li's defenses. This terrible reality has come as a vast surprise. Han Li had stealthily arrived by the side of the Weeping Soul Beast before making a reappearance. By that point, the Weeping Soul Beast had already exterminated a majority of the refined corpses. The remaining fraction of them had been hastily withdrawn by the Yin-sifting sex cultivators, as it was only a matter of time before all of the copper-armored corpses were eliminated. Having absorbed so much undead qi, the Weeping Soul Beast grew even larger and its fur shined with even stronger black light. It appeared completely strengthened. Of course, there were many black-robed cultivators and spell warriors who wished to exterminate the huge ape. However, Longhan fully understood that this strange huge ape was the key to dealing with the copper-armored corpses and immediately dispatched men to protect it. There would occasionally be those that made it past, but Silvermoon would lead them astray with her illusion techniques, sending them off to their doom. By the time Han Li made it back, the Weeping Soul Beast was finishing off the final copper-armored corpses that have yet to be withdrawn. He waved his arm at the beast, and in a flicker of black light, the beast shrunk and flew into a spirit pouch at his waist in a streak of black light. When Silvermoon saw this, she approached him from behind. Having withdrawn the Weeping Soul Beast, Han Li thought to say something further to Silvermoon when a kilometer of the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, countless bolts of green lightning flashing from within. Han Li glanced at the sky in awe. Who is it? Who is it that killed my wife? I will take your soul and wipe it away. The thunderous roar of the Yin-sifting sect master echoed through the skies. When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart thump and he gloomily watched him. Why are you so quick to leave before victory has been decided? I wish to experience your demonic techniques. Quickly following after the black-robed man's shout was Devil Concord's faint voice. Soon after, a gray mist shot out from the sky and blocked the black clouds from moving. I have no intention of sparring with you. Leave me be or I won't hold back. The piercing voice of the Yin-sifting sect master echoed through the sky. Devil Concord chuckled. You won't hold back? Surely you haven't been holding back during our last fight? Go ahead and show me what you have. The black-robed man was silent for a spell before gloomily responding. Fine. Since you have no sense of propriety, I won't be wasting any more time on you. I'll have you witness the might of my sex treasure, the ghost-sifting banner. By the end of the sentence, it seemed almost as if the sifting insect master was smiling. The ghost-sifting banner? Devil Concord voice appeared to carry curiosity. This short exchange of words was cause for astonishment for the cultivators fighting down below. It also came as a great surprise to many that the Yin-sifting sect's Tao companion had already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly South cultivators. Han Li's expression remained calm, but once he saw that Devil Concord blocked off the sifting sect master, he felt greatly relieved. He didn't want to be chased down again by a late nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, everyone believed that Devil Concord and the sifting sect master were about to descend from the skies and carry out their battle down below when something else occurred. A fierce whistle traveled from the direction of the Milan, followed by the arrival of tensome streaks of various colored lights. Before the streaks of light approached the spell warriors, someone had already shouted towards them, "Divine sages, quickly stop the fight." Something had occurred at the Mulan Plains. The voice spread throughout the battlefield, amplified by some sort of secret technique. Soon after, the streaks of light quickened and entered the battlefield. When those words were uttered, a majority of the battle had paused as both cultivators and spell warriors glanced over in astonishment. The shriveled old man felt his heart sink at these words, and his enemies had ceased attacking from the surprise as well. The shriveled old spell warrior took advantage of this moment to disengage from the battle and fly towards the tensome spell warriors that had just arrived. Long Han hesitated for a moment, but he didn't pursue them. The shriveled old man had the advantage in the previous battle. There wasn't anything to be gained by pursuing him. It was rather strange that these spell warriors had the cultivators hear the message too, but that was a matter to be left alone for another time. Since they've mentioned the Mulan Plains, the matter might have something to do with the soaring tribes. Han Li also watched the shriveled old spell warrior with an odd expression and stared at the tensome streaks of light. The lights all disappeared to reveal variously dressed spell warriors. They were being led by a yellow-robed spell warrior possessing mid-nascent soul cultivation, much to Han Li's surprise. It was odd for such a powerful spell warrior to not be assigned to the battlefield. Could it be that he was guarding something important? Regardless, it only added credibility to his words. As for Devil Concord and the sifting sect master, they had silently disappeared into the clouds. When the shriveled old spell warrior saw the yellow-robed spell warrior, he wore an incredulous expression. Before he could even speak, the yellow-robed spell warrior flew to his side and spoke to him through voice transmission, causing the old man's expression to grow sullen. Afterwards, the yellow-robed spell warrior handed over a jade slip to him. The old man received the jade slip and read through it. A short moment, his complexion grew pale. After a quick word with the yellow-robed spell warrior, the old man turned around and gloomily flew towards Long Han. When he arrived in front of Long Han, he calmly said, "We will not be continuing the war. The battle is over. Otherwise, a third party will reign over us both." Long Han's expression flickered and he neutrally said, "What do you mean by that? If you want to stop this battle, you must give me a reason." Because of Han Li's unexpected displays of might, both the copper-armored corpses and their sacred bird have been dealt with, evening out the battle. Long Han unconsciously felt that the spell warriors were retreating out of fear. The spell warrior sullenly asked, "Did you send a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City's storehouse?" Long Han hid his alarm and maintained a calm exterior. With a flicker of his eyes, he calmly replied, "It seems you've discovered this matter." "Discovered?" The old man snorted with a furious expression and calmly said, "Were it not for the interference from the third party, it was likely you would have succeeded." "The third party?" Long Han frowned upon hearing this. Saying nothing further, the shriveled old man continued the conversation through voice transmission. When Long Han heard what he said, he cried out in alarm, unable to maintain his calm. "What? So it was like that? With matters having reached this far, what do I have to gain by lying to you?" the old man bluntly said. Long Han frowned and grew silent for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and releasing a talisman towards the air. It suddenly transformed into several golden spheres of light and erupted with blinding magnificence. Suddenly, the cultivators ceased attacking and hastily withdrew back to the defensive spell formation. The withdrawing cultivators appeared like swarming bees returning to the nest. Without the need for any commands, the spell warriors also withdrew. The Bloodvial Ghost and the Stone Giant were forced to cease fighting in particular. In an instant, the battlefield became entirely empty. With both sides separated, it was clear to see that there were many casualties. However, there weren't many losses amongst high-grade cultivators on both sides. The spell warrior camp was somewhat better off. Although they were somewhat bewildered, they ultimately kept calm. But on the cultivator's side, there was a huge uproar. A few high-grade cultivators were speaking with Long Han to understand the situation. However, Long Han would only bitterly smile in response to the dissatisfaction of the cultivators around him. At that moment, the dark clouds and grue mist separated in the sky to reveal the silhouettes of Devil Concord and Sifting Sect Master, coldly staring at each other. At that moment, the sounds of battle in the sky had instantly ceased, and soon after, Wuxia and Master Sunreach both flew down from the sky. Their appearances came as a great relief to the cultivator camp. A short moment later, the scholarly man surnamed Zhu and the dwarf flew down from the sky as well, arousing a series of cheers from the Milan. Once the three great cultivators have returned, Long Han began to speak to them. But out of fear of panic, they could only limit the information to a select few. Only cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage and a few others were allowed to listen. With a few simple restrictions protecting them, they began to speak of the terrible news that the Milan had told them. Due to Han Li's amazing display of might during this battle, it was only natural for him to participate as well. Long Han erected a soundproofing barrier and took out several small flags, forming a barrier of mist around them. Han Li couldn't help but ponder in silence at the sight of this. There weren't many cultivators present. Leaving out the several eccentrics still stuck inside the blood barriers, there were a little over 20 people. These people represented many of the factions fighting in the battle. Master Sunreach asked, "Fellow Taoist Long, what has happened? Why do the Milan no longer wish to fight?" Wuxia said in a doubtful tone, "It is strange. Matters have already reached past that point. Do they have some vain illusion of making peace?" Long Han bitterly smiled and said, "It isn't some vain illusion. I fear we may not have the option to choose." Devil Concord frowned and asked with an astonished tone, "How can that be? Has another party interfered with the war?" Long Han sullenly said, "That's right. The soaring tribes have attacked. It is also said that they've joined forces with several sects from the Jin Empire, jointly attacking the Milan. The greatest of the Milan tribes was stationed behind as a rear guard, watching over their homeland, but they were completely annihilated in only a month. News of this had been obstructed so well that the other tribes had no idea of this. It seems the soaring tribes wishes to sweep us both away and take our heavenly south continent for themselves." When the other cultivators heard this, their hearts grew sullen and silence filled the air. Han Li frowned as well, feeling that matters have taken a turn for the worse. A tiger may have approached them from the front, but there were wolves lying in wait the entire time. Taoist Shattered Soul snorted. "Is this information true? It is quite far between the soaring tribes and our heavenly south continent. Are they not simply bluffing? It can't be." Eccentric Heavenvenge and the other cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City were defeated. It is said that the Soaring Tribe spies had the same intentions as our own. They sent a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City and pillage the Milan storehouse. As a result, Eccentric Heavenvenge came across them, leading to an unexpected discovery. Then, with a helpless tone, Long Han continued, "With regards to the battle, I'm sure everyone understood that the fully deployed forces of the Milan were slightly inferior to our own, but they carried a dying resolve. Were it not for fellow Taoist Han's vast display of might in dealing with the copper-armored corpses and the Milan's sacred bird, I fear we would have suffered a huge loss. Although the powers of the heavenly south had done their utmost, the various sects have all left behind nearly half of their disciples to guard their bases. Had they joined the war, we would have been able to completely wipe away the Milan spell warriors, but that would have resulted in a huge loss in strength. With the soaring tribes soon to come, we would have been completely powerless to resist them." Many of the cultivators who hadn't known Han Li had both dealt with the refined corpses, and the azure sacred bird couldn't help but glance at him in astonishment. Han Li calmly turned a blind eye to their gazes. Wuxia gloomily snorted and coldly said, The Milan wanted to seize our domain. How can there be talks for peace? Don't tell me we're truly giving them half of our land. Long Han said, that is absolutely out of the question. However, we can hand over 2 countries that border the Milan Plains over to them. As such, the Milan will bear the brunt of the assault from the soaring tribes. Since they are mortal enemies, there is no chance of betrayal from the Milan. Of course, given how powerful the soaring tribes are, we will have to cooperate with the Milan in fighting with them. In the blink of an eye, these 2 irreconcilable enemies turned into allies. However, there were no objections raised amongst these ancient, well-experienced eccentrics. That territory belongs to our 9 nations union? Are we to hand it over? Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly. Long Han explained, there is nothing that can be done about it. Those areas are the closest to the Milan Plains. Of course, we won't allow you to accept this loss alone. After some talks, we'll be sure to compensate your union. Then let's leave that matter for later. We'll have to see what the Milan think first. Wu Wuya was clearly satisfied with the matter, but he pushed the matter behind regardless. Han Li then turned his gaze to Master Sunreach and Devil Concord. They appeared to be pondering about the matter, but it seemed they've already decided. It was only on behalf of Wei Wuya's face that they didn't immediately agree. Han Li sighed. It seemed each power has returned to plotting against each other for their own advantage. When Long Han heard Wei Wuya, he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. Rather, he smiled and said, this was something I had said without consideration. Of course, we will have a proper discussion on how we specifically deal with them, but before we start negotiations, we must immediately send men to the Milan Plains and investigate whether the soaring tribes' invasion is true. If it is, the Milan will not be able to continue fighting us and we will both have to make concessions. Otherwise, the soaring tribes will sweep us both away. The cultivators felt much more at ease with this explanation. Even Wei Wuya's expression relaxed as the discussion was carried out. During this time, Han Li kept silent. Since he had nothing to contribute, he saved his breath. If matters didn't involve the drifting cloud sect or himself, he was felt disinclined to put in any effort. And with Long Han there, he reckoned the Heavenly Dao Union won't suffer a great loss. Not long after, the eccentrics had finished discussing their plans and contingencies. Afterwards, they dispelled the restrictions surrounding them and the 3 great cultivators began to have a quick word about something else. Eventually, the Milan and the Heavenly South cultivators both sent a few men to discuss the terms of the temporary ceasefire. As for the other matters, that would only be discussed in the coming days. The Milan sages all wore a gloomy expression. With their way back blocked off and their home gone, the spell warriors felt at a complete loss. Their morale had dropped to complete low. Han Li and the other cultivators watched the Milan armies withdraw and slowly evacuate towards Skyfirst City. The battle at the border between hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators have come to an end. Several months later, in a seemingly endless barren mountain range, a streak of azure light quickly flashed through it at the speed of lightning. A silhouette could be faintly seen from within the light. He wore scholarly robes and had a common appearance. He was Han Li, who was returning to the drifting cloud sect. In the time since the border battle had ended, startling information that the soaring tribes were intending to take advantage of their weakened state had spread, forcing the Milan and the Heavenly South to come to a reluctant ceasefire. By the time eccentric Heavenvenge returned to Skyfirst City and confirmed that there was another power attacking the Milan, the many factions sent several waves of their own cultivators to sweep the Milan Plains, discovering that the Milan mortals had been pushed to the border of the plains. As for the original residents of the Milan tribes, they have begun showing traces of the soaring tribes. As a result, the Heavenly South could no longer delay and began to negotiate with the Milan with great intensity. At the start, the Milan wished for a third of the Heavenly South continent, or they would risk extermination for the Heavenly South and restart the war. For a time, neither side could move the discussion. But soon after, the Milan mortals began to gather at the edge of the plains and the soaring tribes began to openly pursue Milan spell warriors. As a result, the divine sages could only gradually concede. After all, the Milan were now on the verge of extinction and they were able to have discussions with the Heavenly South cultivators. unlike the soaring tribes who they held several tens of thousands of years of mutual hatred with. With several rounds of discussion, they eventually reached an agreement to give 2 countries to the Milan and move the native mortals to other countries. Then, each of the 3 powers carved out a portion of their own territories to compensate the 9 nations union, housing the clans and sects that were displaced. In return, the Milan had to resist the soaring tribes' invasion with all their might, in accordance to what the Heavenly South powers had planned. Of course, the Heavenly South powers did provide assistance to resist the soaring tribes together. As a result, although the Milan acquired their own land to live on, they bore the same responsibility as the 9 nations once did. They were required to stand on guard for any attacks by the soaring tribes. And because they were only given 2 countries, the Heavenly South powers didn't need to worry about the Milan expanding and becoming a threat later on. After all, one's potential power is limited to the number of cultivation resources one possesses. While the Milan were confined to 2 countries, they managed to avoid extermination, and they wouldn't have to fight the soaring tribes alone. They would have the assistance of the Heavenly South factions. Under the current circumstances, both parties were satisfied with this agreement. But among this, there was something that occurred to Han Li. Since he had killed the Tao companion of the Yin-sifting sect master, the sect master was unwilling to leave it be and sent him many challenges to fight him alone. However, whenever Han Li received these messages, he immediately extinguished them without any intention of replying to them. It wasn't reasonable to expect that an early nascent soul-stage cultivator to fight a late nascent soul-stage cultivator, and Han Li wasn't the reckless hot-blooded sort either. He wouldn't do something so stupid without reason. Once discussions were finished between the Milan and the Heavenly South, the Yin-sifting sect master seemed to have come to an agreement with the Milan divine sages, and he immediately departed with his subordinates. It was reportedly said that he returned to the Jin Empire, much to the relief of Han Li. As for the ancient lantern that Han Li captured, it was the legacy treasure of the Milan tribes, the Bright Origin Lantern. The Milan divine sages have all expressed that the Bright Origin Lantern was something passed down to the Milan through successive generations. As it wasn't something that should fall into the hands of outsiders, they immediately called for its return. Of course, Han Li wasn't about to refuse them or let this opportunity pass. He immediately demanded several chunks of auric essence in exchange, but it was a pity that the Milan didn't possess much of it. They were only able to come up with what amounted to a small piece. As a result, Han Li reluctantly accepted other rare materials to compensate and returned the ancient lantern. Han Li didn't truly wish to hold onto the lantern. While its abilities were truly profound, it would one day come to haunt him. If decided to keep it, there would come a day where the Milan would conspire to acquire it back. As such, it was better to be rid of it. On his way back to the Drifting Cloud sect, Han Li glanced at the storage pouch at his waist. When Han Li returned the ancient lantern in exchange for the rare materials, the Milan had returned the flower basket ancient treasure and the purple cloud lace without any prior discussion. It seemed the Milan clearly understood that if they were to stay in the Heavenly South for long, they couldn't afford to offend their high-grade cultivators. As such, the ancient treasures were returned to him so that there would be no grudges between them. Since Han Li had shown immense power at his young age, even the Milan divine sages viewed him with dread. With the ancient treasures returned, Han Li promptly gave the purple cloud lace back to Silvermoon. Although she only made use of the treasure while she was in her demon fox body, she had used it to great effect. Since Han Li wasn't the ungrateful sort, he gave the purple cloud lace over to her as a reward. When news spread out that the Heavenly South cultivators and the Milan had joined hands, the soaring tribes grew hesitant for a time. Although they stationed a large number of cultivators at the border of the Milan plains, they didn't immediately launch an attack. They merely observed the actions of the Heavenly South and the Milan, deciding to only observe in the near future. However, the soaring tribes' actions only caused for greater concern to Master Sunreach and the other leading figures of the Heavenly South. The deliberation of their enemies only displayed a greater intent to invade the Heavenly South continent. Seeing that there would be quite some time before further confrontation, the various powers of the Heavenly South took turns guarding the border as they did before. Each sect would send a few of their elite disciples and garrison them near the 2 countries given to the Milan. If the soaring tribes did attack, the Mulan would be hard-pressed and the station disciples would be able to provide immediate assistance. As for the other cultivators, they were allowed to return to their sections. As a drifting cloud sect elder, Han Li had much to do with senior martial brother Lu. After confirming that most of the sect disciples had survived, he was free to return to the sect. Lu Luo had a few other matters to deal with and had to stay behind for a few days. As such, Han Li returned first. On the way, Han Li used the wind-riding chariot to hasten his journey, allowing him to cut down on the time it took to travel back. But when he entered the state of Shi, Han Li put the chariot away to avoid any unnecessary attention. The remaining 100 kilometers were traveled in nearly the blink of an eye. When he saw the Dream Cloud Mountains in the distance, he couldn't help but smile as he thought of Nangong Wan's beautiful appearance. Soon, Han Li found himself inside a secret room, glaring at a silver-haired old man, his senior martial brother Cheng. With a face filled with fury and malevolence, Han Li uttered, "What's going on?" When he had returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, he didn't immediately return to his cave residence. Rather, he was stopped halfway and was brought to a secret room brimming with glacial energy. It was there that Han Li saw an astonishing sight. Nangong Wan had transformed into a 7-year-old child, sealed inside a slab of ice. Her eyes were shut as if completely oblivious to her surroundings. Much to the fury and alarm of Han Li, senior martial brother Cheng bitterly smiled and sighed. If junior martial brother Han had returned 2 weeks earlier, he might have been able to prevent this from happening. There is no danger to her life for now, but she is forced to use this method to delay the activation of the Soul Seal Curse. The Soul Seal Curse? How did this curse take effect? Wasn't this curse lost long ago in the heavenly south? Could it be? Han Li paused to a moment when something soon came to mind. Seeing that Han Li recalled something, senior martial brother Cheng gave Han Li a detailed explanation of what happened to her. Half a month ago, Nangong Wan emerged from her cave residence in the morning to absorb the frost of a nearby mountain for the use of her incarnation arts. But she didn't expect to encounter a black-robed man on her outing. As soon as this man saw Nangong Wan, he immediately attacked her with a ferocious Devil Dao technique, breaking through several of her protective treasures. When Nangong Wan saw this, she hastily called for help and attempted to escape in the direction of her cave residence. By the time senior martial brother Cheng and other Drifting Cloud sect disciples went to assist her, she had already fallen into the black-robed man's grasp. He simply pressed his finger against her forehead and soon released her. In his alarm, senior martial brother Cheng immediately ordered his disciples to jointly attack the black-robed man. But when the black-robed man saw so many Drifting Cloud sect disciples present, he didn't make an attempt to fight them. With a cold smile, he left a jade slip behind and flew away at the speed of lightning. Unable to do anything to him, senior martial brother Cheng brought Nangong Wan back to the sect in an attempt to heal her, only to discover that she had suffered from the Soul Seal Curse, a secret restriction that was long lost to the Heavenly South Devil Dao. When the restriction is forcefully placed on a person, their intellect and spirit are slowly sealed. Then, depending on the target's cultivation, their soul is slowly destroyed after an unknown amount of time, turning the target into a living corpse. It was once an extremely malicious method to deal with an enemy. The old man was extremely frightened by the sight of this curse and was at a complete loss of what to do. But at that moment, Nangong Wan had managed to awaken on her own. After learning that she suffered from the Soul Seal Curse, she paled and immediately thought of a method to save her own life. She decided to use an ability of her greater incarnation arts and temporarily seal herself using glacial qi. As a result, not only would this completely seal Nangong Wan's body, but it would also slow down the effects of the curse to a vast degree. The result is how you see her currently. Once that was said, he handed over an azure and a red jade slip over to Han Li. Senior martial brother Cheng sighed and said, "One of the jade slips was left behind for junior martial sister, Nangong, by the black-robed man. As for the other piece, it was something he had left behind for junior martial brother Han in particular. Please take a look at them." Han Li sullenly received the 2 jade slips and examined them before deciding to first read through the jade slip meant for Nangong Wan. After immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip, He wore a strange expression. Although he appeared somewhat worried, he appeared to be grateful as well. This had stunned Senior Marshal Brother Chung. The jade slip was left behind by Nangong Wan for Han Li. The old man hadn't read through this jade slip as there had been a small trick placed on it, allowing others to know if someone else had read through it first. Since it was easily seen through, the old man wouldn't rashly make such a mistake. Due to Han Li's recent rise in reputation and display of might, he couldn't afford to treat him lightly. After Han Li finished reading through the azure jade slip, Han Li sighed and moved to the crimson jade slip. Once he read through it, Han Li's expression sank and he twisted his hands in fury, immolating the jade slips in purple flames. The old man was astonished by the sight. Although these jade slips weren't meticulously refined, it was rather difficult to burn them without leaving even ash behind. Since Han Li was able to do this without much effort, it only validated many of the rumors of Han Li that claimed his own power was greater than that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. He had found a rather formidable character on behalf of the Drifting Cloud sect. As the old man's thoughts appeared in his head, Han Li muttered to himself and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Chang, did you catch the face of the person who ambushed Nangong Wan? Was he tall? And what was his cultivation? Perhaps he is someone that I know." The old man promptly replied, "I did manage to catch sight of him and he was quite tall. He was a youth with an ordinary face. He seemed to be using some sort of concealment technique to hide. My abilities were too poor to see through them. However, he should be at mid-nascent soul stage at the very least as he was able to easily defeat fellow Taoist Nangong." A youth. Han Li's expression flickered. He felt it surprising. That's right. However, with his cultivation, he is certain to be like Junior Marshal Brother. He must have taken some sort of medicine pill or cultivated some technique to halt his appearance. However, his age is also certain to be larger than your own. There are sparsely few cultivators in this world that are able to condense a nascent soul at your age. But Junior Marshal Brother, from what I saw of the jade slip that the black-robed man left behind, he wishes for Junior Marshal Brother to bring your magic treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo to the profound heaven mountains. Could it be this person is truly a Devil Dao cultivator from the Jin Empire? Do you truly possess a precious treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo? The old man was unable to hold his questions back. I can't be certain whether or not it is that person, but regardless, he has a relationship with me. He should be a devil cultivator from the Jin Empire's sifting sect. I originally believed that they wished to take vengeance on me for killing one of their sect members, but I didn't expect for them to desire my golden lightning bamboo treasure. It seemed they wished to pay me a visit even if I didn't kill their sect member. As a result, Warner was involved. It is true that I possess a treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo. Once that was said, the anger from his face slipped away, only to be replaced with a harsh coldness. This comes as no surprise. Golden lightning bamboo is legendary for its ability to restrain devilish arts. And since they're from the Jin Empire, they don't have to show any retrain in dealing with cultivators from the heavenly south. How about this? I'll invite some of my close friends to join together and find that man. Han Li shook his head and slowly said, "There is no need. If I've guessed correctly, his cultivation will be profound, and he'll be a character on par with the Milan Divine Sages. If common cultivators encountered him, they wouldn't be able to deal with him and they would only bring about their own deaths. Besides, he possesses the Soul Seal Curse's removal method. I don't want to scare him off." Senior Marshal Brother Chang shouted in alarm. On par with a Milan Divine Sage, could he be a late nascent soul stage cultivator? If that's the case, Junior Marshal Brother definitely can't take him on alone. It will be too dangerous. So let's request some help from Long Han and Feng Bing. With a deep sigh, Han Li calmly said, "Although they will be able to deal with this person, they will need at least 4 months to arrive. It will be too late. The black-robed man is only giving 2 months of time past the assault. It seems he's calculated when I would return, but he didn't anticipate that I could travel so quickly. This will give me some time to consider how to properly deal with him. Most importantly, I will need to find out how to acquire the method to dissolve the Soul Seal Curse." Senior Marshal Brother Chang could only nod in agreement. All right, if Junior Marshal Brother needs any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. The sect's disciples are at your disposal. Many thanks, Senior Marshal Brother. According to the Jade Slip Wanner left behind, she is able to postpone the activation of the Soul Seal Curse for nearly 100 years. But in truth, this had never been tested before, so I can't help but worry. Han Li glanced at the girl in the wall of ice with worry. After a moment of thought, the old man consoled. There is no need for Junior Marshal Brother to be so anxious. From what I see, she should be able to survive and pass this trial. How about this? In the next few days, I'll go and look through a few ancient records and see if there are any methods of dissolving the curse, resolving any need to go seek out the black-robed man. Han Li forced a smile and said, Thank you for the trouble, Senior Marshal Brother. If you have no objections, I wish to be alone here for a while. I hope you don't take offense. Of course. I'll be heading to the records library now. Please keep your wife company. Senior Marshal Brother Chang responded with a tone of empathy, and he promptly left, leaving Han Li alone in the room. Han Li then turned his attention to the ice wall, his face wearing a lonely expression as he let out a long sigh. After an entire day, Han Li had yet to leave the room. When Senior Marshal Brother Chang returned from the records library and saw that Han Li still remained inside, he couldn't help but worry. After half a day more, he felt the need to check up on him. But just as he thought to enter, Han Li suddenly emerged from the room. Junior Marshal Brother Han, has anything happened? The old man asked with bewilderment. Han Li's heart warmed. Seeing the old man was waiting for him outside the door, he apologetically said, It's nothing. I was only thinking of my plans on how I should deal with the enemy. Sorry for making you worry. There is still a month left before the deadline. I must prepare to enter seclusion. You won't need to bother me if there isn't anything important. You're going to enter seclusion? What can you do in such a short amount of time? Senior Marshal Brother Chang appeared baffled. Han Li vaguely replied, I've acquired a bit of auric essence since I've been gone. I was prepared to further temper my magic treasures, but in such a short amount of time, I'll only be able to strengthen them somewhat. The old man suddenly came to an understanding and said, So it was like that. Please go ahead, Junior Marshal Brother. I'll make sure none of the sect disciples will bother you. Han Li solemnly added on, There is still something else. Since the ice wall is formed here, I cannot stray too far. Otherwise, something could happen to it. However, I can place several more spell formations to surround it and better protect Wanner. I will have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother to attend to it. Please don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Fellow Taoist Nangong was attacked while within the domain of our Drifting Cloud sect, and as such, I bear the responsibility. I've already had this place classified as a forbidden area. There will be no disciples wandering over here. There will be no problem with your wife's safety. The silver-haired old man replied instantly as if having already considered the problem. A bright glint flashed through Han Li's eyes. Since that's the case, I am relieved. With no time to lose, I'll first place down the spell formations before entering seclusion. Leaving the old man behind, he returned to his cave residence, surprised to see that Mu Peeling was waiting for him there. A trace of astonishment flickered from his eyes, but he still welcomed her inside. Once Mu Peeling entered the hall, she worriedly asked, Is Big Sister Nanlong all right? I heard that she was wounded, but I didn't receive any precise information. I've been worried. Han Li took a seat and calmly asked, Huh? You have a good relationship with Wanner? Mu Peeling promptly replied, We get along well. Big Sister Nanlong's temperament is quite good. While my lord was away, she gave me much guidance with my cultivation. I am indebted to her. After a moment of silence, he wore a bitter smile. I should be happy from what you said. However, Wanner has suffered from the Soul Seal Curse and has sealed herself. So I can take joy in what Yoi said. But in the several months I haven't seen you, your cultivation has clearly risen. I am pleased that you haven't been slacking in your cultivation. As for me, I will have to spend the next month in seclusion, making preparations to dissolve Wanner's curse. Mu Peeling couldn't help but ask, Soul Seal Curse? That Devil Dao curse will be troublesome. My lord, do you have a way to solve it? A harsh expression suddenly appearing on his face, Han Li gloomily said, Solve it? I can only defeat the person who placed down the curse and acquire the method to dissolve it from his felled body. When Mu Peeling heard this, she could only frown. At that moment, the disciple who Han Li had picked up out of convenient, Lu Yu, came to visit him. In addition to sending her regards to her master, she also came to ask about Nangong Wan. As a clever person, she had befriended Nangong Wan, her master's wife. When she arrived, Han Li gave her a short summary of what had happened, including to mention the Soul Seal curse. This had worried Lu Yu, but given her lacking experience and cultivation, there was nothing she could do. With no intention of continuing to chat with the two women, Han Li escorted them out. Naturally, the two didn't raise any objections and obediently left. But just as the two left the cave residence, Lu Yu's eyes flickered and she smiled at Mu Peeling. Fellow Taoist Mu, while you are the master's concubine, it seems that you are still a maiden and are treated only as a guest. Could it be that your beauty doesn't move him? Or is there some other reason? With Lady Nangong's beauty being above yours, you had better shape up. You mean? Mu Peeling blushed as soon as she realized what Lu Yu meant. Then with a smile, Lu Yu shot into the sky in a streak of light. After blankly standing in place for a moment, she immediately flew off on her magic tool. When Han Li saw the two women depart, he checked the medicine garden and the insect room to see they were all doing fine. Then, after bringing a few tool refinement materials into a sealed room, he began to use nascent flame to temper the auric essence into his 36 flying swords. In addition to the pieces of auric essence he had acquired from Master Sunreach and the Mulan, he was given another piece of auric essence from Long Han on behalf of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As a result, he had more than enough auric essence to fully temper his 36 flying swords. Tempering additional materials into completed magic treasures wasn't a complicated task. However, it was rather pressing to do this as only in a month. Han Li could only sit down and do his utmost to temper his swords until they could form a minor version of the Grand Aureate Sword formation, allowing him to battle against a late nascent soul stage cultivator. As for the person who placed the Soul Seal curse on Nangong Wan, he should most likely be the Sifting Sect Master. He needed to acquire the method of dissolving the curse, and the minor form of the Aureate Sword formation would be his way of getting it. With those thoughts in mind, Han Li placed his hand against his storage pouch and summoned several various-sized pieces of auric essence on the ground. He then summoned the supplementary materials from his storage pouch by their side. Han Li sat down cross-legged and pointed to the smallest piece of auric essence. The faintly golden stone floated in the air and slowly flew towards Han Li. Han Li stared at it unwaveringly and waited until it was a meter in front of him before it stopped. Then, with his hands held in an incantation gesture, he spat out a dazzling azure nascent flame. With a light bang, it struck the auric essence and instantly enveloped it. Han Li slowly began his incantation and the azure nascent flame suddenly flared, glowing ever brighter, slowly melting the stone inside. He stared at it with a stern expression. After an hour had passed, a majority of the impurities dripped onto the floor as quite liquid. The rest of the auric essence remained in the fire as a translucent liquid. Once Han Li saw this, he flung his sleeve and swept up a jade box from the ground. It instantly opened itself to reveal a fine silver powder. The powder was then swept into the liquid auric essence in a streak of silver light, roiling the azure flames. The transparent liquid then began to shine with silver light, and after striking it with several spell seals, it was entirely absorbed. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred as the transparent liquid began to split into 6 thumb-sized silver beads that slowly swiveled in the air. Han Li let out a deep breath before suddenly biting the tip of his tongue and spitting a cloud of blood essence onto the beads. They cleanly absorbed the entirety of the blood essence, turned them into pure gold. His spirits were roused at the sight and he spat out a streak of azure light. The light circled once around him before stopping, revealing itself to be a sparkling inch-long sword surrounded by azure mist. Han Li pointed to one of the purified beads of auric essence and had it cover the surface of the sword in a perfectly even layer. The small sword immediately began to flicker with a dazzling golden light. Han Li raised his brow at this and pointed at the ground several times, summoning several of the supplementary materials to fuse with the flying sword. He then beckoned to the flying sword and it instantly flew into his palm where it became embroiled in azure nascent flames. Han Li slowly shut his eyes and used his spiritual sense to control the nascent flames and begin the tempering. This process would only be completed when the blood essence-infused auric essence merged completely with the flying sword. Day after day passed, and Han Li refined each of the bamboo cloudswarm swords without a single moment of rest. Were it not for the myriad-year spirit milk, Han Li's magic power wouldn't have been able to persist. As time drew closer to the black-robed man's appointed date, those who knew of the matter grew anxious, but the most worried of them all was Senior Marshal Brother Chung. On the day before the deadline, someone delivered a jade slip to the drifting cloud sect using a flying sword. The jade slip detailed the precise location for the coming appointment. Not only was the terrain dangerous, but it was even somewhat far from the Dream Cloud Mountains. If Han Li did not leave seclusion soon, he may not have enough time to make it there. As the silver-haired old man restlessly walked in circles inside the official hall, Han Li silently appeared at the entrance. The old man saw that Han Li arrived and shouted with delight, "Junior Marshal Brother, you've finally arrived. Have you finished tempering your magic treasures?" Appearing more confident than he was a month ago, Han Li sullenly responded, "I've managed to somehow finish refining the treasures. Senior Marshal Brother, I heard that another jade slip has been sent explaining the meeting place. Is that true?" "That's right. He wishes to meet you at the peak of Heaven Pillar Mountain. Here's the jade slip that he sent." Senior Marshal Brother Chung nodded and handed over a green jade slip. Han Li took it and quickly read through it with his spiritual sense. With a snort, a stern expression appeared on his face as he said, "He wants me to come alone and bring the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure. It seems he's investigated me quite well. He even knew of my relationship with Warner, or else he wouldn't have been able to use it against me. With his vast abilities, it should prove to be an easy task to stealthily look into the matters between Junior Marshal Brother Han and Little Sister Nangong. After all, low-grade cultivators are completely helpless against powerful Devil Dao cultivators. Junior Marshal Brother, I can't have you face this danger alone, so I've already contacted the Child Fire Dragon and 6 other fellow Taoists. When you take off, we'll follow closely behind you. As soon as that person appears, we'll surround him and we'll be certain to keep him trapped. We'll make sure he knows that he can't do as he wishes in our state of Shi." Senior Marshal Brother Chung declared with a resentful tone. Senior Marshal Brother's methods are quite good, but this man will most likely be on guard. However, it's fine if Senior Marshal Brother and his companions follow me. If he is careless and arrogant, it will spell his death. After a moment of thought, Han Li agreed. Help was exactly what he was looking for. Good, it's settled. Although Heaven Pillar Mountain is extremely tall, it may as well be flat to cultivators like us. I will put a marker on your body and we will use that to follow you. If the opponent truly isn't someone you can fight, you only need to buy some time for me and my friends to arrive. I must thank Senior Marshal Brother for his troubles, and I will be sure to return the favor. As Han Li seldom accepted help from others, he spoke these words with complete sincerity. Senior Marshal Brother Chung smiled and chuckled as he said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han is part of our Drifting Cloud sect, so we can't treat you as an outsider. The arranged time is soon to come. You must hurry with your preparations and leave tonight, or you might not have enough time to arrive at Heaven Pillar Mountain." Han Li nodded in agreement and quickly departed. Senior Marshal Brother Chung sighed with relief after Han Li departed and wore a knowing smile. From Han Li's promise of paying back this favor, he knew that his efforts had not been in vain. Once he reached the end of his lifespan, he knew that his Junior Marshal Brother Han would do his best to repay the Drifting Cloud sect. Tension leaving the old man's heart, he slapped his storage pouch after a moment more of thought and took out several talismans. He then flung them in the air before they flew out of the hall in streaks of red light. After doing this, The silver-haired old man sat in his chair with a pensive expression and pondered over what had just happened. These sound transmission talismans would soon summon his good friends who had been staying at the sect's guest hall over the past few days. 2 hours after Han Li departed, Senior Marshal Brother Chang and them set off after him. In order to preserve his magic power, Han Li only flew in an ordinary streak of light, and while flew, he fiddled with the 3-inch-long sword in his hand. It was one of the 36 swords that Han Li had infused with auric essence. For some unknown reason, the flying swords had turned gold after being infused with auric essence. If he guessed correctly, the change in appearance was only temporary. Once the auric essence had truly merged into the magic treasure, its original appearance would be restored. But when he saw that the 36 swords still retained their golden luster after fully refining them, he felt completely baffled. However, the effect the auric essence had on the swords appeared to be even greater than the legends had described. From his tests, the flying swords were at least 30% more powerful and their sharpness far surpassed what they had before. Han Li was confident that if they clashed with any magic treasures that were made from inferior materials, his flying swords would likely cleave through them. However, there were some misgivings that accompanied his delight. He eventually recalled the main material of the flying swords, the golden lightning bamboo, and the refined crystal that he had used to first temper them. Could it be that when these incredibly rare materials merged with the auric essence, they underwent some sort of unfathomable evolution? After some long thought, he found this to be the only explanation. Since this change was for the better, he wasn't willing to spend too much effort investigating the matter. Instead, he placed his mind on the auric sword formation. Han Li didn't need to specifically cultivate it in order to use it. In fact, he had easily activated it while in seclusion to test its power. The sword formation's amazing power served to verify the words of the golden page. Although he was only able to form a simple version of the auric formation, it already displayed a marvelous power that bolstered Han Li's confidence in facing the black-robed man. He needed to dispel Nangong Wan's soul seal curse, but if he didn't possess the auric formation, Han Li definitely wouldn't have obediently sent himself off to death. Of course, Han Li hadn't ever fought against a late nascent soul stage cultivator, and he couldn't truly know how well he would do. But he had fought against mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, and reckoned he would have at least an 80% chance of trapping and killing one. With such power, he should have more than enough ability to contend against a late nascent soul cultivator. However, it would prove rather troublesome to acquire the method of dissolving the soul seal curse from his opponent. Han Li will need to use his own discretion once he met the black-robed man and carefully navigate the situation. Han Li sighed and the small sword in his hand disappeared from his sight. He then swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense, discovering no trace of his senior martial brother or his allies, but wasn't surprised. They were sure to be hiding in the distance from fear that the black-robed man would discover them, since their opponent was possibly a late nascent soul cultivator. Heaven Pillar Mountain was an isolated, steep mountain tens of kilometers tall, located to the west of the Dreamcloud Mountains. From a distance, it appeared extremely steep, with a third of the mountain reaching beyond the clouds. There were only a few short hills surrounding the mountain, allowing the surroundings to be clearly seen from the center of the mountain. This was also probably why the black-robed man had selected it. But when Han Li arrived 50 kilometers away from the mountain, he suddenly felt his spiritual sense roil. While his spiritual sense was at the level of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, he didn't dare to let down his guard. Who didn't know whether or not the black-robed man was deliberately hiding something in order to lull him into a false sense of security. As a result, Han Li simply had his spiritual sense probe his surroundings while feigning ignorance about being watched as he flew towards the peak of the mountain. At nearly the same time, a black-robed man sitting on the peak opened his eyes and stared in the direction of Han Li. He muttered, "You've come. It seems the information I acquired was correct, and your relationship with that woman is quite deep. Putting yourself in danger over a woman? It seems I've overestimated you." The black-robed man muttered to himself and turned to look at the simple transportation formation next to him. When he sensed that Han Li was only a few tens of kilometers away, he stood up and walked towards the transportation formation in large strides. A moment later, he disappeared in a flash of white light. At that moment, Han Li felt the black-robed man suddenly disappear. Alarm ringing through his head, he thought, what use is there in using a concealment technique? Is he plotting against me? He then continued onward with complete vigilance. This is... When Han Li arrived at the top of Heaven Pillar Mountain and saw the eye-catching transportation formation placed there, his expression changed. His gaze then turned to the boulder at its side, which had the words, "Do not be late," carved into it. When Han Li read these words, his expression grew unsightly, and he cursed his enemy's cunning. Although he was able to see that it was a simple transportation formation that couldn't travel far away, if he took it he would fall right into the enemy's trap. Even worse was that he couldn't know whether or not Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party would follow him. From what was carved in the stone, it was clear to see that the black-robed man wasn't willing to meet with him and give him the opportunity to negotiate. If Han Li delayed for too long, the black-robed man may decide to leave and he couldn't afford to take that risk. If Han Li wanted to find the method to dissolve the Soul Seal curse, he could only take the risk of using the formation. Han Li's expression wavered for a time, before he eventually came to a decision. He first swept the nearby area to see whether or not there were any devil cultivators hiding nearby. Then he took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered into it before tossing it into the air, launching it through the sky in a streak of red light. Afterwards, Han Li took the spirit beast pouch from his waist and summoned its contents into the air. Black-tainted gold devouring beetles that just appeared then swarmed around him and transformed into a tricolored suit of armor covering his body. With a fling of his sleeve, he summoned a small blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of white light, an embroidered scarf appeared in his hand. Han Li lowered his head to look at the embroidered scarf, and a strange expression appeared in his eyes. The embroidered scarf was a protective treasure that Nangong Wan had given him, and he stroked its smooth cloth as he silently stood there. A moment later, Han Li raised his hand and placed several protective barriers on his body before finally stepping into the transportation formation. He then took a deep breath and raised his hands, striking at the corner of the formation with a spell seal. White light flashed and Han Li disappeared without a trace. At the center of a nameless island in a small lake several thousand kilometers away from Heaven Pillar Mountain, Han Li appeared in a flash of white light. In the moment he arrived, he disregarded the discomfort from the teleportation and ordered his blue shield to enlarge and cover him, protecting a majority of his body. However, Han Li didn't detect any attack and had the time to glance around him instead. There is no need to worry. I wouldn't go so far as to launch a sneak attack against an early nascent soul cultivator like you, although I do hear that you are a rather extraordinary cultivator. A strange voice spoke from close to him. When Han Li heard this voice, his heart trembled. This wasn't the voice of the Sifting sect master. Could it be that this was another devil cultivator? Astonishment on his face, he turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a black-robed youth that looked to be in his 20s standing 100 meters away with his hands behind his back, staring at Han Li. Although Han Li hadn't seen the true face of the Sifting sect master, this man's body and voice were completely different from what he had seen. Han Li looked at him, unable to see through his cultivation. With narrowed eyes and a wary heart, he snorted and mockingly said, "If you won't perform a sneak attack, then why did you need to place the Soul Seal curse on my Dao companion?" After saying these words, Han Li took in his surroundings. He was at the edge of a swamp with muddied waters and damp air. He could hear the sounds of a lake and see a short grove close to them. Han Li frowned for a moment before regaining a calm expression. He felt that there were strange spiritual chi fluctuations around him and realized there were restrictions placed around them as he had expected. Although he reckoned they weren't formidable spell formations, they were certain to put him at a disadvantage considering that he was forced here. The youth chuckled and leisurely said, "I won't be needing to use them since fellow Taoist Han has obediently come. Although I possess some abilities, it isn't to the extent that I would be able to resist your entire sect." Han Li glared at the youth and asked, "You truly aren't the Sifting sect master?" "What? Do I look like my sect master?" asked the black-robed youth with a chuckle. "No. but you were able to easily sneak into the Drifting Cloud sect and safely leave after injuring someone. I don't know who else aside from your sect master who could have done it. Also, I don't recall ever seeing you before. Did you not appear during the great battle? Puzzled, Han Li spoke as if musing to himself. The youth smiled and wore an odd expression as he said, "Although I do wish to give fellow Taoist Han an explanation, I did not invite you here to explain myself. Did you bring the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure?" When Han Li heard this, he glared at the youth in silence. The youth sighed and confidently said, "If fellow Taoist Han wishes to drag this on, I fear he will be disappointed. I specifically refined the transportation formation so that it will only work twice. After 2 uses, the other end of the transportation formation will destroy itself and your friends wouldn't be able to get here in less than half a day. I believe that will be more than enough time to settle the matter between us." A cold glint appeared in Han Li's eyes and he snorted, speaking with an emotionless tone. "You wish to know whether or not I have the golden lightning bamboo treasure on hand, but how about telling me the method to dissolve the soul seal curse first? The method to dissolve the soul seal curse is inside this jade slip, but let me take a look at the golden lightning bamboo treasure first. I am not like my sect master, and I only want the golden lightning bamboo. I have no intention of trying to avenge his dead Tao companion." The youth's smile disappeared and he revealed a jet-black jade slip in his hand, then deeply stared at Han Li. With raised brows, Han Li firmly said, "Of course. Although the golden lightning bamboo treasure is valuable, it isn't nearly as important as my own Tao companion." He placed his hands on his chest and then slowly drew them away. In a clap of thunder, golden lightning jumped out as a small azure arrow appeared in his hand. Holding it with 2 fingers, Han Li expressionlessly glanced at the youth. When the youth saw this, greed momentarily appeared on his face. Then, after a moment of thought, he flicked his wrist and sent the black jade slip flying towards Han Li at an incredibly slow speed, as if it were being dragged through the air by a rope. Han Li immediately understood what he intended. Without speaking another word, he flung the small arrow over, making it travel through the air at a similar speed. Although the two were controlling each of the items, their gazes were fixed on each other's faces. By the time the 2 objects arrived in front of each other, Han Li and the youth both let out sighs of relief. The 2 took the exchanged items into their hands and quickly looked them over, only to find themselves wearing a bitter smile. "This is your golden lightning bamboo magic treasure?" The black-robed youth coldly smiled and pinched the small azure arrow in his hand. In a silver-white fire, it turned into ash. "I've also never heard that the simplest of the 5 elements techniques was capable of dissolving the soul seal curse." Han Li grasped the jade slip in his hand and burned it with blue flame, causing it to freeze and shatter into glistening light. The black-robed youth wore a stern expression, and he snorted as traces of fiendish qi began to emerge from his body. "It seems neither of us trusts the other. However, that doesn't matter. I will ask you one last time whether or not you are willing to exchange the golden lightning bamboo treasure. So long as you hand it over to me, I will give you the method to save your Tao companion and leave. Otherwise, I will just seize the treasure after killing you. Since it isn't an ancient treasure, you must be carrying it within your body." With a light sigh, Han Li icily said, "As it just so happens, my plans are similar to your own. Since you're the caster of the soul seal curse, the method to eliminate the curse must be within your mind. Once I kill you, I will perform a soul search on your primal soul and acquire what I want to know." "You will perform a soul search on me? You are the first person to dare say that to me for several hundreds of years. I will honor your audacity by leave your corpse intact." The black-robed youth smiled in fury before he raised his hands and shot several spell seals all around him. Then, with a series of hums, 7 pillars of blinding white light shot into the air. At the same time, silver-white flood dragons emerged from each of the pillars of light, roaring towards the skies. "Not good. The 7 pillar dragons. Master must quickly leave." Before Han Li could clearly recognize the pillars, he heard Silvermoon's terrified voice in his ear. Although Han Li didn't know how powerful the 7 pillar dragons were, when he heard the terror in Silvermoon's voice, He steeled his heart and summoned 36 of his bamboo cloudswarm swords with a wave of his sleeve, having them flow around him like a school of fish. Knowing that his opponent was a powerful devil cultivator, Han Li had no intention of slowly probing his abilities. With the full force of his newly tempered flying swords, he planned to subdue his opponent in a single blow. As the 36 streaks of golden light revolved above Han Li's head, he struck the swarm of swords with several spell seals. This caused the golden lights to faintly tremble and immediately form over 100 identical copies of themselves. Just as Han Li thought to execute another spell seal and form the swords into the aureate formation, the 7 pillars of light surrounding him rushed to attack him. The silver flood dragons inside the pillars looked at Han Li and opened their mouths, condensing sparkling silver balls of light. Without further thought, Han Li pointed to the blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of light it transformed into a barrier of blue ice that surrounded him. He then released the embroidered scarf with his other hand, and it transformed into a white mist of frost surrounding the ice barrier. At that same moment, a wild silhouette flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground, revealing itself to be a beautiful woman. In Han Li's surprise, Silver Moon immediately raised her hand and released a streak of purple light, the purple cloud lace. With a tense expression, she made the cloud lace transform into a purple net of fire, forming the final layer of protection around them. Han Li's heart trembled as he had already placed down 2 layers of protection, and Silver Moon still didn't believe it to be enough. Just how powerful were the 7 pillar dragons? Just as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, the 7 silver flood dragons silently released beams of nearly solid silver light. The beams of light immediately struck the net of purple flames. The net managed to endure for a short moment before 7 holes were melted through, and the 7 silver lights continued to strike the mist of frost formed from the embroidered scarf. The mist roiled as soon as it was struck, as if it wouldn't be able to endure for long. When Han Li saw this, his felt breath turned cold. As things were going, the 3 layers of protection were about to be destroyed in an instant. These beams of light were incredibly powerful. But just as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, Silver Moon felt relieved and said, "So these turned out to be a counterfeit. I was worried over nothing." Silver Moon muttered to herself before forming an incantation gesture and spitting out a pearl the size of a thumb surrounded by a pink mist that carried a strong fragrance. Silver Moon then began to utter an incantation with a sweet voice and extended her finger towards the pearl. Bang! The pearl exploded and transformed into countless gleaming specks of dust that soon merged with the blue ice barrier. Han Li was somewhat surprised, but didn't intend to block her in the slightest. Once the ice barrier absorbed the fragments of the pearl, it flourished with light and its exterior shined as if it were suddenly covered with countless identical mirrors. At that moment, the silver light pierced through the white mist and made its way towards the last layer of defense. Han Li grew nervous at the sight, but he continued to cast spell seals without interruption. At an unknown time, the golden lights revolving around his head had begun to disappear. The ice barrier released a blinding light as the 7 silver beams faintly trembled before being reflected, striking back at the 7 pillars of light at an even greater speed than before. Not only did this come as a surprise to Han Li, but the black-robed youth was caught completely unprepared as well. His attention was now focused on the beautiful woman at Han Li's side. When she had uttered the word counterfeit, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Then, in a series of explosions, the silver dragons within the pillars of light were submerged in silver light and disappeared without a trace. Han Li stared blankly and found it difficult to believe that such vicious treasures were so easily taken care of. Silver Moon pursed her lips, her face revealing a slight trace of satisfaction. She then pressed her hand against her chest and sighed with relief as spoke to Han Li. Not only were they counterfeit, but they were only half finished. They had truly given me a fright. The black-robed youth's expression grew stern upon seeing the 7 pillar dragons being destroyed. When he heard Silver Moon utter the words half-finished, he said with a harsh tone, "Half-finished? How could you know the method to destroy the 7 pillar dragons?" Although he knew that the treasure he had acquired wasn't the genuine article described in legends, he had still felt that its abilities were somewhat lacking. This lingering doubt caused him to feel as if there was a ring of truth to Silvermoon's words. Silvermoon's gaze flickered upon hearing him, but she had no intention of replying. Instead, she formed an incantation gesture with her hands and struck the ice barrier with a spell seal. Suddenly, light flashed from the barrier and a pink mist shot out from it, instantly condensing back into the pearl. Silvermoon then spat out a mist of light and swept the pearl back into her mouth. The black-robed youth's initial fury soon disappeared and was replaced with delight, as he exclaimed, "Demon core! Hee! So you were a demon fox. However, your cultivation is only in the 7th grade. This is truly baffling. As it just so happens, there are many cultivators in the Gene Empire that wish for a demon fox concubine of their own. The price for a demon fox capable of transformation is incredibly high. It seems this trip wasn't a wasted effort after all." Silvermoon's expression changed, but soon her luminous eyes flickered. She then chuckled with her hand covering her mouth. "Although this servant does wish to leave with this immortal master, I already have a master. I'm afraid I cannot comply." Staring at Silvermoon with fierce greed, he casually said, "Your master? Soon that master will have his soul scattered. If you obediently follow me, I will spare your life, otherwise you are simply ignoring my good intentions. Following this senior will be much better than staying in this remote and desolate land." Still standing in place, Hanli derisively said, "Is your mind muddled? Her current master is doing quite well. If you wish to change my servant's mind, you should first pay attention to your surroundings." The black-robed youth glanced at the swordlights surrounding him and disdainfully said, "My surroundings? Are you talking about this rubbish swordlight? Although it is surprising that you managed to refine so many flying swords, don't you know that a magic treasure's might depends on how much one has tempered it? Refining so many flying swords was an incredibly foolish decision. As for those transformed swordlights, that is merely a flashy but worthless trick. What use is this ability in a fight against cultivators of similar rank? I can stand in place and you swordlights still won't be able to injure me." When he heard this, Hanli wore a weird expression and killing intent burst from his eyes. "Your words are reasonable. However, I must first ask you if you are a late nascent soul stage cultivator? If you aren't, then you will die." At that moment, he completed a spell seal and activated the stealthily placed Aureate sword formation. When the black-robed youth heard Hanli, he felt a wave of unease and hastily flipped his hand, summoning a pitch-black hatchet. Talisman characters could be faintly seen on its surface and a vivid ghost face was carved on its handle. At that moment, streaks of golden swordlight suddenly burst with radiance and released loud, clear rings as they streaked across the air, yet to attack. The black-robed youth hastily spread out his spiritual sense to find the swordlights, but he wasn't able to locate a single one of them. This caused his heart to drop. Without any further hesitation, he snorted and released the black hatchet. In a flash of black light, it grew to 20 meters in the blink of an eye, and its edge gleamed from its sharpness. In a blur, the huge hatchet fiercely chopped at the air, only for a golden light to suddenly blossom. An unremarkable golden thread suddenly appeared from underneath the huge hatchet and flashed before instantly fading away. With a bang, the huge hatchet was split down the middle and fell to the floor. "This is—" The black-robed youth's disdain suddenly disappeared and his expression turned grave. He quickly raised his hand and summoned an emerald saber, which shot through the air before a similar scene occurred. The green streak flew about 30 meters before being shredded by several streaks of golden threads. Then, in a burst of green light, it fell to the ground in 7 pieces. A sword formation. The black-robed youth recognized what this was due to his vast experience as his blood ran cold. This kind of sword formation required several hundreds of cultivators in order to employ it. However, Hanli alone was able to lay down such a fearsome sword formation, much to the black-robed youth's shock. Hanli saw he had recognized that this was a sword formation, but had no intention of giving the black-robed youth the opportunity to consider how to break it. Hanli promptly put his hands in an incantation gesture and contacted all of his swordlights with his spiritual sense. activating the entire aureate sword formation. A strange scene suddenly developed near the black-robed youth as countless golden threads suddenly flickered around the youth, intermittently coming in and out of existence. These flickers appeared without a pattern and slowly closed in on him. When he saw this, the youth's expression turned pale, and he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out 10 white pearls filled with veins of crimson. He then began to spin and toss the pearls all around him. Han Li's heart stirred at the sight of these pearls. They appeared to be the same as his own lightning beads. As the thought appeared in his head, he willed the aureate sword formation to continue onward. The sword threads were one of the abilities of the aureate formation, similar to the sword threads used by sword cultivators, but the formation was capable of summoning over 100 astonishing threads of sword chi. With the sword formation's might coupled with the auric essence infused swords, these sword threads were far more formidable than those from common sword cultivators. Ordinary treasures were similarly incapable of blocking the sword's incisive strikes. As for items like the lightning bead, Han Li had no fear of them. So long as the true 36 swords were unharmed, the sword formation would easily reform itself even if the sword threads were scattered. The aureate sword formation couldn't be set back by any attacks. Just as Han Li thought this, golden light flashed as the pearls contacted the sword formation, splitting the pearls into several pieces. Surprisingly, the pearls weren't explosives. Instead, they released a dense black-red mist of blood. The blood mist immediately dispersed and leaked through the air, spreading a pungent, sickly sweet scent. The bead was known as a blood mine, and it was said that they were refined from the most putrid materials found in the world. So long as one didn't have particular Devil Dao treasures, the treasure's spiritual nature and power would greatly decrease upon entering the blood mist. Even if a powerful magic treasure with a highly spiritual nature were to enter it, they would take days of purification with nascent flames in order to recover from the damage. Of course, these blood mines were incredibly rare. Not only were the materials used to refine them seldom seen, but the odds of a successful refinement were minuscule. These tensome beads were something the black-robed youth had spent over 100 years accumulating. This youth was an elder from one of the 10 great devil sects of the Jin Empire. With his vast experience, he immediately thought to use the blood mines to corrupt the swords comprising Han Li's sword formation. A sword formation needed great coordination in order to display its might. If a few of the swords fell out of balance, the sword formation would collapse. Using blood mines was one of the most common methods used by Jin Empire devil cultivators to combat sword formations. And since the blood mines were incredibly rare items, the youth normally wouldn't use them in solo battles. He would only deploy them in large-scale conflicts, as sword formations usually couldn't be activated by lone cultivators. Although Han Li didn't know what this blood mist was, he immediately sensed something strange about it. Just as he pondered about it, faint rolls of thunder could be heard coming from within it as flashes of golden light appeared from the blood mist, followed by arcs of golden lightning. When the golden lightning struck the blood mist, the mist scattered in an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the divine Devilbane lightning and the tensome pockets of blood mist had erupted in mutual destruction. Han Li was astonished by the sight, as this was the first time he had ever seen the divine Devilbane lightning take action on its own. It had shot out of his flying swords without any orders. It appeared that the wicked nature of the blood mist had counteracted the divine Devilbane lightning. A truly astonishing discovery indeed. Han Li didn't know that the blood mines were specialized in dealing with the treasures of the righteous Dao. When met by the divine Devilbane lightning, which specialized in subduing Devil Dao techniques, the two just so happened to counteract one another. However, the quantity of the lightning contained in the 36 swords was vastly greater than the amount of blood mist. As a result, the blood mist was cleanly eliminated in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man's complexion paled and he shouted with fright, "Divine Devilbane lightning!" The flying swords were treasures crafted from golden lightning bamboo. Impossible! How did you acquire so much of it? I'll answer that after I send you to the underworld. Han Li took a deep breath and ordered the sword formation to continue since the blood mist had temporarily stopped the golden threads. The sword's threads then continued to close in on the black-robed youth without a sound. Although the aureate sword formation was immensely powerful, It was difficult for Han Li to sustain with his current cultivation. It was a massive drain on his magic power, and he wasn't able to increase the speed at which the sword formation moved after activation. Otherwise, he would have had the sword threads close in on the black-robed youth in the blink of an eye and put an immediate end to him, preventing him from figuring out a way to resist. Han Li reckoned that the optimal time to cultivate the aureate sword formation would be during mid-nascent soul stage. If he wasn't only using half of his flying swords, he simply wouldn't be able to activate the sword formation due to his level of cultivation, despite how his magic power exceeded that of ordinary early nascent soul cultivators. The black-robed youth surrounded himself in a layer of black chi and snorted. With an imposing tone, he said, "You truly believe a trifling sword formation can truly trap me? Your sword formation may be incisive, but can it cut my sect's protective treasure?" He glanced at the golden threads that were less than 30 meters away and silently raised his hand before striking at his chest. Black blood sprayed out of his mouth as a green, inch-long banner appeared from within the blood. As soon as the banner appeared, it flickered with green light and completely absorbed the black blood that surrounded it, turning it dark green. The black-robed youth gloomily waved at the banner, and it shot into his hands as a streak of black light. The green banner brightly glowed and immediately grew until it was a meter tall. The banner now glistened with green light as if it was densely covered in clouds, causing its surface to be concealed. However, one of the corners of the banner seemed to be missing as if it were damaged. Han Li's pupils shrank at the sight of the banner. The ghost-sifting banner. Originally, the sifting sect master had wanted to use their sect-protecting treasure to fight Devil Concord. While it hadn't actually been used in battle, its name had stuck in Han Li's mind. Now that the black-robed youth took out the small banner, Han Li managed to guess what it was. The black-robed youth coldly smiled after hearing that Han Li recognized it. He said with absolute confidence, "Aren't you clever? This is one of the main banners of the 20 ghost-sifting banners. I'll have you experience its might." Soon after, the youth firmly grasped onto the banner and waved it towards one of the golden threads. With a gust, a dark green cloud flew out from the banner and surged, enveloping the body of the black-robed youth. The bone-chilling cloud expanded and the sky was suddenly turned pitch black, as the cloud blotted out the sun from the sky. This incredible darkness had somehow spread from the green ghost mist with ghastly wails and screams echoing all around. With a mere shake of the banner, the entire world around them had changed. It was no wonder why he was so confident in this treasure. Despite Han Li's confidence in the aureate sword formation, even he felt dumbfounded at the current situation. At that moment, the sound of tearing wind suddenly arrived from the flag, and several black threads shot out from the mist surrounding the youth, directly attacking Han Li. Golden light flashed as the sword formation's restrictions were activated. Countless golden threads chopped the black threads into pieces. However, the threads immediately turned into green mist and returned back to the main body. Before Han Li could react, the black-robed youth shouted in alarm from within the green mist. The ghost threads were said to be incredibly durable, but they were easily struck down in a single blow, much to his surprise. After a moment of thought, he decided to unleash the full power of the ghost banner. He suddenly tossed the green banner from the mist and it bore into the earth a meter in front of him. Soon, he began to utter a cryptic incantation, and a series of winds swept up the dense fog around him, sweeping towards the banner at its center. In the blink of an eye, the banner grew to 6 meters in height and the mist that had been covering it scattered, revealing its true form. Its appearance vastly shocked Han Li. Han Li fiercely shouted, "How many souls did you use to refine that banner? How many people have you killed?" The green banner's surface was densely filled by innumerable faces. They all continuously squirmed from the flag as if they were alive and wore expressions of agony. The youth's sinister voice spoke from within the fog. "How many? Who knows? It should be around 100,000 or so. There are also at least several hundred cultivator souls in there, as they are required to refine a single main banner." Han Li grew silent and he coldly stared at the green mist. A moment later he said, "You are all damned." The youth sneered and said, "Damned? There are many that have said this to me before, but here I am, alive and well. And all the people who said this to me had their souls seized by the banner, becoming a part of it. You will be no exception. He then struck the banner with a red spell seal. Green light magnificently flashed, summoning a meter-wide hole in the flag. Black chi flowed out of it, releasing a series of winds and piercing whistles. Soon, huge skulls flew out in a line from the hole, their eyes glowing with ghastly green flames and trailing green smoke. The biggest of the skull had huge bull horns emerging from it, but the rest of its features appeared entirely human. Han Li was alarmed. Could it be that the skulls were from metamorphosis stage demon beasts? But for the time being, he placed the thought at the back of his head. Once the first wave of skulls emerged from the flag, various flaming ghost skulls followed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ghost skulls surrounded the black-robed youth. Pointing at Han Li from within the mist, the youth shouted, "Go!" These eerie white skulls screamed before launching green flame wisps from their mouths towards Han Li. Of course, when the flame wisps traveled too far, golden threads suddenly appeared and flashed towards them. But something different happened this time. The golden threads sliced the skulls apart, but in a flash of green light, they restored themselves as if they hadn't suffered any damage. Additionally, they weren't impeded by the sword threads at all and continued their approach. Han Li was stunned when he saw this, but he soon realized that the ghost skulls had no physical body. They were refined ghosts. Although his sword threads may be fierce, they couldn't cut through something intangible. However, Han Li was hardly flustered. As the ghost skulls approached him, he willed a net of golden lightning to appear in the air and intercept them. Since they were ghosts, he decided to activate the divine Devilbane lightning. To Han Li's surprise, the ghost skulls revealed fear upon seeing the golden net and came to a stop, but after the horned ghost skull shrieked, all of the skulls opened their mouths and shot green flame wisps towards the golden net. In a roar of thunder, the lightning net flashed and exterminated the flame wisps, but the net's advance was stopped, restrained by their unending barrage. Han Li frowned and revealed an expression of surprise. If they were common flame wisps, they would have immediately turned to smoke after touching the divine Devilbane lightning. But these flame wisps were able to forcefully restrain the lightning, much to his alarm. The Ghost Sifting banner's title as the Sifting Sex Protective Treasure was well-deserved. When the black-robed youth saw that the ghost skulls were able to block the divine Devilbane lightning, he couldn't help but smile in relief. While he appeared confident, he was actually filled with dread. If the flag wasn't damaged, he wouldn't be worried about the devil skulls being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. But without the opportunity to repair it after it was damaged, he had been worried about it being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. Since his worries had been addressed, the youth wickedly grinned and continuously sent spell seals into the banner. The meter-wide gap in the banner quickly swelled to the size of 3 meters, resulting in even more ghost skulls emerging. With ghost mist spreading through the air, loud ghost shrieks and wails accompanied the skulls. With the previous skulls resisting the golden net, the latter wave of skulls flew past the sword formation and charged straight towards Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he calmly slapped his storage pouch and summoned a streak of black light that circled once in the air before falling to the ground. The light disappeared to reveal a small jet-black ape, the Weeping Soul Beast. The ape appeared as if it had just woken up and its eyes were half closed. When it sniffed at the air, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the ghost skulls not far away, howling with excitement. When the approaching ghost skulls saw the Weeping Soul Beast, they were shaken and immediately began to spiral in place, unwilling to continue their charge forward. At that moment, the howls they had been releasing were abruptly cut off as if in a display of fear. When the black-robed youth saw this, his heart thumped as the sword formation was drawing ever closer to him. In his desperation, he shot gray light from his mouth towards his palm and lightly spun around his hand before severing his fingers in a bloody display. As the fingers fell from his hand, they exploded into clouds of blood mist and quickly drifted towards the horned ghost skull. A sinister light twinkled from the ghost skull's eyes and it opened its mouth to inhale the blood mist. The flames surrounding the skull suddenly rampaged around it, coercing the other skulls to launch a wave of green flame wisps towards the weeping soul beast. When the weeping soul beast saw this, it hammered its chest as black light wrapped around its body. In the blink of an eye, it grew 10 meters tall. It then snorted, releasing a yellow mist of light from its nose that swept away the ghostly flame wisps and directly approached the group of ghost skulls. As the yellow mist of light swept past them, the group of ghost skulls were sucked in without any resistance. When the remaining ghost skulls saw this, they scattered in terror, and even the horned ghost skull's rage wasn't able to stop them. At that moment, the yellow mist of light spread around the fleeing ghost skulls and trapped them. When the horned ghost skull saw this, it condensed a brilliant mass of green light around its skull and grew a body the size of 2 meters, turning into a full-fledged devil ghost with hair draped around its face and curved horns. As soon as the ghost appeared, it immediately spread out its hands and launched a barrage of black fireballs towards the yellow light mist in a wave of explosive booms. As soon as the fireballs entered the yellow mist, they completely disappeared and not a sound was produced from the impact. When the devil ghost saw this, it wore an expression of terror and turned around to flee, but it was already too late. The yellow mist closed in on it and instantly absorbed it inside, leaving nothing behind. The yellow mist then quickly returned into the weeping soul beast's mouth before it spouted out another mist from its nose, sweeping the air clean of any remaining skulls. When the black-robed youth saw this, he wore an expression of fright and rage. Although he had heard that Han Li's ape beast had absorbed the undead chi from the copper-armored corpses and destroyed a majority of them, he hadn't taken it to heart. He absolutely didn't think that the spirit beast would be able to devour the essence devil skulls created from the sifting banner. Even the leading devil skull had been absorbed without being able to put up any resistance, leaving him feeling terror and helplessness. If he knew that Han Li's spirit beast had the ability to devour devils and ghosts, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the task of meeting him alone. The other elders of the sect knew of the spirit beast's abilities and had grown fearful. Its abilities were as much of a threat to them as the golden lightning bamboo. As these thoughts surged through the youth's mind, he felt a wave of regret. By then, the golden threads were less than 10 meters away from him. With his death slowly drawing closer, he couldn't remain calm and hastily slapped his storage pouch. 8 treasures instantly shot out all around him in balls of various colored light. When they reached the edge of the sword formation, countless golden threads flashed by and shredded the treasures into scrap. The youth paled at the sight of this, and with panic filling his mind, he waved his hand to the ghost-sifting banner. With the flag back in his hand, he gritted his teeth and began to revolve around the banner with both his hands on it. He turned into one with the banner and transformed into a cloud of eerie green mist before shooting towards the sky. As of current, he could only hope that the might of his sect protecting treasure would be able to withstand the attacks from the sword formation and allow him to escape. Otherwise, he could only sit and wait to die. When Han Li saw this, he knew that the youth had exhausted his options and was driven to desperation. As a result, he opened his mouth and shot a ball of golden lightning. As soon as the golden lightning left his mouth, it ruptured, forming a huge golden net several tens of meters wide. At that moment, the mist-formed black-robed youth had reached the edge of the sword formation. Over 100 golden threads waved around him, with each flash shredding away a fraction of the mist protecting him. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the mist had already been dispersed. The mist scattered in an attempt to escape, but there were too many golden threads blocking him path with no chance of escape. Every gap was immediately blocked with tens of golden threads, pushing the mist back and trapping him inside. With only a thin layer of the mist remaining, the youth's voice hoarsely shouted in rage, "You actually want to kill me? Don't you want the method to dissolve the soul seal curse?" Han Li calmly responded, "Don't worry, I will just extract the information from your primal soul. You want to use a soul search technique? You don't—" "Ah!" the youth shouted in terror, but the last layer of the mist protecting him was shredded away, cutting him off. In a blood-curdling scream, his body was dismembered into a myriad of pieces. Only a ball of green light remained, his nascent soul. It took this chance to try and escape, but a net of divine devilbane lightning had already been set up outside. Han Li pointed to the net and uttered, "Restrain," immediately closing the net around the youth's nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul encountered the net, lightning flickered followed by screams of pain. The nascent soul suddenly shrieked with resentment. "If you wish to use a soul search technique on me, I will detonate my nascent soul. I won't let you have your way." "Detonate your nascent soul?" Han Li frowned and immediately stopped the net from closing in. The nascent soul rejoiced upon seeing this and immediately shrieked, "So long as you let my nascent soul go free, I will tell you the method to dissolve the curse and save your Tao companion. Otherwise, you will have no way of finding out." Silent, Han Li's gaze flickered as he considered the conditions. At that moment, a light suddenly appeared around the nascent soul as a purple net wrapped around it and immediately tightened. At that moment, Silvermoon silently appeared behind it in a flash of white light. She quickly spat a fragrant pink mist from her mouth and launched streaks of silver from her fingers. The nascent soul grew dizzy as the fragrant pink mist gathered around it, and its mind weakened. When the silver lights struck it in quick succession, its body was frozen and completely disabled, rendering it incapable of detonating itself. The nascent soul's face paled and stared at the white-clothed woman next to Han Li in disbelief. "Not bad. Your actions have resolved the situation cleanly." Although he was the one who had ordered Silvermoon to attack, he praised her nonetheless. Silvermoon smiled and said, "It was all because Master told me to attack at an opportune time. This person only wished to escape and was careless, allowing me to replace myself with an illusion and escape his notice." Afterwards, she waved to her illusion, and it dissolved into a ball of white light. Han Li said nothing further and smiled. He had the giant net of golden lightning transform into a golden ball that flew into his hand and disappeared without a trace. As for the aureate sword formation, Han Li had already dissolved it and had the 36 swords shrink before flying back into his sleeve. Han Li took this opportunity and calmly looked at the black-robed youth's nascent soul. It tried to curse as loudly as it could, but it lacked the strength to even open its mouth. Han Li's expression sank, and he sullenly said, "Silvermoon, bring him to the edge of the forest and search him for the method to dissolve the soul seal curse." After speaking, he took to the skies and flew towards the other side of the forest. Silvermoon respectfully answered, "Yes, master." Grabbing onto the nascent soul, she followed after him. A pink, fragrant mist soon scattered across the forest after they left. About 100 kilometers away from the island where Han Li battled with the black-robed youth, 6 streaks of light were making their way towards the island. The one that headed the party was a silver-haired old man, Elder Chang of the Drifting Cloud sect. A red-nosed fat old man following after him asked, "Fellow Taoist Chang, did you sense correctly? The transportation formation was rather simple. It seems somewhat out of the ordinary for it be able to transport someone so far." "I can't be wrong. I sensed it clearly, and Junior Marshal Brother Han should be close to here. Be careful, everyone. He should be a devil cultivator at mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. Although we greatly outnumber him, we must be careful with regards to our weaker cultivation." At the side, the child fire dragon smiled and said, "Don't worry. Brother Long has brought along the divine bewildering bell. Even if we are no match, we shouldn't have a problem escaping." Senior Marshal Brother Chang glanced at the gray-robed old man and gratefully said, "That's true. If it weren't for Brother Long bringing along such a precious treasure to assist us, I wouldn't have dared to bring you all to brave this danger. After all, if the devil cultivator is truly the sifting sect master, we would find ourselves in dire straits." The gray-clothed old man smiled and politely said, "It was nothing. In the past, Brother Chang had done me a great kindness. It is only fair that I exert myself to help. Furthermore, this sifting sect cultivator must hold us in little esteem to dare to injure someone so deep within our state of Shi. Naturally, we must show him that the cultivators of the state of Shi are not to be trifled with." Amongst the group, a large man with a dignified appearance smiled and said, "However, I am rather curious about your sect's fellow Taoist Han. I've heard your junior martial brother made a magnificent display of power in the war against the Mulan, even to the point of turning the tide of the war. I hold him in very high regards and wish to become his friend." The red-nosed old man chuckled and agreed. "That's right. I've also heard about fellow Taoist Han's thunderous reputation lately. I also wish to make his acquaintance. That will be easy. Once we help junior martial brother Han resolve this matter, I will introduce you all. However, I am worried about junior martial brother Han's safety. That devil cultivator is truly cunning, using that transportation formation to rid him of us. Perhaps something has happened to him during this time while he fought against him alone. Don't worry. Since he schemed to have Han Li alone, his cultivation can't be too high or else he wouldn't resort to such tricks in the first place. With fellow Taoist Han's cultivation, there shouldn't be too great a difference. I hope fellow Taoist Ji is correct." Senior martial brother Chang bitterly smiled. From what he saw on the day that Nangongwan was attacked, he clearly understood that if the devil cultivator wasn't at late nascent soul stage, he was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Senior martial brother Chang didn't wish for such a powerful, newly joined elder of the Drifting Cloud sect to immediately suffer from something like this. Fortunately, he was able to sense a trace of Han Li's existence and was able to calm himself down, knowing that Han Li was still alive. As the 6 nascent soul cultivators chatted, they slowly drew closer to the small island where Han Li had battled the black-clothed youth, and their expressions grew more solemn. Senior martial brother Chang yelped and the party came to a sudden stop. "Brother Chang, what's the matter?" "Junior martial brother Han seems to be flying towards us. I'm not sure whether the matter was already resolved, or—" Senior martial brother Chang didn't speak any further, but the others naturally knew what he meant. It was possible that he had been captured alive or was running away. The gray-robed old man calmly said, "Let's make our preparations. If something truly happened to fellow Taoist Han, we'll be able to rescue him." Soon after, he slapped the storage pouch, taking a small yellow bell in his hand while silently watching his front as he held it. When the others saw this, they all took out their own treasures in preparation for a battle. Senior martial brother Cheng's expression grew sullen, slight fear betrayed from his face. A short moment later, they saw an azure light flying towards them. It's junior martial brother Han. Nothing happened to him. When senior martial brother Chang saw the azure light, he sighed with relief and smiled. The other cultivators were astonished to see this. Since Han Li was safe, could it be that the matter with the devil cultivator had been handled? As the other cultivators pondered over this, the azure light quickly arrived before them to reveal Han Li. Han Li frowned when he first appeared as if he were worried. But when he saw these cultivators, he forced a smile and saluted them. "Senior martial brother Chang, fellow Taoist fire dragon, you're here. These fellow Taoists must have also come to help me. I can't thank you enough for troubling yourselves over me." After closely examining Han Li, the gray-clothed old man surnamed Long humbly said, "Fellow Taoist must be joking. We were too late and there is nothing to help you with. We're rather embarrassed." As if headed by the gray-robed old man, they all glanced at Han Li with forced smiles. When senior martial brother Chang saw that there was no one pursuing Han Li, he couldn't help but ask, "Junior martial brother Han, what happened with the devil cultivator? Did you escape from him?" Han Li indifferently replied, "I've already killed him and disposed of his nascent soul. However, he wasn't the sifting sect master, merely one of its elders." Senior martial brother Chang asked with a tone of disbelief, "What? You've already killed him? Although he wasn't a late nascent soul cultivator, he should have been at the mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. You really managed to kill him?" When Old Man Long and the others heard this, they revealed astonishment. Since the devil cultivator was able to injure an early nascent soul cultivator in the Drifting Cloud sect and easily escape, they naturally knew that he was a formidable character. If Old Man Long hadn't brought the divine bewildering bell, the others might not have been brave enough to come. Now that they heard that Han Li was able to destroy even the devil cultivator's nascent soul, they were greatly surprised. "It was only a matter of luck. I just happened to be able to subdue his techniques." Han Li casually spoke and pondered for a moment before tossing a black object towards Senior Marshal Brother Chung. The old man caught the item and examined it with a grim expression. There was a dense layer of talisman characters on the medallion, and the character for Sift was engraved at its center. Having already guessed what it was, Senior Marshal Brother Chung still asked, "What's this?" Han Li faintly smiled and said, "This is the command medallion of a sifting sect elder that the devil cultivator left behind. It's an ancient treasure of some power and should be sufficient to confirm his identity." The others turned their gazes to the medallion upon hearing this. When they saw how strange the medallion was, they didn't doubt Han Li's words. The others couldn't help but ask about the details of the battle, but Han Li simply played the matter off. When the others saw that he didn't feel like talking, they tactfully remained silent. However, they all still intended to befriend Han Li. After all, he was someone who could slay a mid-nascent soul-stage devil cultivator, and there were many benefits to befriending such a powerful figure. Since the others had come with the intention of helping Han Li, he treated them courteously and chatted with them on the way back. Halfway back, Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Chung took their leave from the rest of the group and returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. Within the official hall of the sect, the silver-haired old man asked the question that was lingering in his mind. "Did you find the method of dissolving the soul seal curse? I saw that you had a heavy heart on the way back and were forcing yourself to appear calm. Could it be that you didn't find it?" Han Li took a seat on a chair and wryly smiled as he answered. The sifting sect elder only knew the method to cast the curse, not dissolve it. According to what I found out from the soul-searching technique, only the sifting sect master and the sect's great elder know it. All the other elders wouldn't know the method to dissolve it either. He didn't know the method to dissolve the curse? Senior Marshal Brother Chung frowned and spoke with a tone of disbelief. Han Li's wore a gloomy expression. "That's right. It seems that the removal of the soul seal curse involves an incredibly powerful technique belonging to the sifting sect. Only the sect master and the great elder are ever taught it." Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's expression turned grave. "Without the method to dissolve the curse, little sister Nangong will." Han Li's gaze flickered and he continued. "Although there is no way to directly dissolve the curse, it's not as if there are no other methods in this world. From what I managed to discover by searching the soul of the sifting sect elder, there is a method to forcefully break the curse with the assistance of a few particular items." With roused spirits, the old man asked, "What items are able to dissolve the curse? Please tell me." Han Li sighed and said, "These items are all incredibly difficult to find in this world. I fear I may not be able to find them." He then muttered the name of the items, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Chung alarmed. The old man muttered, "Not to mention the heavenly south, but I fear that the entire world might not have these items." Han Li's mouth twitched and he calmly replied, "This might not be certain. I just so happen to know the whereabouts of one of the items, but it will be difficult to acquire. I must carefully prepare to even have a chance at it." The old man was shocked by what he heard, but seeing that Han Li didn't intend to give any further details, he didn't ask further. Instead, he sincerely said, "Is this a matter that the sect can help with? Please do not restrain yourself." After a moment of silence, Han Li shook his head and said, "No. This isn't a matter that can be solved with numbers." The old man twirled his beard. "Since Junior Marshal Brother seems to be well aware of the situation, I won't ask about it. But if there is anything that you need, please don't hesitate to use the sect." Han Li smiled and said, "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. I'll be going to visit Wanner now." Senior Marshal Brother Chung bid Han Li farewell and remained alone in the hall. After a moment of thought, he sighed and flew towards his cave residence. The hidden room was untouched as well as the block of ice that laid within. Han Li stood in front of it and looked at the girl frozen inside with a confused expression. It was unknown how long Han Li stood there before a complicated expression flickered over his face. He softly muttered, "Wanner, your courage is truly great. To grasp the chance for life, you refined the most dangerous technique of your incarnation arts, the youthful celestial moon. Could it be that you didn't know that this technique would cause you to be reborn? If I truly dispelled your soul seal curse, it could trigger something from your technique. How could I not be worried? His voice grew softer as he spoke. He then touched the thick and dense block of ice and caressed Nangong Wan's face. You couldn't have known that the cultivator who placed the curse on you didn't know how to dispel it, but there isn't too much to worry about. From the soul search, I found another method to dissolve the curse by using some items. Although these items are extremely rare in this world, it is fortunate that Devilfall Valley happens to contain one of them. While the inner core of an ancient flame beast would normally be impossible to find, it just so happens that an ancient flame toad is currently within Devilfall Valley. I will not hesitate to enter the valley in several years' time. But it was said that this method can only dissolve the curse halfway. And even if it isn't successful, it will greatly weaken it and give me enough time to pay a visit to the state of Jin. When that happens, I will return with the method to rid you of this curse, regardless of what must be done. As Han Li spoke those last words, his voice grew frigid. After speaking to Nangong Wan, gloom filled his heart. After staying inside the hidden room for a moment more, he walked out and flew back towards his cave residence. In the main hall of his cave residence, Han Li sat down with his head lowered in thought. Silvermoon obediently stood by his side, her eyes continuously shifting toward Han Li's with a trace of playfulness. Without turning his head, Han Li indifferently asked, "What is there to look at? Did something break out on my face? Master must be joking. I simply wish to know what Master will decide. It is neither a long nor short time before entering Devilfall Valley. Also, both Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong invited you to head in. Who are you planning to head into the valley with?" Silvermoon's smile faded away, and then she hesitantly continued, "Devilfall Valley is known to be the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South. Even if Master's abilities are great, it will be exceptionally dangerous to head inside. Are there no other methods to save Miss Nangong Wan? Entering there is simply too great a risk to take." Han Li shook his head and calmly said, "The other items? You mean the eggshell of the myriad dark gold bird? Or the fruit of the enlightened flower? These items have long been extinct in this world. Even if they still remained, they would be concealed in a desolate corner of the world and be impossible to find. The demon core of the ancient flame toad is the easiest option. So long as I follow Master Tsong Kuan's route inside and don't act with greed, I shouldn't meet my end there. As for which party I will join, I'll have to decide that later." Silvermoon lowered her head and offered no contest. "If Master has already decided, then there is nothing for me to say." Han Li smiled and rubbed his chin. "Before we enter Devilfall Valley, I must prepare to go to the far west and acquire the final 2 layers for the Great Development Technique. I'll also have to go and see whether or not the Thousand Bamboo School has any designs for high-grade puppets. As for the puppet refinement methods that I acquired from Soaring Heaven City, they can't be used for some time. The materials used to refine them are far too rare. Additionally, their main ingredient, the myriad-year ironwood, requires a large amount of green liquid to mature. They aren't something that I'll be able to refine in a short amount of time. The Thousand Bamboo School should have some puppet designs that possess the strength of a core formation stage cultivator. With those puppets, it will be safer to enter Devilfall Valley. With only a few years, honing my magic treasures or cultivating my techniques wouldn't have much effect." With that said, Han Li narrowed his eyes as if having already thought out his plans. "Master's words do hold reason. Let us do as you say." After some thought, Silvermoon smiled and agreed. For a time, a charming expression appeared on her face. Suddenly, something came to Han Li's mind and he frowned. "However, it will be somewhat difficult to arrive at the far west despite it being adjacent to the heavenly south. I'll have to pass through the righteous Tao state of Zhu and thousands of kilometers of desert." "Desert?" Silvermoon opened her mouth in surprise. "That's right. Not to mention that there is something odd about the desert. For some unknown reason, its skies are always plagued by fierce windstorms. If we wish to pass through it, we'll only be able to walk or our magic power will be exhausted halfway through the journey. Additionally, the far west is the size of only 2 medium-sized countries in the heavenly south and are quite impoverished. As a result, While most of the heavenly south know of their existence, no one finds it worth the effort to make it past the desert. It is also said that the entire area is ruled by the Thousand Bamboo School. Silvermoon frowned and worriedly said, "Since we can't fly through the desert, wouldn't it take far too long? If we walk the entire distance, the round trip would take around a year even if it goes smoothly. That's why I must make preparations before I leave. While preparations are underway, I must also have you help me and will leave this in your hands. Pour green liquid on it and see whether or not it shows signs of life." As Hanli said this, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and handed it over to her. Silvermoon recognized the contents at a glance and spoke with surprise. "The profound goddess palm. Master, you are letting me handle it." Hanli mysteriously smiled at Silvermoon and said, "Hee, if this item doesn't revive, then it will simply be used as a material for tool refinement. Also, I may as well take advantage of this time to refine the wood spirit nascent. Additionally, I'll have to go down and deal with the corpse demon. I've acquired a method of refining a devil corpse suitable for it from the sifting sect elder. After all, leaving the corpse demon alone is like leaving a calamity waiting to happen inside the Dreamcloud Mountains. With so many matters to attend to, I'll have to hand the matters inside the cave residence over to you." "Fine. I'll follow your orders as I was the one who recognized you as my master after all." Silvermoon pursed her lips and agreed with a tone of helplessness. Hanli grinned and spoke a few words more before leaving the main hall. At that moment, Silvermoon suddenly shouted for Hanli to stay after a moment of hesitation. "Master, there is something that has been on my mind for a while. Can I ask you about it?" She wore a stern expression. "What is it?" Hanli turned his head to look at Silvermoon, his curiosity written all over his face. With a deliberate tone, Silvermoon asked, "Ever since Master has taken me in as an artifact spirit, he hasn't used me as an artifact spirit in battle or to boost the power of his flying swords. Could you tell me why?" Hanli frowned in surprise and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Silvermoon lowered her head and whispered, "It's nothing but a casual question. After all, my true identity is that of an artifact spirit." After a moment of silence, Hanli said, "Artifact spirit? You believe yourself to be a common artifact spirit? Common artifact spirits don't possess any intelligence. Why even ask such a question? Even if I summoned you as an artifact spirit, it would consume too much of your spirit essence. If one relies on using their artifact spirit too often, it may even lead to the spirit's dispersal. And from my point of view, your demon fox body is very useful to me. Unless it is a last resort, I will not be using you as an artifact spirit. Also, if your cultivation suffers as a result, it wouldn't benefit me either." Afterwards, Hanli turned around and left the hall. Silvermoon remained in the hall, her head lowered as she grew lost in thought. A short moment later, she glanced at the jade box in her hand and walked away with a smile. Once Hanli entered the cave residence, he began to prepare to cultivate the ability for a second nascent soul. Since a divine ability this powerful went beyond the realm of normality, Hanli's preparations to refine this technique lasted for quite a while. At the moment, Hanli was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands held a faint azure jade slip and he was reading through it with his spiritual sense as if trying to comprehend something. The profound nascent formation arts were recorded on the jade slip. A short time later, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and closed his eyes. He then formed a hand gesture and began to whisper an incantation. His body froze and azure light flickered from the top of the head, suddenly summoning a nascent soul intertwined with azure light, the nascent soul that Hanli bitterly cultivated for 200 years to create. The nascent soul appeared slightly more powerful than when it first appeared several years ago. Its eyes were a shiny jet black and appeared intelligent. Having only cultivated his nascent soul for several years, he only dared to manifest it in an extremely safe area, else it could be weakened if something unexpected happened. It sat on Hanli's head for a moment more and glanced around the room before suddenly enveloping itself in a ball of azure light and floating around the hidden room. At first it was unaccustomed to fly, but as it became more practiced, it was able to do it increasingly faster. In the end, the nascent soul was able to fly erratically around the hidden room in a display of vast skill. After another moment, the nascent soul stopped and floated at the corner of the hidden room as if thinking of something. It grasped its small hands in an incantation gesture, and in a flash of light, the nascent soul suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Han Li's head, its complexion slightly pale from having exhausted so much of its vitality. This was the divine ability that only nascent souls were capable of, true instantaneous movement. The nascent soul stretched its back and turned into a streak of white light before entering Han Li's head. Han Li then slowly opened his eyes, his expression appearing grave. It appears the nascent soul has consolidated after several years of nurturing. Although it cannot compare to the nascent souls of those old eccentrics, there shouldn't be a problem if I refine the second nascent soul. Han Li muttered to himself. Soon after, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a jade box covered in talismans. Han Li swept his sleeve with a stern expression and dispersed all the talismans from the box. He then pointed to the corner of the box and had it open by itself. As it slowly opened, it revealed a sparkling golden sphere that sealed the wood spirit nascent within it. The soulfade technique that I placed on it is almost complete. Han Li muttered to himself. Then, after a moment of thought, he raised his hand and reached out towards the golden sphere. In a clap of thunder, golden light flickered and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the lightning sphere. The lightning quickly flew into Han Li's hand and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the sphere disappeared to reveal a small green figure several inches tall with a delicate appearance. It was the wood spirit nascent. But at the moment, the wood spirit nascent was densely covered in jet black needles, and its eyes were shut as if it were sleeping. The fine black needles would occasionally flicker with green light in a rather strange display. Han Li didn't dare to be careless as he carefully examined the wood spirit nascent and jet black needles once through. When it appeared that everything was as expected, he slowly extended his index finger towards the forehead of the wood spirit nascent. Before he fully extended the finger, a bean-sized ball of green light burst from his fingertip and transformed into a green thread of light. Han Li's hand remained still as the thread pierced into the nascent soul's forehead, reading the internal circumstances of the nascent soul. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li sighed and withdrew his finger, recalling the green thread as well. Han Li stroked his chin as he pondered over his next actions. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the needles surrounding the wood spirit nascent flew into his sleeve. As a result, the wood spirit nascent remained inside the wooden box, still entirely unconscious. Having already decided what to do, he formed a strange incantation gesture with his hands and struck the wood spirit nascent with a spell seal. The wood spirit nascent floated from the jade box and reached the height of Han Li's head. It then sat cross-legged across from Han Li, who shut his eyes and gave a command. An azure light shined from the top of his head, manifesting his nascent soul once more. This time, the nascent soul did not appear as happy as it was before. Instead, its expression was taut and solemn. It raised its head to glance at the wood spirit nascent floating across from it. Its figure then blurred as it approached the wood spirit nascent that sat cross-legged. The wood spirit nascent was only 2 inches tall, an inch shorter than Han Li's nascent soul. When the two stood side by side, they appeared at odds. But at that moment, Han Li's nascent soul began to utter a cryptic incantation before shooting a ball of azure spirit essence directly onto the face of the wood spirit nascent. The spirit nascent's expression stirred and it slowly opened its eyes. However, its expression was dull and its eyes were lifeless as if it were a puppet. Han Li's nascent soul appeared as if it were facing a great enemy. It quickly formed incantation gestures and glared at the wood spirit nascent with wide eyes. In that moment, 2 beams of azure light shot out of the nascent soul's eyes and directly entered the eyes of the wood spirit nascent across from it. Suddenly, the 2 figures shook and the wood spirit nascent screamed in pain before dropping from the sky and rolling on the floor as if suffering from immense pain. At that same moment, Han Li's nascent soul floated in the air and also wore a pained expression on its face, but it was still able to forcefully retain control. The painful screams from within the room intermittently appeared throughout the entire day before eventually disappearing. 2 days later, Han Li walked out from the room with a tired face, but a trace of excitement was betrayed from his eyes. In the past, he was scared of the potential backlash from invading the wood spirit nascent's consciousness. As a result, he didn't immediately cast the techniques to establish a second nascent soul, and instead used the soul fade technique from the profound Yin arts and the fading needles to weaken the wood spirit nascent. After being weakened for such a long period of time, the wood spirit nascent's consciousness was now completely weakened. Under such circumstances, Han Li was able to easily erase the last trace of its consciousness with his immensely powerful spiritual sense. With the wood spirit nascent's consciousness erased, he poured a fragment of his spiritual sense into it and used the secret technique to assimilate the nascent soul as his own. Although it was said that there was a danger of backlash during assimilation, Han Li had a powerful grasp over his spiritual sense and wasn't likely to suffer a problem in this regard. And if something did happen, he would only have to abandon the fragment of his spiritual sense at most. Given how powerful his spiritual sense was, the loss wouldn't cause him much harm. As for the duration of the assimilation process, it would take anywhere from 3 to 8 years, or 10 if he were unlucky. Han Li didn't believe that the second nascent soul would be usable during his time in Devilfall Valley in the first place, so he wasn't worried about the delay. After leaving the sealed room, Han Li rested for a day and went to purchase some tool refinement materials from the market city. Afterwards, he stayed in the tool refinement room for half a month, crafting a dozen variously sized silver stakes. He then brought them to the mountain next to the swamp where the snowcloud foxes dwelled. When Han Li arrived at the stone room at the center of the mountain, he stared at the cadaver demon laying on the stone platform. Although he had expected this, he still felt some relief. He took out a jade box from his storage pouch that was sealed with a golden talisman, and then took out the silver stakes one by one as he watched the reclining cadaver demon. The cadaver demon didn't appear any different from when he last saw it. There was green fur on its body and it was completely bound in silver chains, not to mention that it still only had a single arm. Han Li took the time to carefully examine the entire stone room once through. After recognizing that it was exactly the same as he had left it, he felt at ease and tossed a jade box onto the floor. He then slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and summoned a streak of black light before him. The weeping soul beast had just appeared in its miniature foot-tall form. As soon as the beast appeared, it immediately saw the cadaver demon lying down on the stone platform and began to howl. Before Han Li even gave a command, its entire body glowed in black light and it expanded. Fortunately, the beast knew the area was narrow and only grew to a height of 3 meters, but it still stared at the cadaver demon with excitement nevertheless. Han Li frowned at this, but while he sank into thought, the weeping soul beast soon calmed down and crouched on the ground in an obedient manner. When Han Li saw the back of the weeping soul beast, a baffled expression appeared on his face. The image of the blood ghost on the back of the weeping soul beast was far clearer than before. The ghostly image even began to protrude from its back as if it were alive, much to Han Li's excitement. It seemed that the last 2 feasts for the weeping soul beast were almost enough for it to undergo another strange transformation. A trace of anticipation accompanied Han Li's surprise, but now was not the time to closely examine the weeping soul beast. The only reason he had released it right now was to protect against any surprises from the cadaver demon. Han Li slapped his storage pouch and summoned an antique jade stick into his hand with a flash of yellow light. Han Li glanced at the jade stick with a raised brow. The item was a hair ornament that he had acquired from the black-robed youth's corpse after searching through his consciousness. The ornament contained over 10 different methods for refining corpses. These methods were something the Yin-sifting sect had acquired after stealthily fighting for them with other sections. As for this specific Yin-sifting sect elder, he turned out to be particularly knowledgeable about the methods for refining corpses. These dozen corpse refinement methods were all things that came from his own understanding. There were even some alterations that he had made that increased the might of a refined corpse. However, it was a pity that he had never shared these methods with his fellow sect members. He had always wished to refine a few top-grade corpses to run amok with, but he had never found any suitable corpses to refine. One of the methods he recorded mentioned the sovereign devil corpse, a top-grade corpse the black-robed youth had always wanted to refine. This method required a ferocious corpse that possessed an intelligence of its own as an ingredient. After erasing the consciousness of the corpse, one would use many kinds of secret techniques to refine it, hopefully turning it into a sovereign devil corpse. Naturally, the resulting power would be even greater than that of other intelligent corpses. According to what was recorded, it was one of the most optimal methods for refining the cadaver demon. Once refined, the ferocity of this naturally formed corpse would become even stronger. As a result, Han Li immediately thought of the cadaver demon once he read through this technique. This was a prime opportunity that he couldn't let slip by. But before Han Li could refine it, he needed to erase the cadaver demon's consciousness just like with the wood spirit nascent. As a result, he had taken out the jade box that contained the cadaver demon's primal soul. Han Li looked at the silver stakes in front of him and waved at them, causing the stakes to float into the air. Then, with an incantation, they began to glow with a faintly silver light. Next, he rolled his hands together, summoning several arcs of golden lightning from between his palms. Thunder roared with the appearance of the astonishing golden light. Han Li then expressionlessly raised his hands, shooting out over 10 fine arcs of lightning, striking each of the dozen stakes. As golden and silver light intertwined, the stakes trembled. When Han Li saw this, his expression sank before uttering the word, "Go!" and striking the stakes with a spell seal. All of the stakes immediately shot out as streaks of silver, quickly surrounding the cadaver demon on the platform. They were all aimed at the vital points and limbs of its body, in preparation to strike. With all of this done, Han Li took a deep breath and looked at the jade box in front of him that was still sealed with a golden talisman. He then opened his mouth and azure light shot, engulfing the jade box. The golden talisman trembled several times and eventually floated off the surface of the box. Whoosh! The jade box immediately flew 10 meters forward as if it was struck. Han Li's pupils contracted as he watched, his lips tightly closed. A dense green fog suddenly roiled out from the box and a wild laughter sounded from it. "I am finally freed. Who was the fool that released me? Since you've freed me, I'll be consuming your flesh." A nascent soul cultivator. The green mist condensed to form a woman's face, exactly the same as Silvermoon's human form apart from the fearsome green light glowing from her eyes. She appeared stunned upon seeing Han Li. Han Li was also surprised to see such a familiar face, but soon all emotion disappeared from his face. The transformation of Silvermoon's demon fox body had been something that the cadaver demon originally created, so this appearance was to be expected from the primal soul of the cadaver demon. The green ghost face was stunned for a moment before coldly laughing. She opened her mouth and blew out strong winds. The ghost face soon grew 3 meters tall, and it charged towards Han Li in an attempt to enter his body. However, Han Li had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful the cadaver demon had been when it was alive, Han Li had no fear of it since it was now just a primal soul that had been trapped for many years. As he watched all of this happen, a cold glint flickered in his eye. Without receiving an order, the weeping soul beast snorted and shot out a mist of yellow light. The light swept past half of the ghost face and immediately prevented it from moving. "What's this?" In a display of quick wits, the ghost face felt that something was amiss and struggled to break free. But unfortunately for it, the weeping soul beast's ability was specialized in restraining souls. Not only was the ghost face unable to escape, it was also slowly being absorbed by the mist of yellow light. The ghost face was now filled with fear, but in a display of decisiveness, the green mist violently swayed and split off the portion of it that was trapped in the yellow mist of light. It then took advantage of this opening to roil and form a smaller ghost face. At the same time, it hastily turned around and shot towards the cadaver demon at the center of the stone platform. Knowing that Han Li couldn't be trifled with, it planned to return to its original body and then tear Han Li apart. Han Li smirked upon seeing this. He calmly pointed to the 10 or so stakes revolving around the cadaver demon, and they fell upon it as quick as lightning the moment the ghost face entered the cadaver demon's body. With gusts of wind, the cadaver demon suddenly found all of its vitals and limbs had been struck by the silver stakes. Although its limbs were incredibly hard and hadn't been harmed by the silver stakes, the golden lightning from the stakes attacked without compromise, instantly forming a golden net around the cadaver demon. Suddenly, a fishy scent filled the air from the direction of the cadaver demon's body. Just as the cadaver demon's primal soul had entered its body, the stakes had actually knocked it back out. Green ghost mist then surrounded the body where a large and a small ghost face could be faintly seen inside the mist. The two ghost faces were doing their utmost to enter the body of the cadaver demon's body. However, the golden arcs of lightning sparking off the silver stakes warded them off, each strike resulting in a pained scream. As expected, there was a fragment of consciousness hidden inside the body. It seems these preparations wasn't done in vain. Han Li appeared delighted at the sight of this. With his last trace of worry now resolved, he promptly commanded the weeping soul beast. It instantly snorted, puffing out two mists of golden lights towards the ghost faces, both far brighter than the one from before. The two ghost faces weren't as lucky as they were before. When the mists of yellow light swept over, the two ghost faces released cold screams before being swept into the weeping soul beast's mouth. The weeping soul beast swallowed several times and pounded its chest with excitement while appearing quite satisfied. Han Li smiled at the sight of this and returned his gaze to the silver stakes. He then walked towards the cadaver demon's body. When Han Li arrived at the stone platform, he looked at the silver chains surrounding the cadaver demon. Then, after a moment of thought, he flicked his finger and chopped at them with a golden sword streak. With a loud ring, the silver chains remained unharmed. Han Li appeared to have anticipated this and spat a small golden sword from his mouth. With a hand-seal command, the small sword glowed with brilliant light and silently streaked past the chain. With a brittle clang and a flash of golden light, a rice-sized hole appeared through the chain. Han Li's expression stirred. Although he knew that the silver chain was extraordinarily strong for it to be able to restrain the cadaver demon, it was still greatly surprising that the auric essence-infused bamboo cloudswarm swords were only able to harm it to this degree. During his amazement, Han Li continued casting incantation seals from his hands and ordered the flying sword to continue striking the same location on the chain. Only after a long while was the silver chains eventually severed by Han Li. He then curiously beckoned to the two pieces of cut silver chain, and it marvelously slid off the cadaver demon's body as if it were a snake and flew into Han Li's hand. After stroking the silver chains in his hands, he discovered that its surface was exceptionally smooth and was densely covered in small talisman characters. They were so small that they could barely be seen by the human eye. Han Li's expression stirred, shock appearing in his eyes. Such tiny talisman characters weren't something that could be created in the current cultivation world in the heavenly south. That meant this chain was an extremely rare ancient treasure. With that thought, silver light flashed from his hands and the cut pieces of silver chain were withdrawn into his storage pouch. When he had the time later, he planned on seeing whether or not he could restore the chain and test their might. With the silver chain gone, he lowered his head to look down at the cadaver demon's sinister body. His expression grew sullen and he flicked his fingers, piercing several parts of the cadaver demon's body with azure threads. Han Li then began to examine it, revealing an expression of satisfaction afterwards. Apart from the missing arm, the cadaver demon was ideal for a refined corpse. Not only was its body incredibly formidable to the point where common magic treasure couldn't harm it in the slightest, but just a small amount of the corpse fire and poison that it produced could immediately kill a cultivator. But when he looked at the cadaver demon's destroyed arm, a thought appeared in Han Li's mind. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a swarm of black-tainted gold devouring beetles. They loudly buzzed as they circled around his head before he raised his hand and struck them with a spell seal. Then, with a mental command, the beetles condensed around the corpse demon's missing arm. A moment later, a new black, silver, and gold arm appeared in the gap. Apart from the color contrasting with the green fur on the rest of its body, it appeared exactly the same as its other arm. Han Li smiled, revealing a trace of satisfaction. In the following moments, he took out several formation flags and formation discs and arranged them in a profound spell formation. After spending 2 months at the center of the mountain, Han Li returned to his cave residence. His face was extremely pale, as if he had exhausted much of his vitality. After Silvermoon greeted him, he wordlessly secluded himself in a hidden room and didn't mention anything about the cadaver demon. After a month, the large door opened once more and Han Li calmly walked out from the room. Standing guard outside his room, Silvermoon respectfully said, "Master, the 6-winged frost centipedes have already begun to hatch in the insect room." Han Li smiled upon hearing her and said, "Let's go and have a look then." Soon after, he quickly made his way to the insect room with Silvermoon following him in an elegant motion. Han Li opened the restrictions guarding the way to the insect room and clearly saw what laid within. The newly hatched 6-winged frost centipedes were larger than the first generation, and the glacial chi they breathed was far stronger than before. Although it wasn't comparable to the celestial ice flames, it would still be fatal to cultivators at the core formation stage. Of course, when fused into the purple apex flames, they became far more deadly. The eggs of the 6-winged frost centipedes shined with black light at the center of the insect room. They were fist-sized and surrounded by 3-meter-wide chunks of ice. The ice chi pervading the room clearly originated from these eggs. Han Li swept his gaze across the room. The huge centipedes seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads, snarling in the direction of the stone door as if they felt threatened. With a changed expression, Han Li glanced down at the insect eggs and closely examined them. After counting the number of eggs, Han Li nodded and said, "There are 24 eggs, enough to use. Silvermoon, call for my in-name disciple to come over and tell her she can take her centipedes." "Yes, I will send the voice transmission talisman." Silvermoon agreed and took out a talisman. After whispering a few words into it, she tossed it into the air and it flew off in a streak of red light. Finished with the centipede eggs, Han Li turned his attention to the gold-devouring beetles in the next room. Because the green liquid had been prioritized for the 6-winged frost centipedes, Han Li hadn't paid much attention to his specifically selected gold-devouring beetles. There were no changes to the beetles in the room. They were still concentrated in a huge golden ball, suspended on a spirit tree that Han Li had specifically planted there. Although he had anticipated this, Han Li still frowned at the sight. When those flying beetles evolved once more, they could be considered fully mature. Even with the acceleration from the rainbow skirt grass, the long process of their evolution was nearly unbearable. Han Li hadn't thought that in a mere several tens of years, the gold-devouring beetles would finally reach the last stage of maturation. Han Li withdrew his gaze from the insect room and asked, "Silvermoon, how is the profound goddess palm? It's been several months. That should be enough to tell if it can be saved." Silvermoon replied with hesitation, "It's hard to say. It would be better if Master took a look personally." "What could be hard to say?" Han Li appeared puzzled, but after a moment of thought, he ordered Silvermoon to take him to the medicine garden. A trace of astonishment appeared in Han Li's eyes when he saw the stalkroot of the profound goddess palm. Its original faint yellow color was turning green, but it was still bare and small, without any hint of emerging buds. How can this be? Is the plant alive or dead? Contrary to what he saw, Han Li didn't sense any aura of life from it. Silvermoon sighed and slowly said, "This was what I wished to tell Master. The profound goddess palm's root was watered several times by the green liquid without any change. It was only after using both the myriad-year spirit milk combined with the wine nectar that I was able to change its color. I originally believed it was brought back to life, but apart from the change in color, it's exactly the same. The green liquid also had no effect on it. As a result, I was left with my hands tied. It's unknown whether the profound goddess palm root is actually alive or dead." Looking at the profound goddess palm root, Han Li indifferently said, "Since it reacted, there is still a chance of reviving it. We simply need to find another method, but now is not the time to continue experimenting with it. We'll have to settle our affairs in the far west first. It is about time for us to leave." "We're going now?" Silvermoon asked. Hanli firmly replied, "We're leaving tomorrow. In a moment, I am going to bid farewell to Senior Marshal Brother Chung. Afterwards, I will seal my cave residence and take the most important items. The Far West shouldn't have any formidable high-grade cultivators, so it shouldn't prove very dangerous, just time-consuming. Also, we must make it back within 3 years, or we'll miss the prime window to enter Devilfall Valley." Silvermoon nodded after he finished speaking. Soon, the two left the medicine garden. As Hanli left to see his senior martial brother Chung, Silvermoon was left behind in the cave residence to put it in order for their departure the next day. The next morning, Hanli brought Silvermoon out of the cave residence to discover there was a beautiful woman of graceful stature waiting outside for Hanli. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What is it? Didn't I give you enough medicine pills to last you for several years of peaceful cultivation?" Mu Peeling lowered her head and whispered, "My lord, after some thought, I've decided it may be better for me to go on this journey with you since my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As your concubine, serving my lord is only natural. Will you bring me?" Her beautiful appearance was capable of arousing a feeling of great adoration. When Hanli heard her, he gave her an appraising look and pondered to himself for a moment. As Silvermoon stood behind him, her eyes wandered and she mysteriously smiled. Not long after, Hanli nodded and said, "Since you wish to go, then so be it. On the way, I can give you some guidance on cultivation. The sooner you can reach core formation stage, the better it will be for me." "Many thanks, my lord." Mu Peeling was overjoyed upon hearing this and wore an expression of excitement. When Hanli saw this, he smiled and flung his sleeve, releasing the wind-riding chariot in a streak of white light. When Silvermoon saw the carriage, she giggled and entered Hanli's sleeve in a blur. When Mu Peeling saw this, her jaw dropped in shock. Hanli paid this no mind and calmly said, "I'll talk to you about Silvermoon on the way. Let's head out first." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling quickly restored her calm and made her way toward the carriage with lithe steps. Just as she stepped inside, Hanli entered the carriage in an azure blur. He formed a hand incantation and a layer of white light suddenly covered the flying carriage. Then, with a clear ring, the wind-riding chariot streaked across the sky and disappeared from sight. Not long after, some information began to spread in the Drifting Cloud sect that their elder Han had suffered a slight loss in vitality as a result of a confrontation with a devil cultivator, and would be secluding himself for several years to restore his cultivation. When the two other sects in the Dream Cloud Mountains heard this, they sent several people to inquire about the state of Han Li's injuries, but Elder Chang didn't give them a concrete answer. The cultivators that were friends of the Drifting Cloud sect were also denied an answer over the matter. Thus, news that the newly famous Elder Han of the Drifting Cloud sect had sustained heavy injuries quickly spread throughout the state of Xi and through the sects of neighboring countries. The cultivators of these sects didn't suspect this news in the slightest. After all, the last devil cultivator that injured him was an elder of the Gene Empire's Sifting sect that W rumored to be at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that killing him would result in a large loss in vitality. But even so, Han Li quickly became viewed as a vastly powerful cultivator who stood on par with eccentric Heavenvenge. Likewise, the fame of the Drifting Cloud sect rose rapidly alongside him, and there were few sects that didn't begin trying to befriend the sect. There were even a few vagrant cultivators with profound cultivation that came to the Dream Cloud Mountains to enter the Drifting Cloud sect. In a short amount of time, the Drifting Cloud sect gained a faint standing of the top sect in the state of Xi. Many Drifting Cloud sect disciples grew excited about their mysterious Elder Han, and he rose to be their most well-regarded idol for a time. The heavenly South Continent state of Dongyu is one of the few rare countries that didn't belong to any of the continent's 4 superpowers. This wasn't because the country was too small or that it was lacking in resources. Rather, the country's size and wealth of cultivation resources placed it among the top 10 countries in the heavenly south. The reason why the state of Dongyu was unaffiliated with any of the 4 superpowers was due to its location. Apart from the 9 Nations Union who was too far away, the country shared a close border at the center of the 3 other superpowers. As for the country's cultivator sects, their histories and affiliations were varied as well. There were righteous and devil Dao sects as well as a few small leisurely sections. But most important of all were the native sects that couldn't be suppressed by any other power. They became the deciding factor that prevented the state of Dongyu from being influenced by the other superpowers. None of the three neighboring superpowers wished to relinquish control of the country, and they continuously conducted their own maneuvers, both covert and open, but to little effect. In the end, there was only a vague agreement between the three superpowers that they would not interfere with the country and had the state of Dongyu become a neutral territory. Of course, the various native sects of the country had secretly received backing from the three superpowers, forcibly maintaining a balance of power. This led to various cultivators gathering in this neutral country, causing it to flourish for some time. In the state of Dongyu's northern Chang province, there was a depression that took up 2/3 of its land. The majority of the depression was covered in dense forest, and there was an unbroken mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers at its center, known as the Myriad Link Mountain Range by the locals. No one truly knew if the mountain range consisted of 10,000 mountains, but it still had an abundance of demon beasts and rare medicines. However, no cultivators dare to rashly enter the mountains. The Myriad Link Mountain Range was known by a far more sinister name in the heavenly South cultivation world, the Devilfall Domain. And somewhere hidden in the mountain range lay the most dangerous area in the heavenly South, Devilfall Valley. Ever since Devilfall Valley came into existence, countless vastly powerful cultivators entered the valley in search of treasure. But the veil of mystery and death that surrounded it over the years prevented anyone from treading too closely. Of course, its fearsome reputation alone hadn't stopped cultivators from extracting the mountain's resources. That was due to the miasma that would occasionally sweep across the mountains and seal it off for years at the time, perhaps as a result of Devilfall Valley's influence. Not only was the miasma incredibly toxic, but it was also as thick as something produced by a spell formation and would cover the mountains in complete darkness. It was impossible to tell direction once inside. Even if one could make it past the miasma, it was impossible to catch any demon beasts or pick any herbs. All one could do was stare at the mountains with envy or go to the few areas where the miasma was most thin. But every 50 years or so, the miasma around the mountains would disappear and the spatial tiers surrounding Devilfall Valley became more stable and sparse. During this time period, treasure hunters from all over the heavenly south would gather for this year-long opening to seek riches. With such a large mountain range, only a small portion of cultivators were able to reap the treasures despite how abundant the demon beasts and spirit medicines may be. Despite this, there would be thousands of cultivators that came during each opening. Furthermore, there were a few merchants being backed by various clan powers nearby the mountain. They would create several temporary market cities in the area, prospering from the medicines and spirit beasts acquired within the mountains. Recently, the miasma around the Devilfall Domain had already begun to grow thin and would soon disappear. It would be at least several more months before the miasma disappears, but there were several times more cultivators there than during the previous opening. Furthermore, a large number of high-grade cultivators had appeared amongst them, startling the local cultivator sects and clans. The local powers hastily restricted their disciples from rashly going out and sent men to investigate the cause of it. As a result, they were stunned by what they found. On the top of some nameless hill on the border of the Chang province, there was a core formation male-female pair that were standing side by side. The man was wearing dark blue robes and appeared to be 30 years of age with a scholarly appearance. The woman wore palace robes and her body was ample, but her face appeared unremarkable. The couple appeared to be calm, but a trace of anxiousness was betrayed by their flickering eyes, exposing their true emotions. After a moment, a silver light flickered from a distance, followed by the appearance of a silver streak shooting towards them. When the pair saw the streak of light, they appeared overjoyed. The silver streak arrived above the small mountain and flew a circle around them before revealing an embroidered-robed, scholarly man around the age of 40. When the woman saw the scholarly man, she smiled and said, "Big brother, you've finally arrived. How did it go? Did you manage to receive the command medallion to enter the valley?" "Hehe, I've managed to acquire it right on time." The scholarly man smiled and raised his hand as two streaks of azure light shot towards them. The man and the woman quickly reached out their hands to receive the two bronze command medallions. They were both carved with the word Devilfall in red on one side, and with the same word written in gold on the other. There were traces of spiritual chi emitted from the talisman. The woman immediately revealed a face of excitement, but the man frowned and appeared pensive. The woman excitedly said, "This is great! With the Devilfall medallion, we'll be able to enter the valley in search of treasure. If we are able to find even a few spiritual medicines from the age of antiquity, we may find the opportunity to condense a nascent soul." Standing at the woman's side, the blue-clothed man sighed and said, "Such a small pendant is actually worth over 30,000 spirit stones. They actually dare to sell it at that price." The 3 command medallions had cost them over 100,000 spirit stones. It took the entirety of the wealth they had gathered over several hundred years to obtain them. It was only natural for him to feel a bit of heartache over the matter. The scholarly man helplessly said, "Second brother, don't feel too bad about it. If it weren't for the friendship we forged with them and the lacking manpower of their sect, we definitely wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire these medallions from them. Being able to purchase even a single command medallion for 100,000 spirit stones is something that many would fight over. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect originally planned on pursuing the treasures of Devilfall Valley by themselves. Now that the other sects are pressuring them, they have no other option but to allow outsiders to join them on the treasure expedition. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have agreed to allow us to enter the valley even if we gave them 100,000 spirit stones." When the blue-clothed cultivator heard this, he wasn't able to say anything back. But when he looked at the command medallion in his hand, he worriedly asked, "However, can we trust the Ghost Spirit sect's method of entering the valley? I heard that the valley's opening has many spatial tiers. If one isn't careful, they wouldn't even leave any remains behind. There's also the news of the Ghost Spirit sect elder coming back from the valley alive. Does elder brother believe this to be true?" The scholarly man promptly responded, "Apart from the fact that the Ghost Spirit sect treats the entire heavenly South Cultivation world as an enemy, there should be no question over the matter. Furthermore, didn't we also hear that only the Ghost Spirit sect elder's nascent soul made it out of Devilfall Valley? It sounds reasonable since his body met its end in the valley itself." After listening to the scholarly man's explanation, he hesitantly said, "However, even if we can enter the valley, it's still extremely dangerous. Could it have been a mistake to buy these medallions to enter the valley?" The woman snorted and carelessly said, "With our talents, we've already reached the peak of our realm. If we don't have any chance encounters, we will definitely perish in 200 years. It is natural to take this opportunity when it presents itself to us. Also, I heard the spatial tiers on the outer areas of Devilfall Valley are far less dangerous than those inside the depths. So long as we are careful, it shouldn't pose too much danger." The scholarly man calmly said, "I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect had issued several hundred Devilfall medallions. Furthermore, most of them were dropped into the hands of various sects. It is even said that a few Mulan spell warriors are participating, and that the Ghost Spirit sect are sending several hundred cultivators into the valley. With so many people inside, what do we have to fear? Besides, if worst comes to worst, we can simply leave. But if we miss this opportunity, we will live the rest of our lives with regret." The woman at his side nodded at his words as if having deeply thought of the matter. Since Big Brother has said as such, this little brother will follow him into the valley. The blue-clothed man bitterly smiled and said nothing else. As this was happening, various other movements occurred throughout the Chong province. Half a year ago, rumors began to spread that the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired a method to enter Devilfall Valley and that they wished to conceal this information from other sects so they could monopolize the treasures of the valley. These rumors had caused a massive uproar throughout the continent. The various righteous Dao sects and heavenly Dao sects wishing to recuperate from their war with the Milan could no longer sit still, so they each sent men to the Ghost Spirit sect to ask over the matter. As for their fellow Devil Dao sects, they also sent men to verify the truth of the matter. The higher echelon of the Ghost Spirit sect was enraged by this, but after being held under such scrutiny and pressure, they were forced to admit the truth. After all, so long as someone carefully investigated the matter, traces of the truth would eventually be revealed. As a result, the other sects bluntly requested that they share the method to enter the valley, but the Ghost Spirit sect had refused to agree for as long as they could. In the end, they could only compromise and issue a few command medallions to enter the valley to various sects. So long as one possessed the medallion, the various sects would be able to send men together with the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators into the valley when the spatial tiers of Devilfall Valley stabilized. And naturally, each medallion came at a cost of spirit stones. Of course, in order to prevent any resentment from vagrant cultivators, they set aside over 100 medallions specifically for them and a fewer small sections. Now that the time was drawing near, the Chang province became incredibly lively. The vicinity of the myriad Link Mountains became filled with cultivators from other countries, all hoping to enter Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. Needless to mention, they were all the cautious sort as well. The city nearest to the Chang province was named Birchleaf City. It was thousands of kilometers from the myriad Link Mountains, but there were cultivators unwilling to sleep outside and they decided to sleep in the city instead. This had scared off the small sect originally occupying the city and made them flee back to the sect's mountain. Although there were many cultivators gathering there were many inns in the city as well. There were no problems for them finding accommodations. Among these inns was a somewhat mediocre one by the name of the Good Fortune Tavern. There were 2 groups of cultivators checked in there, with each one staying in a different wing of the courtyard. In one of the rooms, there were 3 people sitting around a wooden table and discussing something. These 3 were all young and beautiful female cultivators. They were Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, who Han Li had last seen at Skyfirst City, and the third woman was the white-robed woman surnamed Song. At the moment, Violet Spirit was concealing her true appearance under the guise of a common female cultivator with only a slight beauty. The 3 were softly discussing something with a serious expression. The walls around them glowed with white light as if under a restriction that prevented them from being eavesdropped on. Violet Spirit frowned and asked with a worried tone, "Big Sister Song, you still haven't received word from Brother Han? It won't be long before the miasma clears entirely. If Brother Han doesn't appear, we will miss the best time to enter Devilfall Valley." Cultivator Song smiled and said, "Little Sister Violet Spirit, you might not know this, but despite Marshal Senior Cheng's proclamation that Marshal Uncle Han had suffered injuries, I had learned in truth that he actually journeyed to the far west. Although I don't know what business he has there, the journey there and back should take a year at the very least. He won't be returning here in a hurry. Besides, there are still several months left. I've left behind the location for where to contact us back at the sect. Once he returns, he will immediately seek us out. We just have to hope that he arrives on time. It's not as if there are cultivators in the far west that can hold down Marshal Uncle Han Li." Reminded of the matter of the Umber Realm, Violet Spirit couldn't help but say, "That is hard to say. Even if fellow Taoist Han's cultivation is profound, there are matters that can't be resolved with a powerful cultivation." Then with a flicker of her eyes, she continued, "Big Sister Song, now that you've mentioned Marshal Uncle Han, it seems you now speak of Brother Han with great respect. When you spoke of him before, you didn't hold him in such high esteem." With that said, Violet Spirit wore a mysterious smile. Cultivator Song faintly blushed, but she soon regained her calm. "If little Violet Spirit is also capable of slaying a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, I would also hold you in high regard. Senior Marshal Uncle Han is now on par with the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South. As his junior, is it strange for me to speak of him with respect?" Violet Spirit giggled and said, "This is only natural. It came as shock to me when I heard of his accomplishments. 10 years ago, he was still only a core formation cultivator like us. But now, he possesses astonishing abilities worthy of our admiration. It is hard to believe. Had we known this earlier, it would have been better to force him to take little sister Mei as a concubine. That would have guaranteed little sister Mei Ning a stable path of cultivation." When Mei Ning heard this, she blushed, but she only snorted and said nothing else. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Han Li had given her the choice, but it was a pity she had hesitated. With Han Li being the giant figure he was now, she could no longer easily mention the matter. Mei Ning nearly became Martial Uncle Han's concubine? This is the first time I've heard of this. After a moment's pause, Cultivator Song smiled and turned to Violet Spirit. I've always believed there was some kind of relationship between little sister Violet Spirit and Martial Uncle Han. After all, your beauty is otherworldly. It is hard to believe that there is a man able to resist your charms. Violet Spirit snorted and said, had I known at the time that fellow Taoist Han would later possess such powerful abilities, I might have devoted myself to him. Had I become his Tao companion, my cultivation would be making far greater progress than now. She curled her lips to form a mysterious smile, hiding whether or not she was joking. This led to Cultivator Song feeling at a loss as to whether or not she should cry. After a moment's hesitation, Violet Spirit deliberately said, if Brother Han truly agrees to help us, we'll be able to smoothly acquire the Spirit Kindle fruit, given his vast abilities. Big Sister Song, are you certain that you will not be entering Devilfall Valley? Mei Ning also doesn't wish to go because of the sudden rise of cultivators entering the valley. With her cultivation, it will too difficult for her. With a moment of thought, Cultivator Song earnestly replied, I've put much thought into it, but I'm different from the two of you. Although I am only at the early core formation stage, I am only a step away from the next level. It isn't worth it for me to brave such great dangers. As for the treasures of the valley, I am not willing to exchange my life for them. I know my limits. Since Big Sister Song has already decided, I won't persuade you. In truth, if fellow Taoist Han doesn't arrive on time, I will not be heading into the valley alone. With so many high-grade cultivators coming along, the danger will be greatly increased and killing for treasures won't be an uncommon affair. If an early core formation cultivator like me were to enter, that's just asking for trouble. My mind isn't that muddled. Violet Spirit bitterly smiled and spoke with a dejected tone, leaving Mei Ning and Cultivator Song stunned. With a strange expression on her face, Cultivator Song muttered, I didn't expect for the ghost spirit sex plans to be leaked out. At the start, I believed that little sister Violet Spirit had leaked the information and planned to take advantage of the chaos. In a display of feigned anger, Violet Spirit bluntly said, take advantage of the chaos? How could I do that? Naturally, the fewer cultivators that enter the valley, the better. It is only under those circumstances that we are able to forcibly catch the ghost spirit sect off guard and pick the Spirit Kindle fruit. Suddenly, a familiar man's voice appeared outside the room. Oh? So it wasn't fellow Taoist Violet Spirit that spread the information? It seems to be the doing of someone else. Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han. Violet Spirit and Cultivator Song immediately recognized his voice and shouted out his name with pleasant surprise. Violet Spirit raised her hand and struck the door with a spell seal. In a flash of white light, the door slowly opened. There was a youth in his 20s standing there with his hands held behind his back, wearing half-worn-out clothes. He looked at the three women with a slight smile on his face. It was Han Li, who had returned from the far west after spending 2 years there. He was carrying a foot-long yellow bamboo tube behind his back that was slung there, as if he didn't have the mind to keep it in a storage pouch. After some careful examination, Han Li appeared somewhat different from before. His bearing and temperament seemed to have undergone a significant change. He appeared even more unwavering and collected so that it gave people an unfathomable impression. Without further thought, Cultivator Song hastily stepped forward and gave him a curtsy, respectfully saying, I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han, you've finally arrived. I was starting to think that something had occupied you, and you wouldn't be able to make it on time. As if flustered, Violet Spirit stood up with a trace of a blush on her face. It was unknown how long ago Han Li had arrived. Could it be that he had heard the entire conversation? When she recalled saying that she would have devoted herself to him, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment in spite of her quick wit and relaxed manner. Since I've made an agreement with you, it is only natural to come on time. Han Li smiled and took a deep look at her before calmly entering the room. Mei Ning bit her lip and gave Han Li a salute. He waved his hand and had her stop before taking an empty seat by the table. Violet Spirit quickly regained her calm and sat back down. As for Cultivator Song, she hesitated before sitting back down. Leaving the matter of Devilfall Valley for later, Violet Spirit asked, "Brother Han, when did you return to the heavenly south? Was your journey to the far west smooth?" She then re-examined him with an odd gaze. Han Li smiled and said, "I encountered a few small problems in the far west. Although they were resolved smoothly, it had taken up a bit of time. Else I would have returned half a year ago." Violet Spirit and Cultivator Song couldn't help but look at each other, curiosity filling their hearts. A small problem for the current Han Li couldn't have been a small matter. But so long as Han Li didn't want to talk about it, the two would not pursue the topic as a matter of shrewdness. "Earlier I heard that only Lady Violet Spirit wishes to enter Devilfall Valley." Han Li turned his gaze to the other two women and calmly asked, "Martial Niece Song, Mei Ning, have you already made up your minds over the matter? Since Martial Uncle already knows this, Martial Niece won't conceal it. After some thought and discussion, fellow Taoist Mei Ning and I both feel that this journey will be too dangerous, so it'd be better for us to not go. I don't wish to risk my life over saving 30 years of cultivation." And not long before, fellow Taoist Mei Ning acquired a medicine pill that will benefit her core formation. She also doesn't wish to put herself in danger. Devilfall Valley's title as the most dangerous area in the heavenly south isn't something to scoff at. And since the spirit kindle fruit is in the depths of the valley, the risk is even greater. Having heard Cultivator Song's careful words, Han Li nodded and didn't ask any further questions about the matter. It is good that Martial Niece Song and Lady Mei don't go. There are undoubtedly villains lurking in the myriad Link Mountains. Even if I enter Devilfall Valley, I may not return alive. Lady Violet Spirit, are you still set on entering the valley? Han Li asked with a casual tone. With a smile, Violet Spirit calmly said, "So long as Brother Han is willing to enter the valley, I am willing to brave the risk. I hold fellow Taoist Han in complete confidence." Han Li stared at Violet Spirit and said, "Since fellow Taoist Violet Spirit has said this, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But before we enter the valley, there are several matters I must first make clear." Violet Spirit replied without surprise, "This is as it should be. If Brother Han has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. First of all, I need to confirm whether or not the matter of the spirit kindle fruit is true." Han Li's expression grew solemn. "I don't want to enter Devilfall Valley in high hopes only to discover that it didn't exist. I hope Lady Violet Spirit can confirm this for me." Violet Spirit was already prepared for Han Li's question, and she immediately fished out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li. "The spirit kindle fruit is real. The ghost spirit sect's nascent soul that managed to escape from Devilfall Valley by a fluke had spoken of its existence. Why else would a ghost spirit sect nascent soul elder strive their hardest to brave the danger of Devilfall Valley?" Han Li took the jade slip and submerged his spiritual sense into it and silently looked through it. A moment later, he withdrew his spiritual sense and expressionlessly returned the jade slip. Han Li frowned and hesitantly said, "According to what is said, the spirit kindle fruit does exist. However, it is located deep in the depths of Devilfall Valley, and its precise location is somewhat unclear. It will be difficult to find the spirit kindle fruit with this information alone." Violet Spirit explained as if in fear that Han Li would back down. Because the ghost spirit elder had accidentally stumbled across the spirit kindle fruit after manifesting his nascent soul, he couldn't remember its precise location. However, he also noted several notable facts about its location. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to find it. When Han Li recalled the details inside the jade slip, he pondered, weighing the potential risks and gains. A moment later, Han Li raised his head and calmly asked, "Even if we find the spirit kindle fruit, won't we need to refine it inside the valley because it would quickly lose its medicinal power? Has Lady Violet Spirit finished preparing the supplementary pill ingredients?" Violet Spirit was overjoyed at his response, but she promptly suppressed her excitement. With a bright expression, she said, The supplementary ingredients for the nature origin pill aren't easy to find, but I've managed to piece them together over the past few years. So long as we have the spirit kindle fruit and our luck doesn't take a turn for the worse, there shouldn't be a problem with refining the nature origin pills. Han Li's face turned grim and he emotionlessly said, "Since it shouldn't be difficult to find, I will make an attempt. But Lady Violet Spirit, you should know of the dangers of Devilfall Valley. I will make an effort to protect you inside. But be warned that if I encounter a danger that even I cannot withstand, you must be prepared to defend yourself. This is natural. If something truly happens to me, I will not hold it against Brother Han. Besides, I am quite confident in my ability to survive." Violet Spirit replied without any hesitation, the soft lines of her face replaced with staunch resolution. Han Li's expression relaxed as these words were much to his satisfaction. "Can you three fellow Taoists inquire on how the Ghost Spirit sect will be entering the valley? When I arrived, I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect are issuing Devilfall medallions to restrict the number of people that can enter the valley. It seems strange. Under such circumstances, there is no difference whether a few hundred or a few thousand cultivators enter the valley. Yet there seems to be a limitation on how many people may enter. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely capitalize on this opportunity, as they're selling each Devilfall medallion for several tens of thousands of spirit stones." After a moment of surprise, Violet Spirit smiled and said, "As expected, Brother Han is quite discerning. You've just about guessed the truth. Although Mei Ning and I haven't managed to acquire the specifics of the method to enter the valley, we've faintly discovered from our source, that Ghost Spirit sect disciple. The method of entry requires the power of many Ghost Spirit sect disciples, as well as a large quantity of spirit stones to enter to valley at a specific time. It does seem that the number of people that can enter the valley is limited. Regardless of the method to enter the valley, our Drifting Cloud sect has been given 3 Devilfall medallions and I acquired one when I had returned to the sect. There should be no problem entering the valley for me, but the depths are a different matter. I have no certainty of making it out safely. I believe that the majority of cultivators will be staying on the outer reaches of the valley and search for their treasure there. Only nascent soul cultivators would dare to enter the depths. Naturally, there will be core formation cultivators that will wish to fight one another, but there shouldn't be too many. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit shouldn't experience too many dangers in the outer valley and should be able to handle herself there. As for when we enter the inner valley, Han Li's eyes flickered and he continued speaking to her through voice transmissions. When Cultivator Song and Mei Ning saw this, they showed no dissatisfaction. Given the immense danger, it was only expected for them to be more careful. When Han Li finished speaking, Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It is all as Brother Han says. Then I will see you again inside Devilfall Valley." "Ah yes, Marshal Nisong. I've heard from the sect disciples that Senior Marshal Brother Chang has already arrived. Do you know where he is?" Cultivator Song paused before hastily responding, "I do not know. Marshal Senior Chang had arrived here with a group of his close friends. I haven't seen him yet. So it was like that. It seems Senior Marshal Brother Chang wishes to enter the valley before he reaches the end of his lifespan." Han Li muttered as if speaking to himself. After a moment of silence, Han Li frowned and asked, "I've also heard that the Milan will be entering Devilfall Valley as well. Is this true? Do you have any information on this?" As if feeling a slight headache over the matter, Cultivator Song could only helplessly respond, "We've also heard rumors of this, but the matter is unclear. We don't know if it is true." Han Li stroked his chin and remained silent. A moment later, his expression faintly changed and he bid them farewell. As a result, the 3 women in the room looked at each other with dismay. What's going on? Why was Brother Han in such a hurry to leave? Violet Spirit's eyes flickered with bewilderment. Mei Ning frowned, appearing slightly disappointed. "I don't know, but it seems Senior Han has other business to attend to." Cultivator Song glanced at the room's door and muttered to herself for a moment. At that moment, Han Li was walking down a remote street in a calm and methodical manner. But in truth, he was harshly scolding someone in his mind. "Were you trying to scare me out of my mind? An aged voice carelessly replied within Han Li's mind. I was merely thinking that girl named Violet Spirit was deathly beautiful. Stirring a few of your thoughts is only natural. Han Li snorted and angrily continued. Don't tell me you forgot how you affected the emotions of my second nascent soul when you used the 7 passions art on it? You can feel whatever you wish, but don't involve me. After all, my second nascent soul is linked with my consciousness. Besides, Violet Spirit's current appearance isn't anything special. You've yet to see her true appearance. And your concubine in the past, Ruyun, was said to be a beauty peerless in this world. How can a woman with an appearance like that drive you out of control? You aren't trying to trick me, are you? I originally thought to use the 7 passions art in order to deal with your primal soul, but who could have thought that a trifling early nascent soul cultivator possessed a second nascent soul and was able to resist calamity? How else would I have met my end here? Although the 7 passions art cannot control a cultivator's consciousness, it can still control their emotions. Likewise, it can reduce one's will to live in a fight and one's resolution to kill. As for the girl, although she is using some sort of secret technique to hide her true face, I am able to see through it with my spiritual sense. The old man's voice slowed near the end as if somewhat resentful. Even if your 7 passions art was more powerful, you will have little luck in leading me astray from my objectives. Although I do share some sensation with my second nascent soul, your 7 passions art won't prove to be anything more than a minor hindrance. However, I completely didn't expect that the core founder of the Thousand Bamboo School and the creator of the Great Development Technique, the monarch of soul divergence, had survived until now by possessing a puppet. Were it not for your inconceivably powerful spiritual sense and your complete knowledge of the Great Development Technique, I wouldn't have believed it. But regardless, if you casually stir my emotions over a female cultivator again, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Li's tone turned harsh at the end. The old man snorted and disdainfully said, Youngster Han, you should know that even with the assistance of the soul nurturing my soul would last only several tens of years more before it disappears. Were if not for the fact that I had mostly finished my final puppet, I would have gladly passed on and reincarnated. After spending countless years inside a sensationless puppet, I felt I've lived long enough. And if you hadn't seen a woman for as long as I had, you'd be the same as well. When Han Li heard him, he rubbed his nose and felt his head deeply ache. The true body of the old eccentric was actually hidden in the tube behind his back. Were it not for his agreement to teach Han Li the final 3 layers of the Great Development Technique and his willingness to impart several powerful puppet designs onto him that had never been published, Han Li would have dealt with him with several methods and exterminated him. But most annoying of all was the old eccentric's unfathomably powerful spiritual sense. Even as he was currently, his soul-searching techniques still had no effect on the defenseless eccentric. Rather, the old eccentric was nearly given the opportunity to control Han Li's soul, scaring Han Li away from using such a method again. When faced against the monarch of soul divergence, an eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Han Li found himself feeling completely powerless. Han Li paused for a moment and asked, Old eccentric, when you possessed the puppet body, you didn't think about moving your primal soul out of it? It shouldn't be difficult with your abilities. You think the soul attachment technique is so simple to use? In the past, during my lifetime of great genius, I had divided my attention to too many things. Not only did I create the secret technique to strengthen one's spiritual sense, but I also founded the Thousand Bamboo School and researched the long-extinct puppet methods of the Heavenly South. These matters consumed a majority of my lifespan, not to mention that I had also cultivated during this time. Eventually, I reached late nascent soul stage and I ran amok in the region without match. You ran amok in the region and were without match? Han Li wore an odd expression on his face. What, you think I'm just running my mouth? When my cultivation reached great heights, I had challenged renowned cultivators, but I had always kept a low profile about my successes. As a result, my name didn't spread and only a few peak cultivators knew of my reputation. Not to mention other lands, the number 1 cultivators of the Heavenly South Righteous and Devil Dao at the time had both been beaten into submission by my hand. They were even willing to hand the Far West over to me and relinquish their forces over it. Do you truly believe that the heavenly south cultivators would stay away otherwise? Even if the far west was lacking even more resources than it was now and only had enough land for 2 countries, it is still enough to support many sections. The monarch of soul divergence spoke with a prideful tone. The far west was something you fought for? Han Li asked. The old man continued with an even greater air of pride. Not only that, but I forced the 2 leading figures of the righteous and devil Tao to swear a venomous oath. Within 10,000 years, their disciples and ancestors are not to tread into the far west. For someone of their stature to be driven as such. The corner of Han Li's mouth curled from disbelief. If they were unwilling, I would have clearly exterminated their disciples and descendants. Do you believe me to be the soft-hearted sort? If they wished to surround me with numbers, my 1,000 puppets would prove to be a fair fight. However, it is surprising that neither the devil or the righteous Tao haven't invaded the far west until now. Could it be that they are still obeying their ancestors' orders until now? The monarch of soul divergence seemed somewhat baffled. Han Li grew silent. The old eccentric wasn't simply talking big. Even if he were exaggerating about the past, the 1,000 puppets that the 1,000 bamboo sect possessed weren't something to take lightly, even if they were only at foundation establishment stage. As for the righteous and devil Tao's oaths to prevent them from conquering the far west, there was also the matter that the distance to the far west was too great, the resources too sparse, and the disinterest as well. Han Li didn't bother to think too much about it, as if it had little relation to him. As he thought about this, he heard the old man sigh. Just as I finished this and believed I stood at the peak of the cultivation world, I discovered I'd made a fatal error. My lifespan had fallen short and my cultivation had halted at late nascent soul stage. Although my aptitude and abilities were amazing, I only had a mere 200 years of time left, not nearly enough for me to break through to the deity transformation stage. If I hadn't been distracted with puppet arts from the very start and created my own designs, I believe I would have had a very real chance of entering the deity transformation stage and ascended to the spirit realm. Instead, I was trapped inside of a puppet body for over 10,000 years, leaving me terror-stricken the entire time. The monarch of great divergence spoke with a sullen voice as if he were dejected. When Han Li heard that, he pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. He even felt a tinge of envy. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to form a core or condense a nascent soul. As for this old man, he spoke of entering the deity transformation stage as if it weren't a difficult matter in the least. If his words were true, then he was a heaven-defying existence, a cultivation genius that was seen only once in 10,000 years. After seeing that I no longer had any hope to enter deity transformation stage, I was unwilling to helplessly wait for my death to approach. It is said that the soul is immortal and that it reincarnates into another life. But is that still me if I don't have any memories from that lifetime? I would be an entirely different person. In the next world, I may simply be an ordinary commoner lacking spirit roots. The chances of becoming a cultivator are extremely small. With this fear in my heart, I spent my remaining 200 years of life toiling to create a way to extend my life or to retain my memories after reincarnation. As a result, I failed many times only to discover the soul attachment technique by using the Great Development Technique as its base. It was a secret technique that hadn't been discovered before. With that said, the old man coldly laughed. Han Li mysteriously smiled and said, "You abandoned a majority of your cultivation only to put your consciousness into a puppet. As a result, you became a living corpse for about 10,000 years. Don't you understand? I didn't have any time and could only complete the soul attachment technique halfway through. Regardless, I used it due to a lack of a better choice and I ended up as I am today. After attaching myself to this puppet, I didn't think that my cultivation would disappear and I was only barely able to use my spiritual sense. Manifesting my nascent soul was out of the question. As for the secret room I was located in, it was guarded with fearsome spell formations and over 100 puppet guards. Without a body or magic power, I wouldn't be able to control the puppets even if I managed to break the restrictions. Because I feared retaliation from my enemies, I hadn't told anyone about the secret room, and my disciples were only at core formation stage and were without the ability to find me, leaving me stuck there for 10,000 years. Were if not for my puppet body and the many spirit stones I stored in that secret room, I would have long since perished. Near the end, the old man's voice turned ice-cold. Han Li frowned and became pensive. But soon, his expression grew lax and he asked, "Old eccentric, why are you so talkative today? When I asked you about the past before, you were always indifferent and lazy, but now you are speaking in such great detail." The old man snorted and angrily said, "Who said that I wasn't going to tell you? Since you've cultivated the great development technique, you can be considered some kind of a disciple. Also, if you hadn't found the secret room at the Thousand Bamboo School so quickly, my soul would have soon scattered. After all, the soul attachment technique isn't a true method to extend one's life. Even if the puppet body managed to last 10,000 years, my soul would have burned out since it had lacked the nourishment from a true body for so long. I didn't expect that you would be so clever as to notice that my body was different from the other puppets and would rush to strike me first. You even nearly killed me. I was the one who rushed to strike? Were it not for you launching a sneak attack on me with your rubbish Seven Passions art, I would have left you alone despite sensing there was something different about you. As a result, you formed a codependent bond with my second nascent soul and couldn't further act out of fear of repercussion. It is true that you are able to drive my second nascent soul mad with the Seven Passions art, but likewise, I can have my main nascent soul use the assimilation technique to remove your existence from the second nascent soul. How could I have known that a young eccentric such as yourself was able to condense a second nascent soul? You should know that I could only use my spiritual sense at the time as I wasn't able to use any magic power. Also, I only attacked you out of self-preservation." Feeling that he had done no wrong, the old man instead spoke with a righteous tone. At that moment, Han Li grew silent and no longer wished to continue the conversation. After a moment's pause, the old man said with a self-mocking tone, "All right, let's drop the conversation for now. I didn't expect that you'd have a treasure made of soul-nurturing wood. Else I would have perished after a year at most even if I had taken a hold of you. This is indeed a silver lining." Han Li came to a sudden stop and calmly said, "I only allowed you to use the soul-nurturing wood because you agreed to teach me the last 3 layers of the great development technique, not to mention my interest in your puppet designs. After all, you had spent the last 10,000 years sealed inside that secret room researching puppet designs. Since I've cultivated your great development technique, I cannot allow those puppet designs to go to waste. This is simply a matter of business between us." The old man roared with laughter from the back of Han Li's mind. "Youngster Han, you are becoming more pleasant to me by the moment. In the past, I also held deception in disdain. Were it not for the fact your aptitude is too poor and you are incapable of cultivating my art, I would have taken you in as a disciple and imparted my knowledge to you." Han Li paused and blinked for a moment before wearing a slight smile. "I actually have many techniques right now, but while my spirit is willing, my talents are lacking. Even if you gave me a cultivation art that was 100 times better than what I have now, I could not divert the attention to cultivate them. However, I am quite interested in your secret techniques." The old man carelessly said, "Secret techniques? You're going to be disappointed. My secret techniques are all tied to my main cultivation art. If you do not cultivate it, you will be incapable of using any of my secret techniques." Han Li grew somewhat disappointed, but he changed the topic and said, "Then let's leave the matter be. I am already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the great development technique and acquire the puppet designs. My trip did not end up being a waste. However, I am confused about why you didn't impart the true last 3 layers of the technique to your disciples, and instead gave them false but seemingly true incantations." The old man clicked his tongue and said, "My disciples? In the past hundreds of years, not a single one of them were able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and take on my legacy. If I gave them the true final 3 layers of the great development technique, it would only be inviting disaster upon them. As a matter of fact, while you aren't a disciple of the Thousand Bamboo School, you were able to acquire the first layers of the great development technique. It seems my reasoning actually held true." Han Li's gaze flickered and he indifferently said, "The great development technique wasn't something that I fought for over in the far west. It was something that was delivered to me. The monarch of soul divergence casually replied, "Relax. The current Thousand Bamboo School is no longer being controlled by the lineage of my personal disciples. Even if you truly robbed it, I wouldn't mind. So long as it doesn't influence our agreement, you may think as you wish." Then with a hesitant expression, Hanli said, "However, I must ask you if you are truly incapable of dissolving the soul seal curse. It's not impossible, but it isn't something that I can do given the limitations of my lifespan. Otherwise, no curse, no matter how wondrous it may be, cannot be seen through by me." The old man replied with a ton of disdain. Although Hanli had anticipated his answer, he still felt his heart weighed down with immense disappointment. With a neutral expression on his face, Hanli replied, "All right, since you are unable to dissolve the curse, I can only make the journey to Devil Fall Valley." After an unexpected moment of silence, the old man said, "Youngster Han, entering Devil Fall Valley is not a wise decision. I had once planned to enter there when my lifespan was nearing its end, but that changed once I discovered the soul attachment technique. However, I had done my due research. Do you truly believe that you'll be able to safely leave the valley just because one or two fools manage to occasionally return alive? Not mentioning the ancient restrictions present, but the spatial tiers are unimaginably fearsome. They would occasionally." The old man's words trailed off and eventually came to a stop. Han Li's heart stirred and he asked, "They would what?" "The spatial tiers would occasionally open pathways to other worlds and release demonic and devilish monsters. If you come across any of them, you had better hope for the best." "Open the way to other worlds? What does that mean?" Han Li asked in alarm. "In addition to the spirit realm, the immoral realm, and the underworld, there are other worlds?" The old man calmly explained. "In the past, I had acquired an ancient book. It happened to mention a few matters relating to other worlds. The immortal realm has no connection to our mortal world. The spirit realm and the underworld are both worlds on a higher plane than ours, but they aren't easily passed through. They are filled with vicious demons and ghosts, but it is impossible for them to arrive in our world of their own volition. They are most similar to the elder devils of our world from the age of antiquity. If they have the opportunity to cross over into our world, they will take it with certainty. There are even a few elder devils that are named. If they send even a few doppelgangers into our realm, they will prove incredibly fearsome. As of current, you will not be able to handle them in the slightest." "Elder devils? I've never heard of them before." Han Li spoke with an expression of astonishment. "It's hard to say what they're like. They aren't like us humans or the demon beasts. They also take on a myriad of forms. During times of antiquity, it was said that there was once a path between the realm of elder devils and our world. As a result, these elder devils wreaked havoc in the human world. As a result, the ancient cultivators battled against them for countless years. Eventually, the cultivators were able to kill them one by using numbers to our advantage. However, the injuries and casualties in the war were said to be innumerable, leading to the extinction of many ancient techniques and spirit beasts. It had much to do with the decline of ancient cultivators. The monarch of soul divergence spoke with a solemn tone. "The ancient cultivators warred with these elder devils?" Han Li's expression vastly changed. From the miraculous techniques and treasure they left behind, Han Li knew how formidable the ancient cultivators were. From the old eccentric's tone, the ancient devils seemed to be an entire level above the ancient cultivators, much to Han Li's shock. Not only that, but a few Devil Dao cultivators who cultivated ancient devil arts later established themselves after discovering the existence of the Elder Devil realm. They established techniques that were similar to the abilities of Elder Devils and even used secret techniques to part the boundaries of the world so that they could use the devilish chi of the named Elder Devils, greatly increasing their abilities. While these devil techniques are admittedly powerful, when cultivated to their pinnacle, the user doesn't ascend to the spirit realm. Instead, they are sent to the Elder Devil realm and become one of their members. Of course, this is only something from legend and hasn't been verified. However, there are many devil cultivators that covet this ferocious power and brave the dangers of cultivating these devil arts. After all, entering the Elder Devil realm is something that can only occur when one reaches the deity transformation stage. There is no need for most cultivators to even consider it. Of course, the odds of Devilfall Valley's spatial tiers opening a path to another world is very small. It is possible you'll make it through just fine, and that this was only a groundless fear. Han Li suddenly recalled the several instances of demonic transformation arts he had seen in the past, as well as a few odd silhouettes. He felt his blood run cold, feeling that the old man's words held true. After solemnly pondering for a long while, Han Li puzzlingly asked, if an elder devil could truly pass through a spatial tear in Devilfall Valley, why wasn't the heavenly south thrown into chaos in the past? The old man coldly laughed and said, what do you mean? The spatial tiers aren't true pathways to another world. Only a few incarnations or lower-grade devils are able to pass through. But because their cultivation isn't great enough, they aren't able to withstand the restrictions of our realm and stay here for too long. But before they return, they will have more than enough time to torture the cultivators entering Devilfall Valley. So it was only restricted to lower-grade devils, and they are only able to stay for a short time. Han Li's stern expression relaxed and he sighed with relief. It appeared to be the same circumstances as when the Mulan used the ancient lantern to summon their sacred bird. Youngster Han, don't be so happy so soon. Although it is only speculation, the elder devils that truly appear in the valley may be weaker for them to make it through the spatial tiers. But their abilities and techniques are incredibly strange. Even if a human cultivator were to match them in cultivation, they would be certain to die. Han Li tensely frowned and let out a long sigh. He emotionlessly asked, how does Senior know this without entering the valley? Could it be you're just trying to scare me away? While I haven't entered the valley, several good friends of mine had entered. Their luck had failed them as soon as they entered the valley. They had encountered an elder devil, leaving only one of them alive to tell the tale. They were the same as me, vastly powerful cultivators who held little fame. As a result, few in the heavenly south knew of them. That's enough talk out of me today. If you still wish to enter Devilfall Valley, you had best be prepared to fend for yourself. Here is the 5th layer incantation for the Great Development Technique and 2 core formation puppet designs, a portion of the reward that was previously agreed upon. As soon as that was said, a white jade slip flew out from the bamboo tube and it spun around his head once and then directly fell in Han Li's grasp. I had believed that Senior had forgotten. Although Han Li was still pondering about the elder devils, he revealed an expression of delight upon seeing this. He grabbed the jade slip and quickly sank his spiritual sense into it. I must now nurture my soul. It is fortunate that the Heaven Fortune cask still has my puppet designs. If you have no further business, don't bother me. After lazily speaking these words, the old man's voice came to a sudden stop. After Han Li finished looking through the jade slip, he turned around to look at the bamboo tube he carried on his back with a wavering expression. He knew the old man was still concealing something, but he couldn't do anything about it. As for the Heaven Fortune cask, that was the name of the bamboo tube that Han Li carried on his back. While the bamboo tube was completely unremarkable, it was a true spatial treasure and concealed the puppet body of the monarch of soul divergence. Otherwise, Han Li would have kept it in his storage pouch instead of carrying it on his back. A long while later, Han Li put away the jade slip and glanced around before looking towards the sky. He then shot off the ground in an azure streak and directly flew out of the city. By this time the sky was already dark. Han Li stopped above a forest near the city and descended near a huge tree. There seemed to be something vaguely close to it. It was a giant head that had disheveled hair. If a mortal were to see it, they would immediately flee from fear. But if one were to closely look at it, they would discover that its entire body was buried in the earth. The head had long green-black hair with its face concealed behind the mass of hair. When Han Li approached it, the green giant sensed something and began to stir, opening its ghastly green eyes. When it clearly saw Han Li, the light from its eyes immediately disappeared and it wore an expression of obedience. Han Li smiled and took several steps towards it before circling around it with interest. Not bad, it's already begun to nurture a simple consciousness. It seems I'll be able to put it to good use in Devilfall Valley. Han Li muttered to himself with a happy tone. Soon after, Han Li placed down several restrictions in the surrounding area before sitting down cross-legged. He didn't immediately meditate, instead deciding to grab his storage pouch and fiddle with a yellow medallion, engraved with the words, Heaven Peak Sect. As Han Li squinted at it, his eyes glistened in the darkness. After spending the night in the forest, Han Li withdrew the Sovereign Devil Corpse and made his way to the Myriad Link Mountains. Before he sought out Violet Spirit and the others the day before, he hadn't discovered traces of the Heaven Peak Sect disciples. As a result, he continued to hold onto the medallion that the Heaven Peak Elder had given him, but hadn't had a chance to use it. It was also out of the question to seek out Marquis Nanlong. It seemed the Heaven Peak Sect had either found another area of residence or that they hadn't even arrived yet. Han Li wasn't worried about this and instead prepared a temporary place to stay nearby the mountains and refine a few core formations stage puppets in the downtime. With the yin-yang rings in his possession, he reckoned Marquis Nanlong would take the initiative to seek him out. As of current, Han Li faintly realized that the Great North Essence Light wasn't something that existed outside of the entrance to the valley. Most of it appeared at the entrance of the valley. Were this not the case, the Ghost Spirit Sect wouldn't have the ability to take several hundreds of cultivators simultaneously into the valley, regardless of how skilled they may be. As these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, he flew in a streak of azure light and calmly went forward. With his speed, he was able to fly tens of kilometers away after only a short moment. Less than half a day later, he arrived near the Myriad Link Mountains. He had heard that there were several market cities that had recently opened nearby the Myriad Link Mountains and decided to pay a visit to them along the way and collect a few materials for refining puppets. Additionally, Han Li had acquired quite a few rare materials after the war with the Milan in exchange for their ancient heritage lantern that he had seized during the battle. Those materials were nearly priceless and would allow Han Li to craft an amazing quantity of high-grade puppets. As such, he would only be purchasing a few basic puppet materials while inside the city. As for the materials needed to refine the ancient nascent soul stage puppets, the Thousand Bamboo School in the far west had managed to gather 3 of the materials, but they were still missing a material known as the Blood Phoenix wood. The material was a rarely seen peak-grade tool refining material. Although it wasn't as nearly difficult to acquire as the auric essence, it was also impossible to find in markets. One would only be able to come across it as a matter of luck. Fortunately, Han Li had already ordered the Drifting Cloud sect to be on the lookout for the appearance of such a material. If they acquired any information, they were to directly notify him. It would only be a matter of time before he acquired it, but not before he entered Devilfall Valley. Suddenly, Han Li's expression stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Not far away from him, there was a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations and flickers of light, where a few cultivators were having a fierce battle. Han Li frowned but didn't pay it much heed. As of current, the area was swarming with all sorts of characters and it wouldn't be rare for enemies to occasionally encounter one another. With Han Li's cultivation, he approached them from a kilometer away. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still fighting, oblivious to his presence. There were 4 men and 1 woman, battling against each other in 2 parties. Han Li swept his gaze past them only to discover that they were all core formation cultivators at the mid and early stages. However, hostilities between the sides were great. Not only were magic treasures soaring through the skies, but various talismans also ruptured around them. However, the party of 3 with the woman were being completely suppressed by the other 2 cultivators. However, it wasn't due to a more profound cultivation. It was because of the several hundred huge moths that they surrounded the opposing 3 cultivators with. These frightening moths were the size of a palm and their wings emitted a poisonous rainbow powder. As a result, the 3 cultivators had to use a majority of their energy toward keeping themselves free from it. And under the additional assault of the 2 cultivators' magic treasures, the 3 found it difficult to endure. While the 3 cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage, the battle was far from over. Apart from the poisonous moths and the silver brush and golden scroll magic treasures that the scholarly man wielded, Han Li found the battle to be little of note given their cultivation. Although he didn't know what sects these cultivators belonged to, Han Li had little interest in being involved with other people's affairs. Just as he thought to fly away, he suddenly spotted an emblem of Yellow Maple Valley from the robes of the scholarly man. Yellow Maple Valley? Hanli glanced at the scholar's face with surprise. As Hanli paused, the battle quickly shifted in favor of the two cultivators controlling the moths. When Hanli decided to approach, the two cultivators hastily spread out their spiritual sense in alarm and their expressions vastly changed. The pair of cultivators hastily withdrew their magic treasures, but they had their poisonous moths continue to tangle with the three other cultivators. They flew distantly to the side and saluted Hanli. May we know the senior that has graced us with his presence? We are disciples from the Controlling Spirit Sect. The Controlling Spirit Sect? You two are devil cultivators. When Hanli heard this, he ceased flying and vanished the light he was flying in, revealing his true form. You are the Drifting Cloud Sect's Senior Han. The taller of the two cultivators immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. Hanli shot a glance at him and indifferently asked, "You recognize me?" The Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators grew restless, but they maintained a respectful appearance, and one of them replied, "When Senior fought in the border battle, I witnessed Senior Han's vast abilities. That is good. Although I don't want to interfere with the affairs of juniors, I have some kind of a relationship with Yellow Maple Valley. Put away those spirit insects and abandon the battle for today." Hanli spoke resolutely with a glint shining in his eye. When they heard Hanli, they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. "What? Do you two fellow Taoists feel that this is difficult to do?" Hanli's expression grew sullen, and his tone turned harsh. The taller of the cultivators felt his heart drop upon seeing Hanli's change in expression, and he inwardly cursed. Since Hanli had decided to involve himself, they had no leeway. He hurriedly replied, "Since it is Senior's orders, we will naturally obey." He meaningfully glanced at the other cultivator, and the two grasped their hands in an incantation gesture. After hastily casting a spell seal to the swarm of moths, they summoned their spirit beast pouches into the air. In an instant, the moths surrounding the three opposing cultivators scattered and they darted into the storage pouches. The three cultivators had already seen Hanli, but they were unable to clearly hear the conversation the other two had with him due to being assaulted by the moths. But now that they were unfathomably released from the moths, they knew it had something to do with Hanli. In their delight, they exchanged a glance with one another and hastily flew towards him. At that moment, the two Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators felt unwilling to further stay. One of them carefully said, "Would Senior have any other commands for us? We will follow them as best we can." Hanli guessed their intentions and waved his hand. "There is nothing else. You two may leave. Then we will both take our leave." When the two heard him, they hastily bowed and immediately set off in streaks of green light. At that moment, the other three cultivators flew over. Seeing that the Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators had left, the three glanced at each other in astonishment. Their leader, the middle-aged green-robed scholarly man, stepped forward and saluted Hanli. He wore a respectful expression and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. I cannot thank you enough. May I know Senior's name?" The scholarly man was surprised to see how young Hanli appeared, but he felt as if his appearance was somewhat familiar. Instead of answering, Hanli expressionlessly asked, "You are cultivators from Yellow Maple Valley?" "Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Chun Chaotian. These are my sworn siblings, disciples of the Saber Transformation Doc." "Is Senior acquainted with martial ancestor Linghu?" When he saw that Hanli had assisted them despite not belonging to the Sixth Sex of You, he realized that this nascent soul senior should have a relationship with their martial ancestor Linghu. "Chun Chaotian? You're a member of the Chun clan." A strange expression appeared on Hanli's face. The scholarly man revealed a stunned expression. "Senior knows of my clan?" Hanli grew silent and began to closely examine the scholarly man, much to the unease of the three core formation cultivators. Hanli sighed and slowly said, "The Chun clan is one of the three great clans of Yellow Maple Valley. How could I not know of it? What is your relationship with Chun Chaotian?" "Senior recognizes my younger sister?" the scholarly man asked in alarm. Chun Xiaoqian is your little sister? Although Han Li had guessed this was the case, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. As for the scholarly man, he was at a complete loss as to what relationship this expert had with his little sister. Han Li's expression wavered for a moment before he slowly asked, "Is she doing well?" With an odd expression, Chun Xiaotian replied, "My little sister was unable to form a core and died over 100 years ago from an illness. She's dead." Han Li couldn't help but mutter this as her lovely appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly recalled the last time they had seen on their trip to the mountains, where she bared her feelings to him. He stood in place for a time as if at a complete loss. Seeing that Han Li had remained silent with an odd expression on his face, Chun Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, "Senior knows my little sister?" Forcefully suppressing the sadness in his heart, he calmly replied, "Of course I know her. When I last saw your little sister, she said she was going to marry. But that was before the invasion of the Devil Dao. I don't know whether or not the marriage went through." After a moment of hesitation, Chun Xiaotian said, "My little sister was supposed to marry that year, but the clan she was supposed to marry into switched sides to the Devil Dao. Naturally, we couldn't allow the marriage with Xiaoqian to go through. Afterwards, my little sister became taciturn and showed little interest in men, remaining alone for the rest of her life." Han Li suddenly recalled a rumor that had spread throughout the sect, and his expression unconsciously changed. "She didn't marry?" An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he wordlessly looked to the sky for a moment. After a long while, Han Li lowered his head and said, "From your expression, it seems you should know who I am, so I won't speak further of myself. The righteous and Devil Dao have currently gathered together here. Since you plan on entering Devilfall Valley, you had best fend for yourselves." Once Han Li said this, he paid no further attention to the three and tore through the skies in a streak of azure light. The three core formation cultivators respectfully remained silent as Han Li quickly disappeared from sight. A while later, the woman couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother, why did that senior help us? Does he have a relationship to your Chun clan?" Glancing in the direction that Han Li disappeared, he bewilderedly said, "Relationship? Our Chun clan isn't worthy of having a relationship with that senior. If I guess correctly, you should also know of his esteemed name. In the past, he originated from my Yellow Maple Valley and escaped unscathed from the hands of a Mulan divine sage. In the battle at the border, he defeated the Mulan sacred bird and executed the Jin Empire's sifting sect elder. Surely you should know of his name? But from what he said, he seemed to be close to my deceased sister. How baffling." The woman was greatly shocked and shouted in alarm, "What? It was that legendary figure? He looks as young as expected. From what my seniors said, this person was once a member of our six sects of you. It is inconceivable that his abilities are as magnificent as they are now." Chun Xiaodan sighed and said, "That's right. When he entered Yellow Maple Valley, I had just reached Foundation establishment. Later, he entered the Trial of Blood and Fire at the same time as me and my little sister. From then on, things spiraled beyond the scope of imagination, and he is now in existence on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." The third cultivator, the blue-clothed man, curiously asked, "I heard that Marshal Senior Ling Hu had implored this person to return to the sect, but he was unwilling. Is this true?" After a moment of hesitation, Chun Xiaotian vaguely said, "I'm not too sure about this. It is possible, though." Despite their sworn brotherhood, he was unwilling to mention the matter further. Fortunately, the other two cultivators dropped the matter. The blue-clothed man changed the topic and said, "We were quite lucky this time around. Elder brother had just recently refined his golden book and silver brush magic tools and was able to block most of the moth's poisonous powder. Senior Han managed to interrupt the situation, and we were able to escape calamity without harm. If elder brother had fully refined the golden book, surely we would have nothing to fear from the Yun brothers." The female cultivator eagerly said, "That's true. I have previously heard that the Chun clan had the golden book and silver brush inheritance magic tools, but I didn't think that there was also a refinement method for a magic treasure. Didn't elder brother use a flying sword before?" Chun Xiaotian happily explained. The golden books and silver brushes that our Chun clan disciples use are mere counterfeits of the magic treasure. Although I had wished to refine these magic treasures from the start, I never had the materials as I was only able to gather together the materials to refine a flying sword. Fortunately, I was able to gather enough materials over the past few years to refine these magic treasures. I had hoped to use them in Devil Fall Valley. But soon, he paused and continued, enough. Regardless of what it is said, it is better for us to be careful, as Senior Han has said. Cultivators that dare to enter Devil Fall Valley are by no means ordinary. It'll be better if we accompany our fellow martial brothers from the 6 sects of you. The two nodded. Elder brother's words are reasonable. Good. We'll do as elder brother has suggested. The 3 cultivators then took off, leaving any further discussion for later. A distance away, Han Li felt his heart in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed the grief he felt for Chan Xiaoqian and buried it in the deepest depths of his heart before forcing himself to continue on his way. For hours later, he caught sight of the myriad Link Mountains as well as the thinning miasma that surrounded it. The verdant forests and towering peaks could all be vaguely seen. The mountains on the edge couldn't be said to be huge, only wide. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ridge spread to either side as a continuous black line. Han Li slowed down when he arrived nearby and took a look at his surroundings. It was quiet and had no other traces of cultivators. With an indifferent expression, he flew a bit further and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he spread out his immense spiritual sense and quickly searched a 50 kilometers perimeter around him. A short moment later, he frowned and opened his eyes. Then, with an indifferent expression, he shot through the skies towards a certain destination. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he arrived at a small mountain. There was an old cultivator accompanied by a youth who were sitting cross-legged across from each other and were chatting. At that moment, an azure light flashed above their hands to reveal Han Li standing in the air. The two were frightened by his sudden appearance, and they hastily stood up. The old man managed to preserve his calm, but the youth wore a face of alarm. Han Li swept his sights past the two and saw that their cultivations weren't very high. The old man was at the mid-foundation establishment stage while the youth was only at the 6th layer of qi condensation. It was unknown what they were doing so near the myriad Link Mountains when their cultivations were so low. At that moment, the old man used his spiritual sense to glance at Han Li only to discover that his cultivation was at an unfathomable realm. With alarm in his heart, he was just about to perform a deep bow as Han Li's cold words echoed through the air. There is no need to be alarmed. Can you point me in the direction of the nearest market city? That is all you need to do. Han Li's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. When the old man heard this, he quickly replied in a respectful manner, "Head west about 200 kilometers. There is a newly opened market city that Senior may take a look at." Head west 200 kilometers? I got it. Then, with a flash of azure light, Han Li disappeared without a trace. The old man watched with amazement as the azure streak disappeared and turned into a speck of light across the sky and disappeared. The old man and the youth remained dumbstruck by the sight. About 200 kilometers west, there was an extremely crude temporary market city that had been created with stone formation techniques. There were very few cultivators wandering within. Han Li didn't pay this any mind and purchased a large number of materials from the stores before flying off towards the mountain range. He walked over 5 kilometers deep into the mountain range as the miasma suddenly grew thicker. Soon, he arrived on top of a small, unremarkable mountain. It was easy work for Han Li to open a new cave residence. With over 10 flying swords cutting about, a small and simple residence was carved out of the mountain after only a short moment. After looking at the results, Han Li nodded with satisfaction and promptly placed 2 simple spell formations around it before entering the cave residence. He first released Silvermoon and had her cultivate within the cave. He then released the Sovereign Devil Corpse and buried it in a dark room. Afterward, Han Li brought a large number of materials with him in a hidden room. He sat at the center of the hidden room and took out the jade slip that the Monarch of Soul Divergence had given him before looking through the two core formation puppet refinement methods that it contained. These two types of puppets were the same size as the Foundation Establishment Grade 8 puppets that he had previously created, and they each had their own merits and drawbacks. One of the puppets had the shape of a huge tortoise with a dense and rough exterior that could withstand over 3 blows from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, it attacked by spitting out balls of lightning flame, an attack on the level of a mid-core formation cultivator. However, its sole flaw was that it was incredibly slow and clumsy. If a cultivator were to attack it from close range, it would become an immobile target that wouldn't be able to defend itself. The other puppet design was that of a tiger, and the tortoise's exact opposite. This puppet didn't have any long-range attacks, and its only defense was its swift and light movements. It had crystal claws that were 6 inches long and capable of easily shredding through the protective barriers of a common core formation cultivator. It was completely dedicated to close-quarters combat. After looking through the puppet's characteristics, Han Li decided to refine a few puppets from both designs. As such, he would be able to better deal with any situations that Devilfall Valley may place him in. With that decided, Han Li immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip and committed the refinement methods to memory. Afterwards, Han Li spent 3 entire days inside the hidden room while he sat cross-legged and didn't move. But on the 4th day, Han Li's expression stirred, and he pursed his lips before withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip. He then pondered for a moment more, and with a flip of his hand, the jade slip disappeared in a flash of white light. He flung out the storage pouch at his waist and countless tool refinement materials appeared on the floor with a flicker of white light. Rare woods, metal essences, various colored gems, and jade boxes of all sizes. A short moment later, these items were all gathered together in a large pile in front of Han Li before he recalled the storage pouch back to his waist. Afterwards, he swept his gaze past the materials in the pile. His eyes dropped onto the jet-black ironwood, and with a deep breath, he pointed at it, summoning it towards him. The door to Han Li's hidden room wasn't opened for several months. During this time, Silvermoon took note of what happened on the outside, preventing Han Li from missing his opportunity for entering Devilfall Valley. With each passing day, the miasma grew thinner and the number of cultivators near the myriad Link Mountains grew. Additionally, a majority of them were gathering in a certain part of Birchleaf City as it was the closest city to Devilfall Valley. All of the various cultivators who acquired a Devilfall medallion were all present, and many of them had made a temporary cave residence nearby as they waited. The spell formation Han Li arranged outside of the cave residence wasn't a top-grade restriction. As such, there were many cultivators that had discovered Han Li's cave residence, and there were a few that even wished to pay him a visit. But regardless of the sound transmission talismans that had arrived at the restrictions outside his residence, none of them were given a reply. Although there were a few cultivators that weren't very pleased at the fact that the cave residence's master didn't wish to see any visitors, they were unable to do anything about it as they didn't know who the owner of the residence was. There was a risk of creating a formidable enemy. However, Han Li's behavior of refusing guests was the exception, not the norm. There were countless cultivators who arrived here, both proud and arrogant, but in the most dangerous area of the Heavenly South, they all felt the need to be careful. As a result, they either formed small groups of around 5 or joined together with their friends to enter Devilfall Valley. Although there wasn't much benefit in searching for treasures together with others, if anything dangerous occurred, they had better odds of survival than if they traveled alone. Under that mindset, even solitary and reclusive cultivators began to strive to make friends. During that time, the miasma was near the point of scattering, and Silvermoon was wondering whether or not it was time to call for Han Li to leave the hidden room. But before she could come to a decision, the door opened and Han Li calmly walked out. In the several months he was secluded, Han Li had refined over 30 puppets in succession, with the tortoise and tiger puppets equally divided in number. It was fortunate that Han Li had managed to acquire a large number of high-grade demon beast souls in his time in the scattered star seas. Even if he had an abundance of all his other materials, he wouldn't be able to craft anything without those powerful and rare souls. When the monarch of soul divergence saw Han Li readily taking out high-grade demon beast souls to refine personally researched puppet designs, he couldn't help but call Han Li a young monster. But he said nothing else after that outburst. When Han Li emerged, he still had enough materials to refine more puppets but reckoned that he didn't have enough time for more, and there wouldn't be a big difference with a few more puppets. Since Silvermoon had been giving Han Li reports during the time he was refining puppets, he only nodded towards her and said nothing else. He soon arrived at a dark room and watched the sovereign devil corpse and saw that everything was in order, much to his satisfaction. Then he withdrew the corpse and had Silvermoon enter his sleeve before emerging from his cave residence. Han Li immediately took off and arrived at the peak of the mountain of his cave residence. After sitting down cross-legged, he spread out his spiritual sense and slowly swept past the cave residences of the cultivators nearby. With his powerful spiritual sense, even early nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to detect Han Li's prying unless they were attentive. As a result, Han Li was able to sense everything within a radius of 50 kilometers with the exception of a few areas with particularly strong auras and restrictions. But a short moment later, Han Li opened his eyes and shook his head with a frown. He didn't find who he was looking for. With some thought, Han Li then glowed with light and flew towards the nearby market city. Given current circumstances, it should have gathered quite a profit by now. The market city nearest to Han Li's cave residence was opened by a large cultivator clan from the state of Dongyu. The clan had done this for ages and indifferently opened their market city despite the news of the treasure hunt in Devilfall Valley. As a result, business thrived due to the appearance of a large number of high-grade cultivators. There were even a few common cultivators that took advantage of the thin miasma and harvested the resources that were exposed, managing to reap a profit without any intention of entering Devilfall Valley. Inside a simple medicine shop in the market city, a white-clothed cultivator pair were pointing at a medicinal herb and talking about it with a shopkeeper. A short moment later, the three came to an agreement and the pair took out a pile of spirit stones, much to the delight of the shopkeeper. The two cultivators were the only ones walking on the street at that moment. The scholarly youth smiled to his female companion and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Yuan, our luck has turned out to be quite good. After spending only a short while in this market city, we managed to buy a gold spirit branch. You've been looking for this herb for a good while. You can start refining the breath refinement pill. This was because of the spirit stones that Senior Marshal Brother Bai lent me. Otherwise, I would have missed the chance." The white-clothed woman had a common appearance, but her eyes were bright and spirited, adding a bit of seductiveness to her charm. "Junior Marshal Sister's affairs are mine as well, so this small number of spirit stones is nothing." Although the white-clothed youth did feel a bit of heartache over the large purchase, he wore an expression of complete adoration towards the woman at his side. The white-clothed woman pursed her lips in a smile, but just as she thought to say something, a person suddenly appeared in their way. He immediately raised his hand and shot a yellow streak of light towards them. In his alarm, the white-clothed youth's hand flashed with white light, and he unconsciously caught the yellow streak of light in his hand before discovering that it was a shining yellow command medallion. The youth recognized the medallion and raised his head to look at Han Li in alarm. "The Heaven Peak Writ? Your Senior Han." This youth was the Heaven Peak disciple by Shujun, who had attempted to grab Han Li's attention in the past through Mu Peeling. After Han Li arrived at the market city, he had immediately found him with his spiritual sense and rejoiced. Through him, Han Li should be able to find his master, the Heaven Peak Sex Lu Weiing. However, Han Li didn't have a very good impression of this person and treated him without regard. Without a trace of politeness, he spoke in an oppressive tone. "I need to see your master. Lead me to him, fellow Taoist Bai." "Senior Han, you wish to see my master?" "I..." After closely inspecting the talisman in his hand, he respectfully replied, "Yes, I will bring you to him." Han Li was no longer a newly ascended early nascent soul cultivator. He was now an existence on par with the three great heavenly south cultivators. This had caused Bai Shujun to greatly regret his impudent actions from the past. Now that he had verified the command medallion, he promptly agreed in hopes of improving Senior Han's impression of him. As for the woman by his side, She examined Han Li with slight astonishment. With a flicker of her eyes, she remained silent. Under the guidance of Bai Shujun, the three left the market city and flew off toward the east. After flying for over a quarter-hour, Bai Shujun brought Han Li back to the Myriad Link Mountains. After heading in for a couple tens of kilometers, they arrived at a small mountain. Han Li's gaze swept past the mountain, observing that although the mountain was small, it was well hidden by the tall surrounding mountains. After activating the bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li revealed a pensive expression after penetrating the mountain rock. At that moment, Bai Shujun took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and tossed it into the air. It flew into the mountain stone in a streak of fiery light and created a series of ripples throughout the wall before disappearing from sight. Standing at Han Li's side, the youth eagerly offered Han Li an explanation. "This is my master's temporary residence. It is often concealed with the minor Shumi restriction. He gave his disciples orders that unless it was important, we were not to bother him. Even junior martial sister Lu cannot rashly pay him a visit during this time. However, since Senior Han has sought him out, it must be important. My master definitely won't scold me." When the woman heard the youth mention her, she snorted and wore an unhappy expression. But she remained silent in Han Li's presence. She had already guessed who Han Li was. As Lu Wei's descendant, she didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Han Li. Han Li glanced at the woman at his side and casually asked, "Oh, your surname is also Lu? Could you be fellow Taoist Lu's descendant?" The woman sweetly smiled and said, "Elder Lu is my great-uncle. However, I have heard of Senior's famous reputation for quite some time." Han Li weakly smiled back but said nothing further. Azure light flashed from the wall in front of them, suddenly opening a 6-meter-wide gate in the wall. A leisurely voice spoke from within. "Fellow Taoist Han, you've finally come. If you hadn't come, I would have had to personally go and find you. Please come in. I'm waiting for you in the main hall." Han Li smiled and wordlessly stepped inside. Bai Shujun and the woman surnamed Lu hesitated for a moment, but when they thought to enter, their master called out to them, "You two don't need to enter. I have a few things to discuss with fellow Taoist Han. You may head off and deal with your own matters." Although the two were somewhat shocked to hear his orders, they didn't dare to disobey and respectfully acknowledge him before flying off. Once Han Li entered the stone gates, the gates disappeared in a flash of azure light, restoring its original appearance as a stone wall. Just like how Han Li had created his own interim cave residence, the Heaven Peak Sect's Elder Lu's cave residence was the same. After Han Li walked through a 60-meter-long passageway, he arrived at the cave residence's main hall, a stone room that was over 20 meters wide. A gray-robed old man with a friendly face and a middle-aged man with a tall hat were both waiting for him. The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you've finally arrived. Brother Han has kept us waiting for quite a while. We've sent people to look for you for a month already. It's a pity that you were so well hidden. Since we couldn't find even a trace of you, we thought Brother Han had changed his mind." Marquis Nanlong bitterly smiled, but a trace of happiness could be seen from his face. "You also weren't easy to find, given how secretive your residence was." Han Li sighed and helplessly explained, "Not long before, I was sealed in seclusion for a time, so it was natural that you couldn't find me." Just as Han Li took a seat, Marquis Nanlong wore a strange expression and said, "Brother Han is as famous as the sun is bright. Not only did you display extraordinary skill in the battle at the border, but I heard you slew a mid-nascent soul elder from a Jin Empire devil sect. You must have spent quite a bit of effort to conceal your abilities." Unwilling to reveal the entire truth, Han Li shook his head and vaguely said, "It isn't as if Brother Nanlong hadn't seen my abilities before. If I truly possessed such incredible abilities, I wouldn't have had to flusteredly flee from the Mulan Plains. My current fame is only a matter of luck. Speaking of matters of luck, it's because of luck that I managed to appear before you today." When Elder Lu and Marquis Nanlong heard Han Li, they couldn't help but look at each other with doubt. With their spiritual sense, they were able to clearly sense that Han Li's cultivation was only at early nascent soul stage. Likewise, they knew that Han Li was unordinary, but the two still found it hard to believe that he was able to slay a devil cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. However, all the rumors about Han Li were widely spread and spoke of his amazing feats, much to the bewilderment of the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Marquis Nanlong dryly laughed and said with an ironic tone, Fellow Taoist Han is far too modest. To tell the truth, the greater your abilities, the better it will be when we enter Devilfall Valley. We look forward to witnessing the power of a cultivator on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." When Han Li heard this, he silently smiled and said nothing further, wishing to drop the matter. Elder Lu then spoke with a solemn voice. "Brother Han, since you've sought us out, it seems you've put some thought into our proposition. Are you willing to enter the valley with us and kill the ancient flame toad together?" Once the old man finished speaking, Marquis Nanlong also stared at Han Li with a solemn expression. "I don't wish to let go of such a golden opportunity, but there is something I have to ask before I come to a decision," Han Li answered with complete calm. "How will we divide the treasures we find amongst ancient cultivator remains? If the answer is acceptable, I will take the risk of accepting this journey." Although he was certain to enter Devilfall Valley one way or another, he wasn't about to reveal his intentions and allow them to negotiate the conditions. It was unknown how much the two had discussed the matter previously, as the old man promptly responded, "If we are able to smoothly acquire the treasures, how about we evenly divide them?" Han Li didn't immediately reply or reveal dissatisfaction. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment and replied, "This is fair. After all, without you two to guide the way, I also wouldn't be able to deeply enter into the valley or be able to find the ancient flame toad. However, I still have one more condition that I hope you two will agree to. Fellow Taoist Han, please state your condition." Elder Lu spoke without any hesitation. While Marquis Nanlong's face stirred, he stared at Han Li in silence. "I need the inner core of the ancient flame toad. It is useful to me." Han Li spoke of the matter with a casual tone, as if it were only something of little value. Elder Lu promptly agreed upon hearing him. "This will be no problem. We are relying on you to slay the beast. It is only proper for you to have its inner core." Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed after hearing Han Li's request. "That's right. Even if fellow Taoist hadn't mentioned it, we would have given the core to you anyway." Han Li smiled after hearing them and said, "Since you have both agreed, I won't push matters further and be too greedy. I agree to head into the valley alongside you two fellow Taoists. With fellow Taoist Han by our side, the treasure will be acquired very smoothly. We will be relying on you, Brother Han." Seeing that Han Li had agreed, Marquis Nanlong and Elder Lu couldn't contain their excitement and spoke in succession. Not at all carried away by their praise, Han Li smiled and said, "You both value me too greatly. I am well aware that you two will be the leaders in the valley and I will only be acting as support, considering my cultivation. Also, it will only be with our combined efforts that we'll be able to escape unscathed. This is natural. Since we sought out fellow Taoist Han to cooperate with us, we trust you greatly. If those treacherous villains from the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired the Yin Yang ring, I would have had to directly kill them." When Marquis Nanlong mentioned the Ghost Spirit sect, he gritted his teeth. It appeared that the damage he had suffered from his previous battle was truly frightening. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another glance at Marquis Nanlong. While he still appeared well, it was unknown how much of his vitality he had managed to recover. "Speaking of the Ghost Spirit sect, do you two fellow Taoists know about the method they are using to enter the valley? What is your take on it?" Han Li asked. Marquis Nanlong coldly chuckled and a strange expression appeared on his face. "What is there to say about it? We merely interfered with their plans to monopolize the treasures. With other cultivators entering the valley, not only will it conceal our tracks, but it will also prevent us from being surrounded by the Ghost Spirit sect." With slight surprise, Han Li said, "From what you've said, could it be that the both of you had deliberately leaked the information that the Ghost Spirit sect had a method to enter Devilfall Valley?" Marquis Nanlong's face then changed to a sullen expression. "We are indeed behind the matter. Before we journeyed to the Mulan Plains, I had known the Ghost Spirit sect was researching a method to enter Devilfall Valley. Since they have suddenly grown hostile with me, I will not be polite. Han Li didn't give his own thoughts on the situation and simply nodded, his mind wandering. As for Elder Lu, he frowned and slowly said, "However, I didn't expect that the Ghost Spirit sect would bluntly issue the Devilfall medallions and sell them to various sects in limited quantities. As a result, they guaranteed themselves to be the largest power entering the valley. I fear the Ghost Spirit sect plans on having these cultivators scout the way on their behalf. As a result, the valley's treasures will no longer be monopolized by them, but the danger will be vastly reduced as well." Stroking his chin, Han Li smiled and said, "There is no such thing as a perfect situation in this world. Your actions have caused us more benefits than harm. It is likely the Ghost Spirit sect's elders are gritting their teeth with resentment." With roused spirits, Marquis Nanlong said, "Fellow Taoist Han's words are correct. This has caused the Ghost Spirit sect to suffer for the time being. As for the rest of my hatred, I will have to settle accounts after I emerge from the valley." Afterwards, the three began to discuss the movements of the Ghost Spirit sect and chatted about the arrangements and details of entering Devilfall Valley. 7 days later, the miasma surrounding the myriad Link Mountains had nearly disappeared. The many cultivators that had remained hidden nearby suddenly appeared in great numbers and made their way towards Devilfall Valley one after another. There were also cultivators who possessed lower cultivation and those that were unwilling to enter, who were merely taking advantage of the weakened miasma to search for spirit beasts and medicines in the mountains. Devilfall Valley was located in the northwest area of the myriad Link Mountains, spanning an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the battle amongst ancient devil cultivators had caused the surrounding valley and sky to be layered with fearsome ancient restrictions. They were all incredibly difficult to deal with and overlapped in such a way that it formed an impenetrable barrier. The sole area that lacked these restrictions was the entrance to Devilfall Valley. It was 300 meters wide and narrowed as it went tens of kilometers within. This path was originally easy to pass through, but the effects of the ancient battles had ravaged the area, leaving it densely filled with spatial tiers. Glaring white light shined from some of the tiers while others were dim and completely invisible. The sizes of these tiers varied anywhere from a few inches to several tens of meters wide, allowing them to engulf several tens of men without problem. As for the small tiers, they were similarly incredibly deadly blades hanging in the air. Most terrible of all is that over time, these spatial tiers would wander, as well as open and disappear intermittently. There was no pattern to their appearance. Because of these fearsome spatial tiers, almost no cultivators had ever made it out of the valley alive, even bringing countless nascent soul eccentrics to their end. The reason for Devilfall Valley's reputation as the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South was mostly attributed to its spatial tiers. But this time would be different. According to the Ghost Spirit sect, one would be able to safely pass into the valley, creating a disturbance throughout the Heavenly South. Suddenly, cultivators began to eye the treasures with greed, and the several hundred Devilfall medallions were cleanly divided up eagerly. There were also a few cultivators that were unable to acquire a Devilfall medallion and could only gather around this area in hopes that they could somehow manage to sneak into the valley. Vines covered the small valley's surroundings as a ball of white light shot towards it. Within the white light, there was a beautiful green-robed woman sitting upright on top of a snow-white bird. In the blink of an eye, the bird arrived above the small valley and folded its wings, diving towards the dense vines below. The woman raised her hand and launched a spell seal down below, causing the scene to tremble with green light. The vines suddenly disappeared to reveal a green light barrier. The woman dismounted from the bird and vanished through the barrier with a flash of white light. The barrier disappeared to reveal 6 cultivators all clothed in green as well. They were sitting around a 5-pointed spell formation about 20 meters wide at the entrance of the small valley. With one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged at each of the spell formation's corners, it began to flicker with spirit light. The remaining cultivator was a long-bearded old man sitting at the center of the spell formation with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, there was a white light slowly descending onto them. A moment later, a green-robed woman appeared in front of the old man and saluted him as soon as she landed. The green-robed woman lowered her head in respect and said, "This disciple greets her martial senior. The miasma on the mountain range has completely disappeared. There are many cultivators that have already gathered in front of Devilfall Valley." The long-bearded old man twirled his beard and slowly asked, "Has the ghost spirit sect made an appearance yet?" After a moment of thought, the woman carefully replied, "Apart from a few, a majority of the ghost spirit sect have yet to take action." The long-bearded old man snorted and said, "Since the ghost spirit sect have yet to take action, we must not move hastily either. So long as we pay attention to their elders, we won't encounter any mishap. Marshal Nishan, continue monitoring their movements, and as soon as there is a change, immediately report back." "Yes, this disciple will set off." The green-robed woman accepted his orders without any opposition. After saluting the old man once more, she flew off on the spirit bird. The old man watched as the green-robed woman left until she disappeared, and his eyes brightly glinted as he momentarily sank into thought. The 5 cultivators sitting around the spell formation were completely unperturbed by the appearance of the woman surnamed Han. They all remained completely still as if they were made of wood. The long-bearded old man didn't find this out of the ordinary at all and closed his eyes once more. On the top of a lofty mountain, there was a middle-aged, gray-robed Taoist priest standing on top of a boulder. He was staring in the direction of Devilfall Valley with a squint as raging winds blew against him. The Taoist priest turned his head to look at 2 sinister puppets at his side with a trace of satisfaction. He muttered, "With these 2 nascent soul-level ancient puppets, I'll reap a great harvest from this journey to Devilfall Valley." With that said, the Taoist priest raised his arm and struck the puppets with a spell seal. In an instant, the puppets quickly shrunk and shot into his sleeve. Soon, the Taoist priest tore through the skies in the direction of Devilfall Valley as a streak of red light. In another corner of the sky, there were 3 streaks of light arranged in a row, flying towards Devilfall Valley. If Han Li were to see the trio, he would be greatly surprised as he would recognize 2 of them. One was a sallow-faced, yellow-robed old man, ancestor Linghu of Yellow Maple Valley. By his side was a white-robed woman with a pale complexion and a chilly expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon Sect and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The one that Han Li wouldn't recognize was the old man, who had a steep brow and a lion's nose. The 3 were completely silent as they hurried on their way and soon disappeared into specks of light that faded from the sky without a trace. At the same time, many cultivators began to appear near the myriad Link Mountains, seeming completely confident in their abilities. As of current, Han Li had already arrived nearby Devilfall Valley. He was sitting on a mound several kilometers away from its entrance, pensively looking in the direction of Devilfall Valley. At that moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to probe a radius of 10 kilometers nearby. He found that over 1,000 cultivators had already gathered here, with many nascent soul eccentrics hidden amongst them. While these cultivators weren't characters on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators, they were all exceptional individuals who wielded strange and troublesome secret abilities. Han Li wasn't so conceited as to believe that he had nothing to fear from cultivators that weren't on the level of the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators or the Milan Divine Sages. It would only take a single mistake for him to lose his life in the valley. As Han Li pondered, he would occasionally take the measure of the entrance to Devilfall Valley. If it weren't for the cultivators that were gathered there, Han Li wouldn't have believed that such a common mountain opening would be the entrance to Devilfall Valley. However, there were roiling gray clouds above the entrance that surged with spiritual chi. It was an odd omen that left a cold impression on those who saw it. From the outside, the entrance appeared only 30 meters wide, but he was only able to see 300 meters into the valley when he attempted to probe it with his spiritual sense. A restriction of the valley had blocked him from seeing any further, and he was unable to personally witness the so-called spatial tiers. Although Han Li could forcefully puncture the restrictions with his spiritual sense, he hesitated to do so at an area as dangerous as Devilfall Valley and cautiously withdrew his spiritual sense. Soon after, Han Li sat cross-legged on the mound and he closed his eyes. Time slowly passed by until half a day later when Han Li sensed a familiar aura amongst the increasing number of cultivators that gathered there. After some thought, Han Li was able to identify them and he frowned. During that moment, there was a nearby voice that shouted with alarm. The Mulan have arrived. The Mulan spell warriors also wish to search for treasures in Devilfall Valley. Following that announcement, an uproar filled the entrance and Han Li felt his heart tremble. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange flying carriage moving in their direction. The carriage's body was round and over 60 meters in length. It sparkled with silver light and was engraved with talisman characters all over its body. There were over 10 cultivators dressed in Mulan robes standing in the carriage, revealing them to be Mulan spell warriors without a doubt. When Han Li saw this, he wore an astonished expression. Although he had heard rumors that the Mulan were going to arrive, he hadn't believed it to be true. After all, the Heavenly South may have made peace with the Mulan, but the battle at the border had left both sides with vast injuries. The Mulan had formed a deep hatred between many sects, and without the passage of several hundred years, this hatred wouldn't easily disperse. Under such circumstances, it was rather inconceivable that the Mulan would dare to enter so deep into the heart of the Heavenly South to look for treasures in Devilfall Valley. Could it be that they had no fear that vengeful cultivators would plot against them from behind? Just as Han Li thought this, the huge carriage arrived above the entrance to Devilfall Valley, clearly revealing the faces of the spell warriors it contained. Han Li glanced at the two in the lead and came to a realization. With those two in charge, they had no fear of retaliation from common cultivators. However, it was something of a mystery as to Han Li why the three great Heavenly South cultivators would allow them entry. The two spell warriors leading them were the scholarly divine sage surnamed Zhong, and the woman surnamed Lu who guarded the ancient lantern. The flying carriage dropped on a small mountain not far from Han Li. After the spell warriors walked out of the carriage, spell warrior Lu struck the chariot with a spell seal and it shrunk in size. When the others at the entrance of Devilfall Valley saw this, they were astonished and felt the same surprise as Han Li. Just as the cultivators watched the Mulan's arrival with cold and hostile gazes, light flashed from the horizon to reveal over 100 streaks of light flying towards Devilfall Valley. "It's the Ghost Spirit Sect," shouts echoed from those who recognized them, and the attention directed at the Mulan shifted toward the sky. As for Han Li, he also glanced upward with a cold snort. The speed of these traveling lights couldn't be considered fast. They calmly arrived above the valley's entrance and descended 300 meters away from it. The lights disappeared to reveal over 100 black-clothed cultivators, all of them Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. The three leading them caught Han Li's attention. He recognized the one standing to the left, the Ghost Spirit Deputy Sect Master Wang Tiangu. His heart stirred and he swept his gaze past the crowd only to spot Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan. Wang Chan appeared to be in good health and still had all his limbs, but Yen Ruyan appeared somewhat sallow. Could it be the Een Devil execution didn't injure him? Or did he just restore his limb and hide it? As these thoughts quickly appeared in Han Li's mind, he wasn't able to come up with an answer. But given Han Li's current abilities and reputation, Wang Chan could no longer be considered a threat. As a result, his attention turned to the other two nascent soul cultivators in the lead. The cultivator at the center was a middle-aged man wearing wide robes, whose harsh expression possessed an uncommon air of authority. From a glance, one could tell he was in charge. To his right was an old man with a pale complexion that had peppered hair, sharp eyes, and a sinister aura. While they were both nascent soul cultivators, they appeared unfamiliar to Han Li, as if they hadn't participated at the battle at the border. However, the old man's mid-nascent soul cultivation caught Han Li's attention. The Ghost Spirit Sect's Taoist Shattered Soul hadn't come. To Han Li's surprise, this unfamiliar old man came in his place. However, mobilizing three nascent soul cultivators was quite a show of force even from a sect as large as the Ghost Spirit Sect. But considering that they were trying to oversee an area as dangerous as Devilfall Valley, it was still somewhat lacking. Could it be that the Ghost Spirit Sect had made other preparations? Just as Han Li pondered this, The ghost spirit sect cultivators hurriedly scattered around the valley entrance, appearing to set up a huge spell formation. The nearby cultivators didn't disturb them and simply watched from the side. As for the Milan spell warriors, they were also gathered together. Their leaders, the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and spell warrior Lu, were currently discussing something with soft voices. Han Li stared at the spell formation with clear eyes and a calm expression. But a short moment later, Han Li's expression stirred, and he looked to the sky with bewilderment. At that moment, light flashed from the distance and a blinding streak of white light suddenly shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, scattering any clouds that came across its path in a display of astonishing momentum. By then, the other cultivators also saw this shocking occurrence. In an instant, the white light suddenly arrived above the valley entrance, fading away to reveal an azure-robed old man with an expressionless face. Wei Wuya. He's also come. Could it be that the Nine Nations Union are also determined to acquire the treasures in Devilfall Valley? An uproar surged amongst the nearby cultivators when they clearly saw the old man's face. But what was cause for even greater surprise was how Wei Wuya slowly descended in front of the ghost spirit sect. When the middle-aged ghost spirit sect elder with the unfriendly face saw this, he smiled and saluted Wei Wuya. Brother Wei, you've finally arrived. I believed you had been delayed by other affairs. If that were the case, we would have had no choice but to postpone entering the valley. Since I've made an agreement with fellow Taoist Wang, I won't rashly change my mind. But it will be best if you spoke honestly. If the valley doesn't have the items that you've described, don't blame me if I become hostile. Wei Wuya ignored the middle-aged man's smile. It came as no surprise. The Nine Nations Union didn't have a good relationship with the Devil Dao. Be at ease, fellow Taoist. I wouldn't dare to trick you. The middle-aged man ignored Wei Wuya's bold words and continued to welcome him. The scene caused the nearby cultivators to watch with astonishment. Wei Wuya was the Grand Elder of the Nine Nations Union and apparently was now working with the Devil Dao. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they possibly believe it? Han Li frowned at the sight of this. Now if he were to clash with the ghost spirit sect inside Devilfall Valley, his only choice would be to flee given that Wei Wuya was sided with them. This was something beyond his expectations. As Han Li pondered this, he couldn't help but glance at the scholarly man surnamed Zhong. If no other late nascent soul cultivators were going to enter Devilfall Valley, then these two would have the strongest cultivations. The Milan divine sage was calmly staring at Wei Wuya with his arms held behind his back, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As for spell warrior Lu, she seemed surprised to see Wei Wuya appear here. Although Wei Wuya's presence had come as a shock to many, the cultivators present were still watching the ghost spirit sect disciples as they finished laying down their spell formation. After half a day's time, the spell formation had now reached over 300 meters in width as it was being constructed. As Han Li saw it being set up, he slowly became completely bewildered. The spell formation appeared to be a portion of an ancient transportation formation that he had studied once before, but there were a few minute differences where portions were either simplified or more complex. It had clearly been altered greatly. Han Li squinted his eyes and stared at the spell formation in silence. Although his attainments in spell formations were great, he wasn't unable to unravel the secrets of the spell formation in a short amount of time. He could only frown in thought. 2 hours later, the spell formation was finally complete and the ghost spirit sect disciples began to place various mid-grade spirit stones around it. Originally standing to the side, Wang Tiangu suddenly stood at the center of the spell formation in a blur. He then slapped his storage pouch and took out a jade box. The other two ghost spirit sect elders didn't appear surprised in the slightest by Wang Tiangu's actions. Wang Tiangu opened the jade box and revealed a golden yellow spirit stone. The spirit stone shined magnificently and immediately released a wave of astonishing spiritual qi upon leaving the jade box. A high-grade spirit stone. Someone suddenly shouted with alarm, much to the surprise of the cultivators who heard this. Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this as well. The spiritual power of a high-grade spirit stone was only equivalent to about 100 mid-grade spirit stones. But in truth, 100 mid-grade spirit stones were far less valuable than a high-grade spirit stone. A high-grade spirit stone cost at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and were hardly ever purchased. The reason for this was because high-grade spirit stone mines were easily detected. As a result, there were few that still existed. As of current, these spirit stones were only rarely found deep at the end of a mid-grade spirit stone mine. Unfortunately, many ancient and formidable spell formations and restrictions all required the use of high-grade spirit stones. Even common spell formations were enhanced when activated with the power of these spirit stones. Additionally, a high-grade spirit stone is able to supply a nascent soul cultivator with a great amount of spiritual power. As a result, the price of high-grade spirit stones is incredibly high, and they only become rarer with the passage of time, nearly vanishing from the heavenly south. As for the peak-grade spirit stones from legend, they had already disappeared before the times of antiquity had come to an end. They now only remained in legends. Han Li couldn't help but grow fervent as he saw Wang Tiangu solemnly place the gold attribute high-grade spirit stone at the center of the spell formation. Han Li had killed many cultivators, but never once had he acquired a high-grade spirit stone. Even if he attempted to find one at a market city or such, it would be a hopeless affair. After all, high-grade spirit stones were all stored away by few large sects in the cultivation world in case there was ever a need for them. Now that the Ghost Spirit sect had taken out a high-grade spirit stone, it appeared they viewed this matter with the utmost importance. Of course, it now made sense why they were selling Devilfall medallions at such an incredible price. After placing the high-grade spirit stone in the proper location, Wang Tiangu returned to the side of the middle-aged elder and whispered a few words. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and then gave the command for the Ghost Spirit sect disciples to withdraw from the spell formation. The disciples each took out a faint yellow formation flag after withdrawing from the formation. With great familiarity, they immediately raised the flags into the air and quickly assumed a strange formation. At that moment, the spell formation began to glow as if it were accumulating power. Could it be that this person was the true sect lord? Why else would Wang Tiangu treat him with such respect despite their similarities in cultivation? Han Li stared at the middle-aged cultivator and his mind began to ponder as he examined the fierce-looking man. At that moment, black chi suddenly wrapped around the middle-aged cultivator's body and he slowly rose into the air. He swept his eyes across the ground and said, "I am the Ghost Spirit Sect's Wang Tanxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect's master. I won't speak any nonsense. The path to enter Devilfall Valley has already been established. With the spatial tiers already shrunken and stabilized, we can now enter the valley. Our sect's many spell formation masters have thought long and hard as to how to create a particular transportation formation that allows us to easily enter the valley. However, this transportation is somewhat unusual. It requires the use of a metal attribute high-grade spirit stone in order to activate. It is only with great generosity and a heavy heart that we were able to bring out such a spirit stone. But as a result, there is a limit to the number of people that we can bring. So long as you possess a Devilfall medallion, you will be allowed to use the spell formation to enter the valley, regardless of your affiliation. I hope fellow Taoists won't blame me. There are other matters that I must first make clear. This is a one-way transportation formation. Because the teleportation location isn't set, there is a very small possibility of teleporting people into a spatial tear. If this occurs, then we can only say that your luck wasn't enough and we cannot take the blame. After all, the transportation method isn't fully researched and was something produced in a rush, so there is a certain amount of danger. Those that are unwilling to brave the danger shouldn't use my sect's transportation formation. With that said, the middle-aged cultivator boldly folded his arms and immediately added, "If you do not have a Devilfall medallion, don't think you can sneak in. When everyone with a medallion is teleported, the spell formation will be destroyed." Although those words weren't spoken loudly, they were clearly heard by everyone in the valley's entrance. For a time, cultivators began to whisper or use voice transmissions to discuss the matter. A young voice suddenly spoke from within the forest with a puzzled tone. "Since we are using the transportation formation to enter, how will we get out? Will your esteemed sect be placing down another spell formation inside?" As soon as this was asked, many nodded in agreement. As for Han Li, he coldly smiled upon hearing this question. Wang Tiansheng emotionlessly replied, "There is no need for this fellow Taoist to worry. From what I know, Devilfall Valley has many ancient restrictions that may prevent you from entering the valley, but there should be little resistance in preventing you from leaving. There may even be ancient transportation formations that are intact inside the valley. If so, it should be a simple matter to use them to leave." After hearing the Ghost Spirit Sect Master mention the ancient teleportation formations, a few cultivators rejoiced at his words, while others remained skeptical. After all, few truly knew of the internal situation of Devilfall Valley. To put everyone's hearts at ease, I will have Quanzi and Elder Zhong go across first. We will have everyone else cross afterwards. Wang Tianxing finished, and waved his arm towards Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan. The silver-masked Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan walked towards the center of the spell formation and stood next to the mid-nascent soul old man. Soon after Wang Tianxing gave the command, the cultivators simultaneously pointed the flags down, shooting an arm-thick rainbow beam of light towards various points of the spell formation. Suddenly, the entire spell formation began to hum and the spirit stones around it began to brightly shine. This scene stirred the nearby cultivators, but Wang Tianxing paid them little notice. Wang Tiangu then brought 8 core formation cultivators with him towards the spell formation. In that moment, the other cultivators clearly saw that while the spell formation may appear enormous, it seemed to only be able to teleport 3 people at a time. As a result, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had to be teleported in batches. Seeing that the Ghost Spirit Sect had rushed to take the first step, the other cultivators grew tempted to follow them. However, cultivators were often cunning and cautious. For a time, no one dared to step forward and clearly wished to see others make an attempt first. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect's reputation wasn't very great and the slightest mistake could lead to certain death. Han Li stood up on the mound, taking in a better view of the scene. Wang Tiansheng coldly laughed upon seeing the cultivators' responses and he raised his arms towards the sky. The sky above him began to stir and the valley's surroundings gradually became quieter. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the Milan began to move. Over 10 Milan spell warriors silently walked towards the huge formation behind the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu. A trace of black chi flickered across Wang Tianxing's face after seeing this, but soon disappeared. As for the taciturn Wei Wuya, he calmly faced Elder Zhong and looked at him. Before the Milan spell warriors made their way into the spell formation, Elder Zhong flung his sleeve, shooting over 10 streaks of azure light from his sleeve into the sky. Wang Tianxing then expressionlessly waved his hand and caught the lights, only to reveal tensome medallions. Although Wang Tianxing didn't participate in the battle at the border, he already knew of the divine sage's identity. As such, he took a breath and slowly said, "Good. The quantity will suffice. Please go in." Elder Zhong nodded and several spell warriors moved from behind him, entering the spell formation. Suddenly, the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples floating in the air activated the formation and sent the Milan into the valley in groups of 3. When Elder Zhong walked into the spell formation, he glanced at Wei Wuya and casually said, "If the target location of this transportation formation is random, then it'd be best if your sect's disciples don't encounter us." Showing no fear, Wei Wuya faced the Milan divine sage and replied, "How could something so convenient happen in this world? If something like that truly happens, it can only be by the wills of the heavens." "The will of heavens? Hehe. Then so be it." Divine Sage Zhong coldly chuckled and disappeared with white light alongside 2 of his juniors. After that was said, Wang Tianxing glanced at the empty spell formation with a trace of a scowl. When the others saw that the Milan were able to safely use the transportation formation, they couldn't help but lose their composure. Many cultivators began to take out their Devilfall medallions and walk towards the transportation formation. Over the span of a few minutes, the transportation formation flickered with light many times, sending over 300 people into Devilfall Valley, about a fourth of the total number of Devilfall medallions. As for the high-grade spirit stone at the spell formation center, it had already begun to dim. Its spiritual power appeared nearly exhausted. Han Li indifferently watched all of this as he stood on top of the mound and made note of all the cultivators who entered the valley. Suddenly, Han Li's gaze shifted to 6 green-robed cultivators that approached the spell formation. The one leading them was the controlling spirit sex Grand Elder, Dongmen Tuesday. Han Li didn't have a particularly good impression of, although they had never engaged each other in a direct confrontation. Han Li felt that he should be careful around this person considering his involvement in dealing with the Milan spy, Gu Shuangpu. But with his vastly powerful abilities, Han Li didn't need to pay too much attention to him. At that moment, the 5 green-robed cultivators escorting Dongmen 2 simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of Han Li. At the same time, Han Li's assimilated second nascent soul suddenly began to intensely stir. Were it not for Han Li's quick reaction to immediately concentrate and forcefully dominate it with his spiritual sense, he feared it would have manifested on its own. At that same moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully observe the 5 green-robed cultivators. Elemental spirit nascents. These early nascent soul cultivators gave off a strange impression similar to his second nascent soul. As a result, he couldn't help but squint at them, not knowing where they came from. Of course, Dongmen too also noticed his escorts acting strangely, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to Han Li, happening to exchange glances with him. A trace of astonishment appeared on Dongmen too's face, but he soon turned his head around as if nothing had happened and walked into the spell formation. As for Wang Tiangu, he appeared greatly shocked upon seeing that Dongmen Tu was being accompanied by 5 other nascent soul cultivators. As for Wei Wuya, he closely examined several of the green-robed cultivators and wore a pensive expression. Staring at these 5 cultivators, Wang Tianxing asked with a deep tone, "Brother Dongmen, these fellow Taoists are quite unfamiliar. Could you introduce them to me?" In his cunning, Dongmen Tu casually responded, "I'll be happy to once the matter with Devilfall Valley is concluded." Wang Tianxing inwardly cursed him, but he knew that Dongmen Tu wouldn't tell the truth. Unwilling to let this drag on, he gave the order to his disciples to teleport the 6 nascent soul cultivators in 2 groups. In the instant that Dongmen Tu was teleported, he unconsciously glanced at Han Li with a malicious expression. Although his action was well hidden, Han Li had clearly seen it with his spiritual sense. It appeared that Dongmen Tu was able to sense the spirit nascent inside his body. This would prove troublesome. With the elemental spirit nascents following him, he had suddenly become a fearsome foe. It was a pity that the wood spirit nascent still wasn't fully assimilated. It seemed that Han Li would have to be much more careful after he entered the valley. Soon after Dongmen Tu was teleported, another group of 3 appeared behind them. Han Li wore a wry smile upon seeing them. They were senior martial brother Chang and 2 other nascent soul cultivators that were nearing the end of their lifespan. Han Li sighed and watched the 3 teleport into the valley. Afterward, his attention shifted to the high-grade spirit stone that sat at the center of the spell formation. It had already grown mostly lightless. Han Li's gaze flickered, and without any further hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew over in a streak of azure light. He soon descended in front of the spell formation and tossed his Devilfall medallion towards Wang Tianxing. Wei Wuya's figure blurred and he appeared 100 meters away from Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, you've also arrived. With your young age, your prospects are limitless. There should be no need for you brave such danger." Han Li calmly replied, "Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Wei, but there is a reason I must enter Devilfall Valley." Wei Wuya frowned and stared at Han Li's expression for a moment more before his expression grew sullen. "Since fellow Taoist Han has decided, I won't speak of the matter further. I just hope that our goals differ." With that said, Wei Wuya blurred and reappeared back in his original position. After seeing Wei Wuya speak to this youth with such a serious tone, how could Wang Tianxing not know who Han Li was? With a calm expression, he examined Han Li with shock filling his heart. He had heard of Han Li many years ago, when Wang Chan had suffered a massive loss which allowed Han Li to escape back when they both only possessed Foundation establishment stage cultivations. After the passage of time, he had reappeared in the heavenly South continent as a nascent soul cultivator. Additionally, The youth had once again developed a deep hatred towards Ghost Spirit Sect and escaped their grasp once more. Several years had passed since the incident at the Mulan Plains, while his reputation soared and he displayed abilities that left other cultivators in awe, raising him to become an existence on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators. When Wang Tianxing heard about this, the matter was far from good, and he took Han Li's name to heart. Now that Han Li had arrived before them, he wished to figure out who this person was. Unfortunately for him, Han Li was already standing at the center of the spell formation with his eyes shut and a neutral expression, leaving no openings for anybody else to approach him. This caused Wang Tianxing's heart to tremble, and he was touched with a faint sense of trepidation. Regardless, he was able to wave his hand with a relaxed posture, and the disciples in the air activated the formation, sending Han Li off in a series of hums. After a chain of teleportations, Han Li felt a wave of uneasiness, but he eventually recovered his bearings and began to examine his surroundings. He found himself near a mostly collapsed stone cliff and was surrounded by overgrown grass that reached half a person tall. In the distance, he saw a chain of short, unbroken hills. There wasn't a person to be seen. However, this wasn't strange in the least, as Devilfall Valley spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If two people weren't teleported together, it would be incredibly difficult to find them. When Han Li turned around to look around about him, he couldn't help but wear an astonished expression. There was a depression not far behind Han Li. It was over 300 meters wide and completely barren, as if it wasn't created naturally. With a changed expression, Han Li released his spiritual sense and quickly searched a perimeter of 15 kilometers around him. After discovering no trace of any other cultivators, he looked at the depression and slowly made his way towards it. When Han Li arrived at the edge of the depression, he closely examined it, and soon a trace of alarm appeared on his face. This wasn't a depression, but a symmetrically round pit. The pit was filled with ash of an unknown depth, and it was impossible to see through it. Han Li stared at the large hole for a moment more with a pensive expression. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and swept up a 30-meter-tall gale in front of him. "Go!" He uttered the command and waved his sleeve, as the gale swept the ash from the center of the pit. The wind swept up the ash and rock everywhere it traveled. A moment later, the hole's true appearance was revealed as a slab of dark red volcanic rock that appeared incredibly smooth. This is... At a glance, Han Li realized this was something formed from high-temperature fires, likely along with the formation of the hole. Shock appeared on his face as he further thought about the matter. Could it be that something similar to a fireball created the hole? If he were to strike a stone surface with a fireball, something of a much smaller scale would be created. The result would pale in comparison to this, which would be over 100 times larger that he could create. Could it be that the abilities of an ancient cultivator were so ferocious? As Han Li lost himself in thought, he eventually sighed and shook his head. After some further thought, he believed the pit was more likely caused by some sort of fire attribute ancient treasure. But even so, this demonstrated that ancient cultivators' abilities were far greater than present cultivators. Afterwards, Han Li slowly walked around the stone pit once more, but didn't discover anything else notable about it. He then came to a stop and raised his head to the sky. As of current, it should be about noon, but there was no sun in the sky where he was teleported. Instead, it was replaced by an endless cloud of yellow haze that shined with dim light. This didn't come as a shock to Han Li, since there was some sort of restriction that covered the entire sky. He reckoned that, as of current, he wouldn't be able to fly very high, or else he would trigger the restriction. Of course, Han Li still had to test his hypothesis. He took out a gold-devouring beetle from his storage pouch and tossed it into the air. Han Li then raised his head and emotionlessly watched the beetle. When it had reached about 180 meters in height, a blue lightning bolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the gold-devouring beetle. The insect promptly spun as it fell over 20 meters, but managed to unfold its wings and recover as if nothing had happened. Han Li wore a pensive expression when he saw this. After commanding the beetle to return, he got his bearings, and in a flicker of light, he slowly made his way west. He didn't dare to fly quickly through this strange land for fear that he could come across a restriction or a spatial tear and lead himself into an untimely demise. As for the matter of Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong, Han Li moved out to prepare to handle both of their affairs, seizing the Spirit Kindle fruit and joined together with Marquis Nanlong to kill the ancient flame toad. Although the Ghost Spirit Sect nascent Soul Elder had found the Spirit Kindle fruit when he entered the valley, he wasn't able to precisely remember its location. It would take some time before they found it. And even if they managed to eventually find the spirit fruit, they would have to immediately refine the pill and then take it immediately. Along with the time it would take to absorb the pill's medicinal powers, they would require several days at the very least. Once Han Li acquired the inner core of the ancient flame toad, something that Nangong Wan direly needed, he could seek out the spirit kindle fruit with an unworried heart. Not to mention that he was rather interested in the remnant treasures the ancient flame toad was guarding. With those thoughts in mind, he began to spread out his spiritual sense to its fullest extent, and his eyes occasionally flickered with blue light as he employed the bright sight spirit eyes, allowing him to avoid the restrictions and spatial tiers. Although he couldn't determine where he was in the valley, he shouldn't be too far away from the other cultivators. Although the transportation formation was said to teleport randomly, the teleportations should only occur within a certain range. Han Li didn't intend on meeting with any other cultivators. He needed to head to the westmost portion of Devilfall Valley and meet with Marquis Nanlong. According to Marquis Nanlong, although he had acquired Master Tsong Kuan's method to enter the valley, the method is quite dangerous and consumes a great amount of strength. The only benefit to this was being able to follow Master Tsong Kuan's route to the valley depths. After some deliberation, Han Li decided to use the Ghost Spirit Sect's method to enter the valley. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect was confident in their method to enter the valley given their wanton selling of the Devilfall medallions, and Han Li wanted to use the safer option. From what he saw, their method of entering the outer valley was as smooth as expected, but he would still have to brave a bit of danger if he were to hurry. Han Li continuously looked around as he flew, but came to a sudden stop as he looked forward and frowned. But his expression soon returned to normal and he continued flying forward, his speed unconsciously having slowed. After flying over 300 meters, Han Li stopped and glanced into the distance. There was a white arc of light suspended in the air that was about 3 meters long and in the shape of a crescent. The arc of light was completely still and lacked any aura. Han Li closely examined the light arc and he swept his hand against the air, sending a streak of azure sword chi towards it. Azure light ruptured in an explosion. As soon as the azure chi and the light arc contacted each other, the azure chi immediately disappeared as if devoured by the light arc. In contrast, the light arc appeared completely untouched. Han Li nodded. It appeared this was a so-called spatial tear. If they were all as visible as this one, they should be easy to avoid, but the indistinct ones were troublesome to deal with. Since he had encountered a spatial tear promptly after arriving in the valley, it only illustrated how prevalent they were. If he weren't careful, he would be certain to suffer. Han Li felt a chill as he thought this and his body blurred. He flew a large arc around the spatial tear and continued on his way without paying it any further attention. Unbeknownst to Han Li, over 50 kilometers away a fat old man was staring at a foot-long arc of light. He muttered, "How very dangerous, to think that I teleported to the side of a spatial tear. If I had teleported 30 meters closer to it, I may have died. It appears I must take extra care. There must be innumerable spatial tears in Devilfall Valley." The old man's complexion had paled after noticing the tear, but he soon turned his attention to his surroundings. Confirming with his spiritual sense that there were no other dangers, he got his bearings and flew off. But just as he flew 20 meters away, an arc of white light suddenly appeared in his path. Before he could even scream, his body was split into two and filled the air with blood as both pieces fell to the ground. His face still wore an expression of disbelief. Just as soon as the spatial tear had lit up, it slowly faded away and vanished from sight. If anyone else were to come, they would have no way of knowing that it existed. In another area, 3 green-robed cultivators were flying back and forth around a pile of rubble. But regardless of the direction they flew, They were always blocked by a barrier of rainbow light when they reached 100 meters out. A large man with a large blade scar on his face couldn't help but shout, "This won't work. We won't be able to leave." Those ghost spirit sect wretches actually teleported us into this restriction. When we get out, we will have a proper discussion with them. A cultivator with high cheekbones stopped in the air and snorted. He coldly said, "Worry less. What does the ghost spirit sect have to fear from a small sect like ours? Remember that from the start they said the teleportation was random and that if we were teleported into a spatial tear, we could only blame our luck. It is fortunate that although this restriction is powerful, it isn't an offensive type. We should be able to slowly whittle away at it and escape." The scarred man shook his head and said, "But as a result, the other treasures in the valley will have already been taken. With our cultivation, we will only be able to search the outer valley for treasures. It would only be suicide to search the inner valley. We had to spend the entirety of our wealth in order to buy those devil fall medallions." After some hesitation, the high-cheeked cultivator said, "If that's the case, then let's destroy the restriction by force. Although it appears this restriction is somewhat profound, it is something located in the outer valley. It shouldn't prove to be powerful beyond reach. Although we might lose a bit of our magic power, we'll manage to get out." The final member of their group, a tanned cultivator, paused in thought and eventually nodded. "Fine. Then so be it. Second brother, you have an offensive-type magic treasure. We'll have to rely on you. Both of us will be assisting to the side. It is best to leave this matter to me. With only a few blows, I'll get rid of this wretched thing." The large man was roused by these words and spat out a ball of yellow light. It was a small, finely cut stone block that was only an inch long. The large man formed a hand incantation and pointed at the block. Suddenly, the stone block surged through the air and grew to a meter in length. The other two then released a red and white streak of light, revealing them to be two sparkling flying swords. "Go!" the loud man roared. The stone block revolved once in the air and struck the rainbow light barrier in a burst of light. The two swords transformed into streaks of light and followed after the stone block. As expected, the stone block magic treasure was exceptional. Before it even struck, it carried the faint sounds of a storm. Soon, a booming explosion sounded out, accompanied by a pulse of various colored light while the nearby earth swayed. When the other two saw the stone block's might, they wore a hopeful smile, but their smiles soon froze on their faces. In the intertwining lights, the rainbow light suddenly grew brighter and suppressed the three magic treasures for a time before they were struck back with a clear ring sounding out from the rainbow light. In the three's alarm, they hastily regained control of their magic treasures and glanced at each other with expressions of dismay. The ferocity of this restriction was far beyond what they had anticipated. The large man snorted, but just as he thought to say something further, the rainbow light surrounding them suddenly flashed and turned red. Before the three even realized what was going on, the restriction began to condense clouds of flame, suddenly raising the temperature within the area. What's going on? Wasn't this restriction not supposed to be an offensive type? The scarred large man shouted in alarm, but the other two weren't able to answer him. The fiery clouds above them had already begun to press down on them. In that moment, the hooded member amongst the three began to summon magic treasures all around his body in an attempt to protect himself. He also slapped several talismans on his body, forming various colored barriers twinkling around him. The fiery clouds then engulfed the three. Soon, 3 miserable screams were heard, only for silence to follow shortly afterwards. A moment later, the fire cloud disappeared and the light barrier turned back to normal. There was no one amongst the rubble, only 3 magic treasures shining with greatly dimmed radiance. While there weren't many cultivators that had encountered such misfortune when they first entered Devilfall Valley, over half of them that did had died. Whenever one encountered misfortune in the valley, they immediately feared for their life. There was even a nascent soul elder of a mid-grade sect that perished as a result of a spatial tear in a moment of carelessness. Ignorant of what had happened to the various other cultivators, Han Li was treading with great care regardless. But at that moment he encountered a pleasant surprise. standing in the air above a wasteland with his hands behind his back. Han Li was glancing below him with eyes that brilliantly flickered with blue light. If someone were to see the blue light shining from his eyes, they would think of him as demonic. Not that Han Li would pay them any heed. It appeared as if there was nothing in front of him. He found nothing with his spiritual sense either, but with his bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li was able to spot a meter-long arc of light. It was about 40 meters ahead of him and shined with a faint light. Han Li took a deep breath and the blue light in his eyes slightly weakened as his expression wavered. He was now completely certain that the bright spirit eyes were able to see spatial tiers that his spiritual sense wasn't able to detect. This pleasant surprise justified the large quantity of green liquid he had used to create the bright sight spirit water over the years. A result, he was now able to cleanly avoid the most common danger in Devilfall Valley. The sole problem was that he could only detect spatial tiers when using the ability to its fullest extent. He would overlook a spatial tear if he were even slightly careless. As for the magic power consumption of the bright sight spirit eyes, it wasn't much to speak of. However, it would be troublesome if Marquis Nanlong noticed something strange about his eyes after he met up with him. Han Li didn't wish for others to know about this ability. Han Li lowered his head in thought, and something soon came to mind. He slapped his storage pouch and he took out a cloak that sparkled with azure light. This cloak wasn't ordinary clothing. It was a top-grade magic tool that Han Li had acquired in the war. This item had no other function than to conceal one's face, preventing any others from looking at one's true appearance. Of course, this effect didn't need a continuous supply of magic power, and it wouldn't work against those with a far higher cultivation than him. Apart from the Mulan Divine Sage and Wei Wuxia, there shouldn't be anyone that was capable of seeing through it. After properly wearing the cloak, Han Li took another glance at the indistinct spatial tear and flew past it in a streak of azure light. In a dense forest with trees reaching into the sky, there was a tall woman with a common appearance that was currently flying around the forest at a low altitude. While her face wasn't particularly special, her eyes were exceptionally bright and clear. She occasionally glanced around as if looking for something. After a short time, the woman eventually passed through the forest and arrived at the other end. She came to a sudden stop with an expression of surprise. It seems this isn't the place. The signs left behind by the ghost spirit sect elder aren't here. It should be in another place. But to have me find the spirit kindle fruit and wait for him. Does he have other goals inside Devilfall Valley? The woman then raised her head and glanced towards the yellow sky. Her eyes seemed vacant as if she were absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, her expression stirred and she shot back into the forest in a blur. She concealed her presence with several techniques, hid below a huge tree, and then remained completely still. She saw 3 different colored streaks of light flying across the distance. Their speed wasn't fast, but it was clear that there were 3 old men traveling together. In an instant, the 3 streaks of light arrived above the forest. The silver-haired old man amongst them sensed something and glanced down toward the woman's hiding spot. What? Has Brother Chung discovered something? A purple-robed old man with a wrinkled face asked. The silver-haired old man replied, "It's nothing. There's just a core formation woman hidden down below in the forest. It seems she doesn't wish to meet anybody." The purple-robed old man couldn't help but excitedly ask, "Since this woman is being so careful, could it be there are some treasures hidden inside?" The third old man, whose face was covered with azure chi, calmly said, "Brother Lin must be dreaming. This forest has no trace of a restriction, and there is only a core formation cultivator below us, and it's a woman at that. Given how dangerous Devilfall Valley is, it is only natural for her to avoid us. Let's not involve ourselves and continue our search for treasure. We had best look for the treasures in the outer valley quickly, or we will have to head into the valley's depths." The retort hadn't angered the purple-robed old man. Instead, he smiled and agreed. Brother O's words hold reason. We don't need to pay any attention to the female cultivator. We can travel faster through this wretched place, but we still cannot use our full speed. We won't be able to search through such a large area in a short amount of time. We can't waste our time. The silver-haired old man also nodded and they flew past the dense forest. When the woman saw that they left, she carefully walked out of the forest and glanced in the direction that they flew off in. Violet Spirit muttered to herself, "That silver-haired old man should be Brother Han's senior martial brother. I didn't expect to find him here." Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. She and Han Li had agreed that she would first seek out traces related of the spirit kindle fruit in the outer valley. Afterwards, they would meet up and search for the spirit kindle fruit together. Violet Spirit had originally agreed to this condition with delight, but had felt somewhat puzzled by Han Li's condition. However, she knew that his other affairs had nothing to do with her, and as such, she didn't ask too much about the matter. As of current, she hadn't found her target in the forest. She hesitated for a moment before rushing in the direction the three old men had taken. In another forest of Devilfall Valley, there were 6 black-robed ghost sect disciples that were searching through it. Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan were among them. In the forest above, there was a pale old man floating motionlessly in the air. As for the ghost spirit sect master Wang Tiangu and the other ghost spirit sect disciples, they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed through a certain portion of the forest. Soon after, a disciple's cheery voice arrived at the old man's ear. "I've found it. It's here." The old man's expression stirred, and he flew over in a streak of black light. When the others heard this, they all rushed towards him. "Where?" the old man coldly asked as he stood in the air above the disciple, glancing around. The disciple pointed to one of the trees and respectfully said, "Elder Zhong, it's here." Elder Zhong's gaze followed the disciple's finger, and he raised his brow. The large tree appeared rather peculiar. Not only did its roots divide into 2, but a thick branch extended to either side of it. The tree appeared almost like a huge person. The old man nodded and said with a stiff face, "Not bad. This tree could be the one, and if it actually is, we will heavily reward you when we leave the valley." When the disciple heard this, he hastily replied with delighted thanks. Elder Zhong slowly descended and flew twice around the huge tree and then stopped at its side. He stared at it for a moment more and grasped his fingers towards the tree. A trace of black yin qi slowly flew out from the tree and shot into his hands. Elder Zhong smiled and commanded, "It is truly here. Call for the others to come." As time passed by, the other cultivators in the valley became further scattered. Apart from a few that had a specific objective in mind, they all began to randomly search in hopes of finding treasure. But to the disappointment of a majority of the cultivators, only a few were lucky in their search around the outer valley. A majority were left without any gains. As a result, most of them concluded that the rumors were false and all the true treasures in the valley lay deep in its depths. The more impatient and confident cultivators began to slowly make their way towards the valley's center. As for Han Li, his first day in Devilfall Valley was quite calm. As he traveled, he wasted no time searching for treasures. There was nowhere that was safe. It was quite possible that anywhere he went was protected with restrictions, so he found it best to stay away. Although he flew at a slow speed, he gradually grew closer to the location he had agreed upon with Marquis Nanlong, and became aware of his location in the valley. On the west side of Devilfall Valley, there was a small brown mountain with 2 men on top of it. A white-robed old man who had a kind face was sitting cross-legged, while the other was standing. He wore embroidered robes and a tall crown, and his facial hair dropped down to his chest. They were Marquis Nanlong and the Heaven Peak sect elder Lu Weiying. Marquis Nanlong held both of his hands behind his back as he stood 20 meters in front of Lu Weiying. He appeared to be aloofly looking into the distance, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Lu Weiying sensed Marquis Nanlong's worry and said, "Brother Nanlong, there is no need to be so worried. He could have teleported to an area farther away and will take more time to arrive. Did we not personally see him teleport through the spell formation?" Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned his head to the old man. With a helpless tone, he said, "Your words aren't untrue. However, you should also know that the many dangers of Devilfall Valley aren't easily dealt with, no matter how vast one's abilities are. We need this person or our journey to Devilfall Valley will be a waste." Lu Weiying opened his eyes and grumbled, We do need the yin-yang ring in order to go through the Great North Essence Lights, but is the ancient flame toad truly that powerful? If it isn't, we should have just taken the ring instead of bringing him along. Marquis Nanlong frowned and said, I hadn't personally witnessed how powerful it was, but from Master Tsong Kuan's records, it is said to be exceptionally fearsome. It is best that we find a cultivator with the ability to restrain the beast, or it will take too much effort and consume too much of our strength. I don't want to leave myself open in a place as dangerous as this. After a moment of consideration, Lu Weiying said, Your words are reasonable. It seems you've grown more careful and wary after what happened in the Milan Plains. But from the records I've read about the ancient flame toad, it wasn't well known in times of antiquity. It was even said that it shouldn't be very hard to deal with, but since Master Tsong Kuan had vouched for its formidability, I reckon this beast should be a mutant variant. Possessing another thought in mind, Marquis Nanlong didn't entirely agree. A mutant variant? It's possible. However, I also feel that the beast didn't have any natural predators in the valley and cultivated for countless years, resulting in its vast power. Lu Weiying closed his eyes once more and slowly said, Since matters have already reached this stage, there is no point in further speaking about it. We must eliminate the flame toad either way. As for the passage leading to the flame toad, it is covered in Great North Essence Lights. One wouldn't be able to go through it without any preparations. We don't have to worry about someone else finding the ancient cultivator remains before us. Marquis Nanlong smiled after hearing Lu Weiying speak so calmly. Just as he thought to say something in return, his expression suddenly changed and he hastily turned around to look at the sky. He saw an azure light slowly streaking towards them. He's finally arrived. Familiar with Han Li's flying light, Marquis Nanlong was able to recognize him at a glance and wore a smile on his face. When Lu Weiying heard him, he hastily opened his eyes and stood up. It appeared the old man was also somewhat worried despite his calm appearance. The azure streak appeared to be flying carefully. After a while, it finally arrived before them. The azure light faded away to reveal a cloaked silhouette. Astonished that his spiritual sense wasn't able to see through the cloak, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly asked, Is that you, fellow Taoist Han? What? Is there someone else that has agreed to meet you here? Han Li rubbed the hood of his mantle and smiled. At the same time, his gaze flickered to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying also discovered the peculiarity of Han Li's cloak, but appeared indifferent. Fellow Taoist must be joking. Brother Lu and I have been waiting for you for a while. Marquis Nanlong was relieved to hear Han Li's voice, but he was somewhat baffled at the cloak that Han Li wore. Seeing that Han Li hadn't mentioned it, he didn't ask about it as it was only a minor matter. The three then began to discuss how to eliminate the ancient flame toad. Before arriving at the ancient flame toad's lair, they needed to first enter the valley depths. The valley depths was actually a large area at the heart of Devilfall Valley that was confined within a particularly formidable ancient restriction. As such, there wasn't really a path to enter in there. As light revolved around the border of the valley depths, one could easily find over a dozen paths inside of varying sizes. However, these paths were all layered with multiple restrictions. If one wished to pass them, they had to dissolve the restrictions one by one or face the consequences of using brute force. The might of these ancient restrictions was fantastical and they all were merciless. One was better off if they didn't strike at them. If a restriction was attacked, it would retaliate without restraint. In the past, Master Tsong Kuan had studied these restrictions for many days with his deep understanding of spell formations, but he had eventually given up. Although it was still possible to dissolve these restrictions, it was too time-consuming to attempt it alone. Later on, Master Tsong Kuan came up with an idea. With a chance coincidence, he found a secret path concealed by Great North Essence Lights. The path was well hidden, and the Great North Essence Lights would exterminate any cultivators who wandered in without any prior knowledge. But with the yin-yang ring in hand, it should be quite easy to enter the valley depths. Han Li and the two decided to immediately take off into the sky and fly directly towards the valley depths. Just as they ascended into the sky, Marquis Nanlong slapped his storage pouch and took out several bells, several inches large and all differing in color. He then hung them at his waist, much to Han Li's surprise. Seeing that Han Li was curious, Marquis Nanlong explained, "These are response bells. So long as an area around a spatial tier fluctuates, they will sound out. Although it cannot respond to all spatial tiers, it will give a warning for most of them." Han Li nodded and the three began to streak through the sky. As they flew towards the valley depths, the bells proved quite useful. Whenever a spatial tier appeared, they would immediately ring, alerting the three and preventing them from running across the tiers. However, these spatial tiers had to be detectable through some way or another. If they were truly incorporeal, the bells would give no warning. Knowing this, Han Li used his bright sight spirit eyes to look for any invisible spatial tiers. As a result, he discovered one to their side. When they flew past it, the bells did not ring. Having seen this, Han Li grew far warier. However, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were able to fly faster and with more ease due to the convenience of the bell. Since the three didn't encounter any more invisible spatial tiers on their way, Han Li didn't need to provide a warning and he happily kept silent. Nearly a day later, they arrived outside the valley depths in front of an unfamiliar mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was a continuous link of over 10 small mountains, appearing to be a miniature mountain range spanning tens of kilometers. Behind the mountain ridge, there was a crimson light that blocked the yellow sky. It appeared demonic. That must be the valley depths. The crimson light should be an extremely formidable restriction. We cannot provoke it or we will surely suffer. Although this was the first time Marquis Nanlong had seen the crimson light, he immediately knew to be wary of it. Han Li squinted and looked at the crimson light without emotion. Given how strange it was, he wouldn't have been in a rush to approach it regardless of what Marquis Nanlong said. But for what purpose did the ancient devil cultivators arrange so many formidable restrictions around Devilfall Valley? Just what was this valley's original purpose and what secrets were they guarding? The valley may as well have been a prison. On a whim, these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, but soon, he laughed at himself. What kind of monster would need such a huge valley as a prison? That was impossible. It was more likely that this was a stronghold for the devil cultivators. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong led the way, flying directly towards two of the mountains on the mountain ridge. After a moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and the three stopped, slowly floating down to the ground. There was green grass and mountain stone ahead of them with huge trees and overgrown vines. It all appeared completely ordinary. Despite the excitement on his face, Marquis Nanlong coolly said, "We're here. It didn't look like this originally. When Master Tsong Kuan arrived here, he deployed an illusion technique to conceal the passage entrance. I'll dissolve the illusion now." He waved his sleeve and released a white jade pendant. It circled once above his head before stopping. Then after he muttered an incantation, he formed a hand gesture and struck the jade pendant with several spell seals of varying colors. All of the spell seals were cleanly absorbed by the jade pendant and soon after, white light brilliantly glowed from it and it trembled, releasing a clear ring. With a loud shout, a large white mist emerged from the jade pendant and swept away at everything in front of it. An astonishing change occurred as the mountain rocks and the rest of the scenery began to distort as if a painting was being torn apart. With a ring, the white light swept away the scenery and it returned back into the jade pendant before disappearing. Han Li and the other two then stood in front of an unfamiliar scene. The verdant and wild scenery completely faded away and was replaced with a strange scene. There were now white stones everywhere, each of which were shaped into ovals and sleek. The larger ones were the size of a skull and the smaller ones were the size of a fist. In the distance, there was a large expanse of dense gray mist that couldn't be seen through. However, the gray mist was confined to an area of around 300 meters with crimson light to either side of it. The light pushed into the mist as it were a tide, but the mist would push back as if it were an embankment. Lu Weiying slowly asked, "This is the passage that you were talking about?" Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment and said, "That's right, it's here. Does Brother Lu feel that something is wrong?" Lu Weiying glanced at the mist and said, "The crimson light is certain to be the inner valley's restriction. However, the mist seems unordinary. Did Master Tsang Kuan's records mention anything about the mist? Marquis Nanlong pondered and said, No, he hadn't mentioned the mist. It shouldn't be too important. Lu Weiying shook his head and wore a solemn expression. I feel that the gray mist isn't ordinary. It's better to be careful. Han Li then said, Then let's test if there is any problem with it. Marquis Nanlong stroked his palm. It is exactly as fellow Taoist Han says. I have trained many eternal flight orioles and normally use them to search for medicinal herbs, but they will do in testing the mist as well. Lu Weiying didn't oppose him, so Marquis Nanlong took out an exquisite spirit beast pouch and flung it into the air. With a low cry, a small bird with golden feathers shot into the air from the pouch and it began to circle in the air. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed out an azure talisman, striking the small bird with it. The bird then spread out its wings and a small azure barrier appeared on its body. With a cry, the small bird shot into the gray mist in a streak of golden light. Before the bird reached the mist, Han Li's eyes had already begun to shine with blue light. Making full use of the bright sight spirit eyes, he glanced around and his expression made a sudden change. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were completely focused on the small bird. The eternal flight oriole headed straight into the gray mist and disappeared. Since Han Li wasn't able to clearly see into the mist, he didn't send his spiritual sense into it due to carefulness. He simply turned to watch Marquis Nanlong's expression, who had closed his eyes and focused on his connection to the bird. His expression was calm, clearly revealing that nothing had happened to the bird. Just as Han Li thought this, Marquis Nanlong's body suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes with a pale complexion. Lu Weiying stared at Marquis Nanlong and hurriedly asked, What? Did something happen? Marquis Nanlong replied, There is a monster in that mist that swallowed the bird whole. It seems to be... Han Li and Lu Weiying glanced at each other with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong pondered for a long while before finally answering. It seems to be a huge python. The gray mist should be a demonic fog that it spat out. A huge python? That seems strange. Why hadn't Master Tsang Kuan's records mentioned it? Could it be... The huge python was something that arrived at the passageway after his time here. Han Li finished Lu Weiying's speculative words. Yes, that was exactly what I meant. Marquis Nanlong nodded. Your words are reasonable, but how can something like a huge python safely exist inside Devilfall Valley? It seems to be an extraordinary demon beast, likely some ancient variant. If we do not slay it, we won't be able to enter the valley depths. This will be quite troublesome. With a cold glint flickering from his eyes, Lu Weiying said, It's no problem. Since the gray mist isn't a restriction, we don't need to be too fearful of it. With our combined powers, this ancient beast shouldn't be difficult to deal with. I reckon it won't be much more powerful than the ancient flame toad. We may not know how powerful the ancient beast is, but we will have to eliminate it in order to continue. Let us deal with it together. Marquis Nanlong then opened his mouth and spat out a small sword flickering with golden light. The old man rolled his hands and summoned a brilliant white formation flag into his hand. When Han Li saw this, he bitterly smiled, seeing that the two had already came to a decision to immediately attack. Han Li suddenly faced an empty area and his expression sank, saying, I don't object to dealing with the beast, but before we start, how about we first ask for this fellow Taoist to come out of hiding? How long does your esteemed self plan on hiding there? He flicked his finger, sending several streaks of azure sword chi to strike where he was looking. In a series of explosions, a silhouette covered in yellow light suddenly appeared, holding a large shield in his hand. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were dumbstruck at the sight of this. The silhouette in the yellow light was a lanky man that appeared over 40 years old. He hastily bowed to the three nascent soul cultivators, but his face was filled with terror. This is a misunderstanding. Seniors, please do not be angry. I only just arrived here and will immediately depart. As soon as Lu Weiying saw this person, he shouted in alarm, Huang Tianming, it's you. A trace of hostility appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face and he sternly asked, What? Brother Lu recognizes this person. Lu Weiying's expression grew unsightly as he stared at the lanky man and coldly said, "This cultivator belongs to a small sect of our righteous Tao alliance. His cultivation isn't anything special, but I heard he had acquired an ancient concealment talisman that is wondrously effective. I didn't think this matter to be true, but here he was, completely concealed from us. Seniors, I only followed you because I was curious about your techniques." Hearing that they spoke with an unfriendly tone, the lanky man blanched. "Since you secretly followed behind us, you can't be up to anything good. Brother Lu, he is a member of your righteous Tao alliance. What do you want to do with him?" Lu Weiying's face turned expressionless and he squinted his eyes. "I intend on killing him." With that said, his body blurred and he disappeared without a trace. When the lanky man heard this, he felt his heart drop. Out of complete fear of the three nascent soul cultivators, he covered himself in light and took to the skies. At that moment, Lu Weiying had used some sort of movement technique and appeared where the lanky man had originally stood. He raised his head to coldly look at the streak of yellow light that was flying away. Then, with a tremble of his hand, he launched the white flag into the air. The flag turned into a white wind as it chased the yellow light with amazing speed, whistling through the air. Soon the lanky man was overtaken. In an attempt to block the white wind, he raised his shield. After a series of fierce trembles, the shield shattered into fragments as the wind pushed through, cutting the lanky man into 1,000 pieces, filling the sky with a bloody mist as his last miserable scream spread through the air. When Lu Weiying saw this, he nodded and waved his hand, summoning the white wind back into his hand as a white flag. Marquis Nanlong clapped and smiled. "Good. With that settled, we don't have to fear about this matter leaking." Lu Weiying casually replied, "It was nothing. That mere core formation cultivator was deserving of more than just death for daring to follow us." He then reached towards the blood mist and summoned a faint yellow talisman and a storage pouch into his grasp. Lu Weiying took a quick look at the items before putting them away. "We were truly lucky to have fellow Taoist Han here, or we would have encountered unexpected troubles. It is no wonder Brother Han has such a grand reputation, given that he was able to see through such a powerful concealment technique." Han Li smiled and aloofly said, "It was nothing but luck. You two weren't able to see through it only because he snuck in while you two were distracted." When Marquis Nanlong heard Han Li's modest words, he shook his head and said nothing more. At that moment, Lu Weiying returned to them wearing a serious expression. "Let us move quickly and avoid having any other unexpected troubles appear." Han Li nodded and with a flip of his hand, a sparkling formation flag appeared in his grasp. Rubbing his chin, he proposed, "When we kill the huge python, it will cause quite a commotion. I will first lay down an isolation formation so that the disturbances of the battle remain within the restriction. This way, we won't have to worry about any of the cultivators nearby." Lu Weiying smiled and couldn't help but offer a word of praise. "Brother Han is truly an attentive person. That will be for the best." Han Li immediately flew off and began to arrange formation flags one after another. A short time later, he had finished placing down a large spell formation. The spell formation's main purpose was to dampen sound and spiritual chi fluctuations. With such a specific and simple function, it was able to be placed down in a short amount of time. When Han Li returned to them, Lu Weiying waved the flag in his hand and calmly said, "Since fellow Taoist Han has finished laying down the formation, I will use the hurricane flag to disperse the fog. That way the python will have nowhere to hide." With that said, he tossed the flag into the air and began to mutter an incantation. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he pointed to the small golden sword in front of him. Suddenly, the sword flew through the air and revolved once before brilliantly glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the sword expanded to a length of 20 meters as it floated above him. Lu Weiying finished his incantation and pointed to the spell flag. Trembling, the flag suddenly unfolded, shining with a blinding light. Gusts of wind repeatedly blew around it like a storm, eventually gathering enough force to condense into 10 or so white wind dragons, all rushing towards the mist with overbearing momentum. As for Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword, It shot out with a hum and began to revolve above the mist. It seemed Marquis Nanlong was planning to wait for the mist to disperse before striking at the ancient beast with a thunderous blow as soon as it appeared. Han Li silently flung out his sleeve, summoning a small bell that flashed with silver light and flew off into the distance in a flash of light. The wind dragons seemed to race each other as they struck headfirst into the mist. The gray mist roiled for a spell before being torn apart by a tornado from within. However, the dispersion of the mist only lasted for a short moment as a strange hiss filled the air. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded through the mist. A huge snake tail with the thickness of a water jar suddenly tossed one of the wind dragons from the mist and dispersed the tornado. Then, with two more thuds, the snake tail easily smashed two more wind dragons from within. When Lu Weiying saw this, he was shocked and immediately grasped his hands in a strange incantation gesture. Uttering, "Explode!" the remaining wind dragons suddenly flashed with white light and ruptured. The explosive winds devastated the mist, scattering most of it with ferocious gales and revealing the monster that laid within. It was coiled up and appeared to be the size of a mountain. With its body revealed, the golden sword took the opportunity to silently strike at it. As this occurred, Han Li shot a spell seal at the silver bell. In a brilliant flash of light, it suddenly grew 3 meters tall. With a clear ring, a silver wave suddenly rushed out from the shining bell and moved to engulf the huge python in a joint attack with the huge golden sword. The python was slow to react and simply further shrunk into its coil in response to the attacks, remaining still. Marquis Nanlong was overjoyed by the sight of this, and poured even more spiritual power into his sword, enlarging it slightly further. But before the golden sword could strike, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped the python's body without a warning. A huge boom sounded out as golden and green light intertwined, but soon the green light overwhelmed the golden sword and repelled it. As that happened, the three cultivators were shocked. Immediately after the golden sword was repealed, the silver soundwave struck the python's barrier and was scattered without effort. The two attacks seemed to have awakened it, and it slowly withdrew its head to look at Han Li and the others. At that moment, the gray mist had already cleanly scattered and the huge python had revealed itself before them. The python had a body as black as iron. It was over 200 meters long and was exceptionally thick with black palm-sized scales covering its body. It had faint green serpent eyes that currently held an ominous glint. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Just as he thought to recall his silver bell, the huge python suddenly extended itself in a blur, and the silver bell that was 100 meters away from it disappeared without a trace. Before Han Li realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword also disappeared from the sky with only a blur from the python. At that moment, Han Li had already processed what had happened. The huge python had extended itself with fantastical speed, swallowing the treasures in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that they were unable to react. Han Li grimaced. The python was giant, but its movements were still amazingly fast. When Marquis Nanlong saw that the sword was swallowed, his alarm was soon replaced with joy as he had spent over 100 years tempering his linked magic treasure. The huge snake's exterior defenses may be formidable, but since it had taken the initiative to swallow the sword into its stomach, wasn't it seeking its own death? With that thought, Marquis Nanlong hastily commanded the golden flying sword to display its full might within the python's stomach and directly cleave through the beast. But in that short time his expression froze. Although his magic treasure was still connected to his spiritual sense, it was restrained within the huge python's stomach and didn't budge in the slightest. In that moment he couldn't help but grow nervous. After all, if his own magic treasure suffered any damage, his consciousness would be heavily damaged as well. Fellow Taoists, my flying sword has been restrained. This python is no ordinary beast. Be careful. With that said, Marquis Nanlong solemnly sighed and he raised his hand. A dark green ring flew off from his finger and floated in front of him. The ring pulsed with light and was faintly inscribed with various talisman characters. Lu Weiying was alarmed to discover that their magic treasures had failed, and he hastily attempted to recall his spell flag. Then with a wave of his hand, he released several talismans into the air, and they soon burst with white light, transforming in tens of blinding white fireballs that floated in front of him. Han Li astonishedly glanced at the white fireballs and felt some familiarity towards them. But now was not the time to think of the matter. He then turned his head around and slapped his storage pouch, summoning 4 streaks of white light around him. 3 wolves, 2 flame oxen, and a green snake appeared in front of him. They were the 6 puppets that he had acquired from Taoist Heaven Crystal form, the Grand Trade Meet. After he acquired them, he had yet to truly use them. Now that he faced this formidable ancient python, it was a good opportunity to test their strength. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw Han Li's puppets and momentarily revealed a trace of surprise. The 3 were all vastly experienced cultivators. With a solemn exchange of glances, they all executed their various abilities in a joint attack against the python. However, an ominous glint began to condense from the python's eyes as it stared at the 3 cultivators. It raised its head and spat out a mouthful of liquid towards them, filling the air with a fishy scent. In their alarm, the 3 hastily raised light barriers around them and held their breaths. In the next moment, they discovered that while the fishy scent was putrid, it wasn't poisonous. Regardless, it had still caused them to hesitate. In that moment of delay, the huge python widely opened its mouth and began to suddenly inhale, expanding its body. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the stone and earth in front of the python was sucked into its mouth. The 3 cultivators were caught off guard and they felt a huge force pulling on them. They were rendered completely immobile as they resisted being sucked into Python's mouth. Han Li's 6 puppets were brought to the python's mouth in the blink of an eye, offering no resistance to the attractive force. A trace of surprise appeared on Han Li's face, but his heart remained calm. Azure light flashed from his body, causing it to grow incredibly heavy as it sunk into the ground. Then, with a mental command, the 6 puppets brought to the python's side began to attack. The red oxen's horns began to flash with red light and shot 4 beams of light into the python's gaping mouth. Just as the python confidently believed that it could suck Han Li and the others into its stomach, it was struck at its exposed tongue. Red light flashed and a series of thuds soon followed. The huge python groaned and closed its mouth. Although the damage to its tongue was uncertain, it had stopped breathing in for the time being. During that moment of pause, Han Li regained control of the 3 white wolf puppets. Their bodies brightly glowed with white light and they regained their bearing on the ground with claws glowing with several inches of light. The wolves then brandished its vicious fangs before blurring from sight, flying towards the beast in streaks of light. Clangs sounded out as the wolves struck the python's head. For some unknown reason, the green light hadn't appeared when the wolves struck, but the wolves' shining claws and incisive fangs weren't able to harm the black scales. They were only able to leave behind white marks. Then, 2 of the wolves immediately blurred and split up, shooting towards the huge python's eyes. They were bare and without the protection of scales. With a quick purple blur, 2 muffled thuds sounded out. The 2 white wolves were scattered with a fast lightning flick of the python's tongue and were sent flying. The building-sized head of the python tilted to the side and began to close its mouth on the white wolf puppets. But just as it attempted to swallow them, the green snake puppet suddenly grew to 40 meters in size and pounced at it. Additionally, the 2 red oxen had shot out another attack from their horns. Provoked by the puppet's strikes, the huge python roared and it quickly swayed its head, spouting a black mist from its nostrils. In the blink of an eye, its entire head disappeared from view. As for 2 of the white wolf puppets, they had taken this opportunity to run away. But suddenly, 2 figures shot out from the black mist and held down the 2 white wolves. They were 2 snake heads that appeared completely identical to the first. This had all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the cultivators realized what happened, the black chi had already disappeared to reveal the python's true form. This is a 3-headed ebony snake. How is this possible? The 3 shouted with disbelief. They faced a 3-headed python that was furiously glaring at them. The center python head was hissing with its tongue as the other 2 heads were chomping down on 2 of the wolf puppets. Then, the still air rippled as soon as the word "explode" was uttered. With 2 huge booms, the puppets in the snake's jaws suddenly shined with blinding white light. Upon seeing the white wolf puppets had been restrained, Han Li immediately formed an incantation gesture and ordered his puppets to self-detonate without any hesitation. While the scales of the three huge pythons may be incredibly hardy, the insides of their mouths were a different story. Given that the white wolf puppets were crafted from countless precious materials, the power of their detonations were nothing to underestimate. As expected, the two serpent heads screamed in unbearable pain, but the middle serpent head was completely unaffected by the explosions, apart from being further enraged. In a blur of black, the green snake puppet flying towards it was flung 40 meters back by a wave of the python's tail. At that same moment, it moved forward and chomped down on one of the red ox puppets, shattering it to pieces and denying Han Li the opportunity to detonate it. As for Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying, they had finally awoken from their shock after seeing that Han Li's puppets continued to fight. Lu Weiying was the first to act, sending his tens of brilliant white fireballs into the sky. As for Marquis Nanlong, he waved his hand and struck the dark green ring he had summoned with a spell seal. Soon, the ring began to blur and split into two, then four, then 8. In a single breath, the ring had created over 100 phantoms of itself. With the true ring mixed among them, they shot forward in a wave of green light. Han Li calmly waved his hand and summoned a pitch-black item that swelled in the air above him. In a flash of black light, it had transformed into a mountain that was over 40 meters tall, and only continued to grow under Han Li's command. It was the thousand-fold mountain. Given the massive size and extraordinary defenses of the ancient python, this treasure should be more appropriate in dealing with it. With its incredible speed, Han Li first had to restrain it before he would be able to land a strike. Just as Han Li pondered over how to do this, the python's left and right heads seemed to have recovered from the previous explosions and released two beams of gray light from their mouths. Lu Weiying's white fireballs ruptured upon being struck, but the beams of gray light found themselves at a deadlock with the resulting wave of flames from the ruptured fireballs. As for the dark green rings, they swept past the battle between the wave of white flames and gray beams, while Han Li's thousand-fold mountain slowly followed after them. The huge python felt threatened by the barrage of green light and its center head howled. Its body glowed with a layer of green light before widely opening its mouth and pouncing forward, sweeping away the dark green ring phantasms. But one of the rings hiding in the rear dodged out of the way, and in a blur it appeared above the python's head. Light shined brightly from the ring as it transformed into a streak of green chi, striking down with thunderous momentum. Suddenly, the dark green ring massively expanded and constricted the huge python with all its might, sinking deep into the python's flesh. The python suddenly felt that 7 inches of its flesh were constrained and felt an immense wave of pain radiating from the area. The main python head began to wildly thrash about as if desperate to break free from the green ring's restriction. The two other heads were also affected by the pain and were unable to sustain the beams of gray light that were restraining the white wave of flames. When Lu Weiying saw this, his expression brightened and he took advantage of the opportunity to command the white flames forward. The wave of white flames surged to over 40 meters tall and engulfed the huge python. However, the green light covering the huge python's body was formidable and held firm against the white flames. While the dark green ring may be restricting its head, its body had yet to suffer any damage. Suddenly, black light began to shine above the python as a black mountain about 100 meters tall appeared above it. The mountain began to revolve in the air, releasing black clouds below it and trapping the huge python. The huge python turned sluggish within the black clouds as if weighed down by an immense pressure. Using the opportunity given, the black mountain began to fall. Sensing that matters were far from good, the python raised each of its heads with strained effort and released several balls of light towards the sky to block the black mountain's descent. But before they could reach the mountain, they were dissolved by the black clouds surrounding them. Unwilling to let matters stand and wait for death, the huge python used the entirety of its strength to slap its tail downward and launch itself out from within the black clouds. But at that moment, the white flames surrounding its body suddenly turned into several thick chains and wrapped around its body. The huge python was only able to fly about 30 meters before it came crashing to the ground. Eventually, the mountain smashed down on it and the entire area around it brilliantly glowed with black light, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening within. The python's head screamed wretchedly before the mountain smashed to the ground with a deafening tremble. Marquis Nanlong revealed a smile and Lu Weiying sighed. However, Han Li was frowning as he watched the scene before him. Black light slightly faded away to reveal the Black Mountain. The huge python still wasn't entirely dead, as there was still one head that wasn't crushed. It was screaming as it waved its head back and forth with all its might. The immense vitality it displayed as it flailed about in its craze was a sight to behold. Lu Weiying snorted and waved his hand. A streak of white light fiercely shot through the air and arrived above the python. It revolved once in a flourish and then easily sliced through the python's vulnerable neck. As a result, the python's headless body sprayed a fountain of blood 10 meters into the air before finally collapsing to the ground. The old man's expression relaxed after finishing off the python and he muttered, "It's finally done. However, it is somewhat surprising. This three-headed ebony snake wasn't as fearsome as the legends described." Marquis Nanlong shook his head and hesitantly said, "It's possible that this wasn't a true specimen. Don't forget, a true three-headed ebony serpent is winged and is said that each of the three heads also have different elemental abilities. This serpent can't have been genuine or we wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. Perhaps this serpent is a variant of another breed. Either way, we shouldn't delve too deeply into its origins. Let us head into the passage," Han Li calmly said. He then pointed to his huge mountain and it quickly shrunk, returning to his sleeve in a streak of black light, revealing the smashed corpse of the huge python underneath it. Marquis Nanlong waved his hand and a streak of gold and green light flew back to him, revealing his golden sword and the dark green ring. The flying sword returned into his body and the ring was worn back on his hand. Lu Weiying glanced at the ruined corpse several times before arriving at its side. He casually reached out to one of the python's head and summoned a thumb-sized green core into his hand. With a trace of joy on his face, he looked at the other two heads and withdrew a core from each of them. At that moment, Han Li, who had finished collecting his puppet beast fragments, and Marquis Nanlong had arrived. Lu Weiying handed each of them one of the cores without saying another word. Han Li accepted the item and took a glance at it before indifferently putting it away. Marquis Nanlong did the same. Soon after, Lu Weiying turned the huge python's body to ashes with a single fireball and said, "It would have been troublesome to slay this beast if we were alone, but with our powers combined, slaying ancient beasts of this level shouldn't be much of a challenge. If the ancient flame toad is this easy to deal with, then this journey will be quite laid back." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wryly smiled. "I hope it will be that way, but it is likely that the ancient flame toad will be somewhat more troublesome. After all, it caused even Master Tsong Kuan to flee. Although he was greatly weakened at the time, the beast is certain to be formidable." After some thought, Lu Weiying replied with a silent nod. By then, Han Li had already flown around and collected the concealment formation flags. When he returned, he said, "Let's go. We'll find out how formidable the ancient flame toad is soon enough." With that said, he took the lead moving forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying glanced at each other and closely followed after him. After all, they had to rely on Han Li's Yin Yang ring to pass through the Great North Essence lights. With the huge python slayed, the path was now open. There was a 300-meter-wide stone road surrounded by a barrier of red light that was incapable of being seen through. The three cultivators flew 15 meters above the ground with a careful speed. When they traveled over 10 kilometers on the road, the scenery changed and they came across a faint yellow wall. There was a pitch-black cave in the stone wall over 20 meters wide. "It's here. After we pass through it, we should find ourselves in the valley's depths." The cave passage is over 5 kilometers long and is covered in Great North Essence lights. Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned to Han Li, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han, we'll be needing to use your Yin Yang ring." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and curiously said, "Since we know there are Great North Essence lights in the cave, can't we find another way to pass through? Or is this the only way through?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "There is no other way in besides this one. Brother Lu, strike the rock with your magic treasure, and you will soon realize why." "All right, I'll strike it." Unresigned, Lu Weiing flung his sleeve and released a white light from his hand, fiercely striking at the stone wall. At that moment, Han Li clearly saw a rather strange short saber traveling within the streak of white light. It appeared to be a rarely seen flying saber magic treasure. Under Han Li's attentive gaze, the flying saber chopped at the stone wall in a display of blinding white radiance. Then, with a slight change in expression, Lu Weiing waved his hand and recalled the flying saber. Han Li clearly saw that the flying saber strike had left a shallow inch-long mark with faint grains of silver light floating around the area. "That is—" Lu Weiing revealed a trace of surprise and hastily stepped forward to look at the saber mark. After carefully examining it, he muttered, "Tail star silver. This cave is made out of tail star silver or—" When they heard the words tail star silver, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he also stepped forward. He extended his finger and softly stroked the slash mark, examining the dust on his finger. Han Li had naturally heard of tail star silver, as it was a material that could enhance the durability of a magic treasure. Its effects were only inferior to materials as precious as refined crystal. It was no wonder that Lu Weiying's strike barely damaged it. Regardless of whether it be in the scattered star seas or the heavenly south continent, it was something that was nearly extinguished. Han Li stared at the saber mark and silently raised his hand. Over 10 small azure swords shot out of his sleeve and directly struck the stone wall. The other two were alarmed, but they immediately realized what Han Li was doing. With a series of clangs, over 10 several-inch-deep holes appeared in the wall, each hole producing silver light specks. Han Li momentarily revealed surprise and he said, "It truly is tail star silver, and it is mixed into the rock. Moreover, it isn't evenly distributed, so it isn't man-made. There should be a vein of tail star silver within." Seeing that Han Li's swords had struck deeper than Lu Weiying's saber, the other both had a change of expression, but Lu Weiying's eyes betrayed a trace of greed as he stared at the rock wall in silence. A fiery passion also appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face, but after some thought, he regained his calm. Marquis Nanlong calmly said, "Let's go. We'll search for the treasures in the valley depths first." Lu Weiying hesitated and wore an expression of reluctance. "Go? Tail star silver is an incredibly valuable treasure. Wouldn't it be better to dig this out first?" Marquis Nanlong frowned and faced Lu Weiying, speaking with a deep tone. "Brother Lu, how can you be so foolish at a time like this? Did you not personally witness how hard tail star silver is? It may be possible that there is an entire vein of it, but a fist-sized chunk of or can only be refined into a minuscule amount of it. How much time and magic power would you have to waste before it is worth it? And while this item may be precious, don't forget that what we lack isn't wealth, but materials to increase our cultivation and lifespan. When we reach our end, these possessions will mean nothing." Lu Weiying paused for a moment before repeatedly nodding in realization. He saluted Marquis Nanlong with gratefulness and said, "Brother Nanlong, you are completely right. I was overcome with greed and lost sight of our main objective. Many thanks for reminding me." Afterwards, he paid the wall no more attention and walked into the cave as if afraid of being lured by the tail star silver. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he called out to Han Li before following after Lu Weiying. Han Li was also reluctant to part with the tail star silver and he unconsciously walked with slowed steps. Even though he had the auric essence infused flying swords and enough spirit milk to restore his magic power, cutting out enough tail star silver still wouldn't be an easy task. And if he followed through, he would also provoke envy from the other party members. Concluding that pursuing the tail star silver would be unwise, Han Li could only sigh and follow his two party members into the cave. At that moment, Han Li suddenly heard a voice from the back of his mind. "Hee, there is so much tail star silver. I've spent so many years looking for it, but I wasn't able to find any. Devil Fall Valley deserves its reputation. The silver is able to be used in puppet refinement. With a bit of tail star silver mixed into the puppet's body, Common magic treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. You must take all of it. The monarch of soul divergence spoke with an excited tone. Han Li bluntly rebuked him. Take all of it? Old eccentric, are you dreaming? This is Tailstar silver or not a vein. How can I take it away? Chip at it and take it away piece by piece. The old man snorted and said, since I've mentioned it, there is a method of course. Youngster Han, don't you have those gold-devouring beetles? I can teach you a method to control the gold-devouring beetles and have them drill through the rock and consume the Tailstar silver. They will then spit it out as crystallized silver. This method was something that I had acquired from an insect cultivator I killed. This applies to all spirit insects, but it is particularly suitable for your gold-devouring beetles. Alright, then how about you teach it to me? I'll immediately have the gold-devouring beetles search for the Tailstar silver. Han Li immediately replied with delight, perhaps not only for Tailstar silver, but also the mighty incantation. First let me tell you that regardless of how much Tailstar silver you acquire, you will have to set aside enough for the final puppet I will refine. Also, you cannot waste it for other uses, particularly for mixing it with your magic treasure. If there is still Tailstar silver after I refine the puppet body, you can use the rest as you wish. Han Li couldn't help but smile and said, Senior might not know this, but my magic treasures have already been tempered with refined crystal. It is quite a bit more effective than Tailstar silver. The monarch of soul divergence paused before yelling in alarm. Refined crystal? You had such a heaven-defying material? Do you still have any left over? It will be greatly useful to me even if you only have a little bit left. There seemed to be a trace of delight in his voice. Han Li bluntly replied, You should know that I use a set of flying swords. While I had acquired a large chunk of refined crystal, it was barely enough to temper my flying swords. There is nothing left over. There is nothing left? What a waste. The old man's tone was filled with sorrow and disappointment. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. Using the refined crystal on his own magic treasure couldn't be considered a waste. But since he was asking for a favor, he pretended not to hear this. At that moment, Han Li had followed the two into the cave, but had managed to keep a distance away from them, intentionally or otherwise, to prevent them from discovering anything strange. The cave was dark, but this was easily solved for cultivators by pouring spiritual power into their eyes. Due to this, they were able to see clearly without any problems. The cave's width and height were exactly the same as the entrance, and the colors of the stone were a consistent yellow. Along the way, Han Li casually used one of his swords to cut the stone wall. As a result, it revealed specks of silver light, much to Han Li's astonishment. As Han Li walked forward, he learned the insect control technique from the monarch of soul divergence. Although the incantation for the technique was cryptic due to being formed from ancient characters, Han Li was able to learn it with a bit of explanation from the old eccentric. With a sudden understanding, Han Li was able to smoothly employ the technique. With the technique imparted, the old man grew silent once more. Han Li contemplated the incantation a moment more and verified that it was correct before casually brushing his sleeve across his waist and removing a spirit beast pouch. A short moment later, gold-devouring beetles began to silently fly from his sleeve and across the passageway. With his other party members over 30 meters ahead of him, they were unable to sense Han Li's actions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the gold-devouring beetles had completely left him. Han Li then withdrew the sleeve and formed an incantation gesture. Following that, he uttered an incantation in his mind and spread it with his spiritual sense to the cave entrance where a large swarm of gold-devouring beetles was gathered. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly shined with golden light, and the flying insects soon grew vague as they tunneled into the stone walls without the slightest resistance. They were no longer in sight, and the rock's surface wasn't damaged in the slightest. Sensing this with his spiritual sense, Han Li recalled it with relief and began to quicken his steps. After walking for a time more, they arrived at the start of a winding road. The other two had stopped walking, much to Han Li's shock. He hastily looked forward and saw that the passageway had doubled in width. The spacious path was covered with stalagmites and stalactites that faintly released lines of silver light, illuminating the cave. The silver lines were exceptionally strange. Although they were incorporeal, they each appeared to nearly contain their own form. Marquis Nanlong stared at the lines of silver ahead of him and deeply sighed. These must be the Great North Essence Lights. Although you two fellow Taoists might know something of it, I must warn you to not rashly use any spiritual power or treasures apart from the yin-yang ring when inside. If the Great North Essence Lights sense any spiritual power leak, we will certainly die. Han Li grew silent and he didn't reply. He simply waved his sleeve and summoned a jet-black ring that circled once in the air before dropping into his hand, revealing a flicker of light. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw Han Li taking out the yin-yang ring, they immediately blurred and appeared close behind him wearing solemn expressions. It appeared they wanted Han Li to take the lead. Han Li held the ring in his hand and blew a mist of azure essence qi onto it. In a flicker of black light, the azure qi was cleanly absorbed by the ring. Afterwards, it flew above Han Li's head and remained still as it floated above him. Han Li raised his hand and struck the ring with a spell seal. The yin-yang ring trembled and it began to fluctuate in size before growing to about 20 meters wide. Go! Han Li pointed at the ring and uttered the command. Releasing a strange hum, the huge ring began to spring forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying gazed at the following scene with a solemn expression. As the huge ring came across the countless lines of light floating in the air, an inconceivable scene occurred. The lines of light rippled like disturbed water. In the instant that the huge ring tread across the lights, it flickered with black light and caused the lines of light to distort around it, creating a passageway through them. When the party saw this, they all smiled with relief. However, Han Li was still curious about the might of the Great North Essence Lights. After some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a blue fist-sized pearl, a top-grade defensive magic tool that he had acquired in the past. Holding it in his hand, Han Li poured a bit of spiritual power into it, causing a blue light barrier to surge around it. With a flip of his hand, the pearl shot forward. As soon as the pearl of blue light entered the Great North Essence Lights, the silver lines flocked towards it as if they had seen prey. These fine lines penetrated through the blue light pearl from every angle as if nothing were there. A short moment later, the silver lines sparked and the pearl combusted, leaving behind a beautiful sparkle that eventually faded away to reveal the silver lines that remained. Han Li narrowed his eyes and his fellow party members turned sullen at the sight. Han Li's expression remained normal and he waved his hand. The huge ring flew back above them and silently dropped down, covering them on all sides. Afterwards, a barrier of black light emerged from the ring and enveloped the three cultivators. Let's go! With that said, Han Li walked forward and began to move the yin-yang ring. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying didn't dare to delay the slightest bit, while inside the barrier and closely followed after Han Li. Although the ring did offer protection against the Great North Essence Lights, they didn't dare to raise any additional defenses and risk provoking them. As for Han Li, he maintained a calm appearance, but he still felt somewhat worried. Once the huge ring entered the Great North Essence Lights, the lights parted away as expected and they made way for the black light barrier. Han Li felt relief at the sight of this and turned around to see that his party members had also relaxed. Han Li smiled and slowly moved forward with the yin-yang ring. In an area of Devilfall Valley covered in snow and ice, there was a group of black-clothed ghost spirit sect cultivators that were using their various magic treasures to fight against a giant lizard. Floating close by was the old man with a pale complexion surnamed Zhong. He was floating in the air as he watched the core formation cultivators fighting in a frenzy. Seeing that the 7 sect disciples weren't able to dispatch the ancient beast after some time, he frowned and personally took action. Elder Zhong formed an incantation gesture with his hands and countless strands of pitch-black qi emerged from his body. They then condensed together to form a jet-black flood dragon that charged at the lizard with overbearing force. Soon after, a huge net of dark green light glowed from behind it and enveloped both of the flood dragon and the lizard. Countless green fist-sized fireballs then condensed from the net and rained down upon the lizard beast with a thunderous explosion. Black light intertwined with green flames illuminated the area and then faded away a moment later to reveal a charred lizard corpse. Elder Zhong swept his sleeve and blew the ancient beast over 30 meters away in a gale, revealing a crack in the ice beneath it. The crack led downward, revealing a passage underneath it that shined with a faint white light. "Go!" Elder Zhong gloomily commanded. Then he shot into the passage in a black blur, and the other ghost spirit sect cultivators followed after him without hesitation. Wang Chan and Yen Ruyan were amongst the group of disciples, but Wang Tiangu and the ghost spirit sect master were nowhere to be seen. Soon, the ghost spirit sect cultivators all entered the crack in the ice, and the scene above ground became calm once more. However, snow continued to fall down, and a sheet of ice froze over the ancient beast's body, turning it into an unremarkable snow mound. In the forest the ghost spirit sect had first visited, Violet Spirit looked at what appeared to be a small familiar mound after spending the time it took to finish a cup of tea lost in thought. She raised her head to look for any huge trees around her. Then, she lowered her head to look at the earth mound below her before shooting a streak of white light at the mound with a flick of her finger. With a muffled pong, a 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the earth in front of her. Gray ash scattered from the hole, revealing a damp hole with scorched tree roots. With a smile on her face, Violet Spirit muttered, "This should be it. The ghost spirit sect was able to find it much quicker than I did." However, they didn't expect that someone would be looking for their tracks. They left in such a hurry that they left a trail behind. With a wave of her sleeve, the earth pit was reburied, and she took out an azure talisman. After that, she walked once around the large trees nearby and stuck it onto one of them. Then, in a flicker of azure light, the talisman sank into the tree and disappeared without a trace. Finished with the talisman, she flew off after confirming her direction. In a huge canyon, an old Taoist was looking down at the various colored restriction in front of him and muttered to himself. There were 2 puppets with fiendish appearances standing motionlessly behind him. At the other edge of the canyon, there was a mass of crimson light that continuously wavered. It was one of the passageways into the valley depths. The path was short, but it was filled with several formidable ancient restrictions. Although the old Taoist was skilled with spell formations, it was likely he wouldn't be able to dissolve the restrictions in a short amount of time. Perhaps lacking the time to find another entrance or due to an immediate need to enter the valley depths, he began to test the restrictions but remained hesitant. What? Does Taoist Heaven Crystal feel that he can't take on the restrictions alone? How about I help? Suddenly, the old Taoist heard a gloomy voice speak from behind him. The old man was Taoist Heaven Crystal, who had exchanged the soul stones with Han Li at Soaring Heaven City. As for the 2 fiendish puppets standing behind him, they were 2 of the ancient puppets that he had repaired, each possessing the power of an early nascent soul cultivator. When he had tested their power, it took great effort for him to subdue one of them. With these servants under him, he had gathered the courage to enter Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. At that moment, Taoist Heaven Crystal quickly turned around, startled from hearing a voice speak from behind. About 200 meters behind him, there were several green-robed cultivators silently floating in the air. The one who spoke was the leading green-robed man that had a gloomy expression and long facial hair. When Taoist Heaven Crystal examined them, he felt his heart drop. These men were all nascent soul cultivators. Difficulty suppressing the amazement in his heart, he wryly smiled and said, "So it was the controlling spirit sect's fellow Taoist Dong men. I do not recognize these other fellow Taoists. Are they also elders from your sect?" The controlling spirit sect master Dongmen too glanced at the 2 fiendish puppets and said, "You should consider them as such for the time being. Moreover, those 2 puppets behind you seem exceptional. Their power can't be underestimated." Taoist Heaven Crystal cautiously said, "Fellow Taoist Dongmen must be joking. How can these meager puppets draw your attention? Nevertheless, how do you plan on comparing with me?" Dongmen too stared at the old Taoist and said, "Although I've resided in the controlling spirit sect for long, I didn't make much outside contact. Despite this, I've heard of your reputation as a spell formation master. As lacking as I may be, I've also studied something of spell formations. Alone, it would take us too long to break through the restrictions, but together, the odds will be far greater. When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard him, he frowned in thought and still appeared hesitant. Dongmen Tu's expression turned gloomy, but he remained patient as he said, "What? Does fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal believe that I will be a liability? How about this? Let's have our cooperation be limited to dissolving the restrictions. After that we'll go our separate ways and I won't make things difficult for you without reason. And don't forget that even if you can break the restrictions alone, it will take up too much of your time. The valley depths are where one is most likely to find treasures, but I fear they will be swept away by the others by the time you get inside. According to my knowledge, this path to enter the valley depths has been well studied by other spell formation masters." When Taoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his heart stirred and he raised his head to look at the other 5 green-robed cultivators standing behind him. He eventually nodded and said, "Since you made the offer, I will accept. We will work together to break the restrictions, but after we enter the valley depths, we will go about our own business." Dongmen Tu immediately smiled and quickly said, "Hee, that will do. Fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal, please rest assured. Given the power of your 2 puppets, how could I force you to do anything? After we enter the depths, we'll rely on luck in our search for treasures." After glancing at everything in front of him, Han Li couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression and mutter, "This is the valley depths?" At the bottom of a steep 3-kilometer-tall cliff, there was a small cave that he just emerged from not long ago. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying stood side by side as they glanced at the scene before them, both of them wearing odd expressions. There a huge mountain range before them with countless mountains of varying sizes. It reached out as far as the eye could see. Additionally, the world that surrounded them had areas glowing with rainbow light, be it sky or earth. The areas of rainbow light varied in size, with some reaching several kilometers in size, covering the sky, while the small ones were only about a meter large and shined with weaker radiance, but all of them were extremely beautiful. What caused Han Li and the others to be astonished was not the clouds of light, but the chaotic nature of the spiritual sense around them. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual qi, they all mingled together and gave people of a feeling of immense unease, as if the very world would lash out at them with a single wrong move. Marquis Nanlong sighed after recollecting his thoughts and said, "This place is certainly where the ancient cultivators fought. The worldly spiritual qi is thoroughly destroyed here. As a result, it will have an influence on any of our techniques." Han Li wryly smiled and pointed to the sky. "That is only a secondary concern. That is what is going to be most troublesome." About a kilometer above them in the sky, there was a group of over 10-foot-long arcs of white light floating there. It greatly startled Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying when they clearly saw what it was. Lu Weiying shouted in astonishment, "How can there be so many spatial tiers? And how can they wander?" Marquis Nanlong's expression also grew unsightly. After noticing Marquis Nanlong's change in expression, Han Li chuckled and said, "This should be expected. Since this was the battlegrounds of ancient cultivators, there should be more spatial tiers here than the outside. Why else would so many nascent soul cultivators enter only to never return? We can only rely on Master Tsong Kuan's map on the path forward, or else. Brother Han does make sense. We definitely can't take any risks and tread off the path. Else there may be some invisible spatial tears there." However, there was still much to fear from the wandering spatial tiers, but so long as they paid attention to them, they shouldn't pose much danger. After saying this, the Marquis regained his calm. Lu Weiying tensely frowned as he stared at another are filled with spatial tiers. He pensively mentioned, "However, the number of these spatial tiers is over 10 times greater than that on the outside. Those words only apply if the invisible spatial tiers don't wander as well. If the invisible spatial tiers roam and scatter like the visible ones, then Master Tsong Kuan's map might not also be very safe." When Han Li heard this, he was stunned and he turned his head. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes as he glanced at an area over 300 meters away, discovering a vague arc of light motionlessly floating there. He calmed down after looking at it for a while. But then, just as he pondered about whether or not he should leak this information to the other two, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly spoke as if misunderstanding Han Li's pondering for worry. There is no need for you fellow Taoists to be worried. The invisible spatial tears don't move. Master Tsongkuan has mentioned this in his records. Lu Weiying's spirit stirred and he suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Nanlong certain? How did Master Tsongkuan learn about it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the two and calmly said, "Brother Lu should realize that in the past, Master Tsongkuan had suffered from grave injuries. It should come as a question as to how he was able to safely leave Devilfall Valley. By relying on a technique that he had cultivated, he was able to sense the locations of spatial tiers before leaving the valley. How else could he have left the valley with such grave injuries?" Having heard this, the old man felt a wave of relief. There are such techniques in this world? In that case, it wasn't due to luck that Master Tsongkuan was able to escape from Devilfall Valley. Han Li's expression stirred as well and he sighed with relief. Marquis Nanlong's worries faded away upon seeing this. He feared that his two party members would be intent on retreating. He was particularly worried about Han Li, who he found immensely difficult to read. Since Han Li would be the main force in the fight against the ancient flame toad, he needed to convince him to move forward. With a stern expression, the Marquis then said, "Let's go. According to what the record said, we cannot fly too quickly, and it will take about a day of travel until we arrive at the ancient flame toad's nest. Be careful on the way there." Han Li faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Nanlong should be worried about taking care of himself. Fellow Taoist Lu and I will look after ourselves with care." Old man Lu nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong said, "Then let us set off. We've wasted enough time as it is." He then recognized his bearings and wrapped himself in a ball of light before slowly flying off. Han Li and the old man glanced at each other and also took to the air. They closely followed after Marquis Nanlong without taking even a step off track. If they flew even a few meters off course, it was possible they could wander into a spatial tear of an ancient restriction. As such, the party was undoubtedly careful. The path taken along the way was incredibly strange. There were times it would go straight and others where it would move in an entire circle. But regardless, they would stop every 2 hours and make sure of their location before continuing forward. Additionally, Marquis Nanlong didn't look at any jade slips on the way. It was clear he had already memorized the path. Han Li maintained a neutral appearance, but on the way he was memorizing every step of the path back. As such, if there were any unexpected development, he would have a path to flee for his life. He reckoned that Lu Weiying was most likely doing the same. After all, cultivators who mastered the basic elemental cultivation arts gained perfect memory. Remembering some directions was an effortless task. Their flight continued for almost an entire day and they hadn't encountered any danger. Han Li felt at ease, believing that the Marquis had acquired the genuine route that Master Tsongkuan had used when traveling through Yellow Maple Valley. As Han Li continued memorizing the path while following Marquis Nanlong, he diligently scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He reckoned that he encountered at least 4 areas that were guarded with formidable restrictions along the path. There were also a few areas that seemed amiss. He wasn't able to determine whether they were spell formations of abnormalities produced from spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li was quite curious about these areas as he knew that they were likely to contain treasures left behind from ancient cultivators. Although Han Li felt eager excitement to explore these areas, he restrained himself. Although Han Li possessed some understanding of certain ancient cultivator restrictions, he also knew full well ancient were incredibly formidable. Only spatial tiers posed a greater danger than they did. Even with his bright sight spirit eyes being able to see through, there was still a significant chance of him provoking a profound spell formation. Currently, common ancient treasures no longer tempted him. Having entered the valley, so long as he acquired the core of the ancient flame toad, the remnant treasures of the ancient cultivator, the spirit kindle fruit, and the tailstar silver, it can be considered that he had reaped massive gains. With the benefits and drawbacks considered, Han Li abandoned any intention of doing anything dangerous. Then, his gaze was drawn over to Lu Weiying. The old man wore a sullen expression, and he occasionally glanced into the distance. Han Li inwardly sighed. It seemed that if the old man couldn't acquire the items he wanted from the ancient cultivator remains, he would most likely have to search the valley depths. It wasn't a matter of greed, but rather desperation. Han Li knew that if his lifespan also reached his end, he would also take the risk. After all, if he succeeded, his life would be prolonged and his cultivation art would advance. As Han Li considered this, he couldn't help but a trace of sorrow. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong ceased flying and looked to the area in front of him, his expression wavering. Han Li frowned at the sight of this and faintly felt a sense of dread. He glanced around him and he immediately stared at Marquis Nanlong's back in silence. Below them was a small mountain that was over 300 meters tall. It was entirely unremarkable. Ahead of them was an extremely tall mountain range. It was clearly said that it would take a day's travel to reach the nest of the ancient flame toad. But they hadn't flown long enough, so it was clear this wasn't their objective. Lu Weiying was puzzled by this sudden stop. Appearing surprised, he puzzlingly asked, "Brother Nanlong, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he slowly turned around to look at his other two party members. He bitterly smiled and said, "It seems we've encountered a problem. We might need to brave a bit of danger." The old man's expression blanked and he bewilderedly said, "Brother Nanlong, what do you mean?" Han Li stroked his nose, but he remained silent. However, he also wore a curious expression. "Fellow Taoists, do you see the two mountains in the distance?" Marquis Nanlong pointed to two mountains that highly remembered one another. "Of course. Does this problem have something to do with them?" Lu Weiying astonishedly asked. "Precisely." Marquis Nanlong spoke with complete certainty. Lu Weiying noticed nothing out of the ordinary about the two mountains and bafflingly asked, "Is there something wrong with these two mountains? From now on, we're setting off to one of those two mountains. The point where they join together will be the ancient flame toad's nest. However, there is a group of soaring purple-lined scorpions that dwell on the left side of the mountain range. Although they only number in the tens, each one of them is ferocious. I fear that we will most likely alarm them. It will be quite troublesome." Lu Weiying shouted in alarm. Soaring purple-lined scorpions? Those fearsome insects that eliminated all the cultivators of the Ocean Mist sect in the state of Wangshui. When Han Li heard the name, soaring purple-lined scorpions, he felt a wave of shock. Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "That's right. It's those vicious insects. Additionally, this lot is much more fearsome than the swarm that emerged in the state of Wangshui. They've lived for tens of thousands of years and their bodies are entirely black-purple." Lu Weiying lost his composure and glared at Marquis Nanlong. He bluntly said, "Fellow Taoist Nanlong, don't tell me you're joking? How could we afford to provoke purple-lined scorpions? If there were only 2 of 3 of them, we could deal with them if we were careful, but there are over 10 of them. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths if we approach them?" The Marquis wore a helpless expression and explained, "There is one other path, but it is even more dangerous. The other path is filled with a large number of invisible spatial tiers. It isn't something that we can tread through. Since we can't identify the location of the invisible tiers, the purple-lined scorpions is definitely the safer option." Lu Weiying remained dumbfounded for a long while. Needless to say, purple-lined scorpions were preferable to spatial tiers, particularly invisible ones. When Han Li heard of the invisible spatial tiers, he looked into the distance and his gaze began to wander. Han Li finally broke his silence and spoke with a wry tone. It seemed the Master Tsang Kuan had taken the path with the spatial tiers. He should have been able to avoid them with his abilities. When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he bitterly smiled and said, "Brother Han is right. Without Master Tsang Kuan's abilities, we have no way to safely avoid the spatial tiers. In comparison, a battle with the purple-lined scorpions is far less dangerous." Lu Weiying strongly shook his head and said, "That won't do. We definitely cannot fight the purple-lined scorpions. You only heard of what had happened in the state of Wangshui, but I personally took part in the purple-lined scorpions' extermination as a representative of the Heaven Peak sect. They are fearsome beyond your imagination. Provoking all of them at once is a death sentence." The old man's fear towards the scorpions was beyond what Marquis Nanlong had anticipated. He originally believed that they would have prevailed over the scorpions despite a bit of challenge. Now, he wore an expression of hesitation. At that moment, Han Li frowned and began to recall the information of the purple-line scorpions from the exotic insect rankings. Soaring purple-line scorpions were ranked 14 on the rankings of exotic insects, close to the ranking of gold-devouring beetles. If it weren't for the small number of eggs that the scorpions laid and their limited numbers, their ranking would likely be above the gold-devouring beetles. Although they didn't have the same ability to devour everything like the gold-devouring beetles, their defenses were about the same and couldn't be harmed by ordinary magic treasures. Additionally, their speed was amazingly fast and they were incredibly venomous, earning them their high position on the exotic insect rankings. Not to mention that these purple-lined scorpions had resided in Devilfall Valley for countless years. They had already reached the peak form of maturation where their bodies turned black-purple. However, it appeared Marquis Nanlong only knew a smidgen on how fearsome these insects were. Contrarily, the old man had witnessed their power before and paled at the mention of them. As Marquis Nanlong's expression turned gloomy, Han Li coldly chuckled. Marquis Nanlong had only mentioned the purple-lined scorpions after they've arrived this far. It seemed it wasn't done out of any good intentions but to keep them from fleeing. Since they had arrived so far, they would both feel reluctant at returning without having made any gains and feel obliged to face the danger. Han Li continued weighing his options as he considered the danger of dealing with the purple-lined scorpions and what there was to gain. After all, he would have to reveal his abilities to see through spatial tiers in order to take the other path. As it was his most crucial ability for guiding him through the valley, he wouldn't tell it to others unless it was absolutely necessary. While Han Li pondered with a lowered head, Lu Weiying stood in place with a gloomy expression, fear betrayed from his eyes. Marquis Nanlong also glanced at the mountains with the purple-lined scorpions with a wavering expression. For a time, the three stood in place without knowing whether to advance or retreat. After a long spell of silence, Han Li's expression stirred, and he lifted his head to reveal a slight smile. Although Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying appeared absent-minded, they were closely paying attention to the actions of their companions and noticed Han Li's movements. Marquis Nanlong immediately turned his head to look at Han Li, and he asked, "What? Could it be that Brother Han has a good idea?" A trace of hope could be heard from his tone. Lu Weiying also turned to look at Han Li with excitement. However, Han Li didn't immediately reply. Instead, he grasped high storage pouch, taking out a small green bottle. He asked, "Have you two fellow Taoists heard of the 10 supreme poisons?" Lu Weiying said with a start, "The 10 supreme poisons? I've heard of it before. I heard that they possessed an inconceivably venomous. Even if cultivators like us were to make contact with the poison, we could come to an immediate end. I have heard that Wuxia mainly cultivated venomous techniques, allowing him to utilize one of the 10 supreme poisons, corpse venom. When other cultivators fight him, they dare not to grow too close to him or they would risk perishing without warning." Marquis Nanlong looked at the small bottle in Han Li's hand and quickly said, "However, I heard that a few of the 10 supreme poisons had other miraculous uses apart from their deadly applications. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han has one of these poisons?" Han Li raised the small bottle and explained, "It seems there is no need for me to say anything. You've already guessed it. This bottle contains one of the 10 supreme poisons, Jade Dove. It is said that this poison is refined from the saliva of a demon bird with a jade beak." Brother Han means to say. A trace of happiness appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Han Li promptly answered, "The purple-lined scorpions may be durable, but so long as we use the poison to draw them away from the mountains, it will give us the opportunity to cross it." "How can we draw them away with the poison?" "Oh, I forgot that fellow Taoist was skilled in puppet techniques. Smearing a few puppets with the poison will be enough to attract the scorpions." At that moment Marquis Nanlong wore a smile. Once that was said, Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he mused. Marquis Nanlong speaks of the matter quite easily, and has pushed the matter completely onto me with only a few words. Rather, his eternal flight orioles would do just as well. Last time, several of my puppets were destroyed in the fight against the huge python. Although Han Li felt somewhat dissatisfied, He calmly nodded. Because this was but a small matter, he wasn't going to have a falling out over it. After all, they were still only halfway to their objective, and the poison was originally one of the treasures left behind by Master Tsongkuan after all. With Han Li's medicinal experience, Han Li was to recognize the poison with a single smell, and he immediately put it away. Now that he thought about it, it was quite possible that Master Tsongkuan had left behind the poison in preparation to deal with purple-lined scorpions. However, it seemed excessively affectionate and out of character for Master Tsongkuan to think of scheme every step for his descendants to acquire treasure. Having recalled Master Tsongkuan's ruins, he recalled the portrait of the three-headed, six-armed demon beast, feeling that there was something mysterious about it. Since Marquis Nanlong has previously said that he was a descendant of Master Tsongkuan, he should know something of it. But regardless of whatever there is that is amiss, Han Li was only cared with acquiring the core of the ancient flame toad. He wouldn't involve himself in matters that didn't concern him and risk attracting problems to himself. As Han Li came to this conclusion, his hands continued to move. With a casual slap of his storage pouch, he summoned 5 streaks of light from his storage pouch, revealing themselves to be huge ape puppets. Han Li promptly took out several small jade bottles and poured in a drop of the jade dove poison into each of them before properly sealing the bottles. He then gave them to the ape puppets for them to tightly grasp. Then, under the guidance of Marquis Nanlong, Han Li ordered his huge ape puppets to silently make their way to the left mountaintop. After they made it part of the way, Han Li turned to his party and said, "Let us set out too. We can't be too far away from the puppets. When the puppets attract the scorpions, we'll have to move as quickly as possible across the mountain, or we may miss our chance." The Marquis and the old man raised no objections, and they closely followed after the ape puppets alongside him. Soon, the ape puppets arrived at the mountain peak. Han Li and the others were a couple kilometers away in concealment. At that moment, the ape puppets used the entirety of their strength to crush the small bottles in their hands. Suddenly, a putrid smell immediately spread through the mountain, and the ape puppets flew off to one side of the mountain. Although Han Li's plan seemed reasonable, it wasn't guaranteed that the poison would have any effect. As a matter of fact, Han Li wasn't completely certain of the poison itself. After all, everything he knew of the 10 supreme poisons was from records. He hadn't personally experienced them. A moment later, any doubts the 3 cultivators possessed were completely banished. When the huge ape puppets had flown 100 meters, the previously still mountain was filled with bewildered screams. As soon as Han Li heard them, he suddenly felt the chi and blood in his body roil while his mind did cloud over. He nearly fell from the sky. In his alarm, he hastily circulated the entirety of the spiritual chi in his body and stopped himself from falling. He then turned his head to look at his party members with his bright-side eyes. They weren't in any better shape, and their bodies also shook several times before they managed to recover. Han Li frowned, overwhelmed with shock. That strange scream attack hadn't targeted his spiritual sense but the chi that the body possessed. Despite how powerful his spiritual sense was, it had no method of blocking this scream attack. It came as a surprise to him that the purple-lined scorpions possessed this innate ability. It was clear to see that the records didn't describe everything. As Han Li was mulling over what had happened, he saw 10 or so purple-black streaks shoot out from the mountain and chase after the huge ape puppets in a blur. In that moment, Han Li hastily ordered the puppets to fly at their greatest speed and tear through the sky in streaks of white light. Although it was only for an instant, Han Li was able to roughly see the purple-black streaks. In addition to their astonishing 3-meter-long bodies, they had a pair of transparent wings and a purple-black carapace that shined with light. Aside from their size and wings, they appeared completely the same as an ordinary scorpion. The scorpion at the very front of the swarm was twice as large as the others, appearing to be their leader. With the dreadful appearance of yellow mist trailing from its mouth, Han Li couldn't help but stare at it. The huge apes were clearly slower than the purple insects, but they had a head start. They drew the purple-lined scorpions away for the time being and soon became black dots in the distance. Soon, Han Li loudly shouted, "Go! Some of the puppets have already been caught in restrictions. They will be overtaken soon." As soon as that was said, Han Li ceased concealing himself and shot forward, streaking through the air. His other two party members immediately set out after him, making their way to the mountaintop. All three knew that if they didn't rush past the mountain in this instant, it would be extremely troublesome given the speed of the purple-lined scorpions. Fortunately, they all moved quickly. Even without using the thunderstorm wings, Han Li was able to fly towards the mountain in the blink of an eye with his deeper cultivation. At that moment, he felt the connections to his ape puppets disappear one by one. Dread filling his heart, Han Li sped past the scorpion's nest. When the cultivators made it to the other side of the mountain, they felt a wave of relief. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "Fortunately, thanks to Brother Han's jade dove poison and his puppets, we were able to make it past that trial. It would have been quite a hassle otherwise." Han Li looked at Marquis Nanlong and calmly said, "It was nothing. It was only a matter of chance." Han Li skirted over the matter, knowing that the jade dove poison was originally something that Master Tsong Kuan had left behind. Lu Weiying also complimented Han Li for easily resolving the matter. Han Li smiled and muttered a few words in response before heading on their way. After continuing on for half a day without anything else happening, the temperature in the air began to rise. The mountain ridge also became verdant as they continued forward, a stark contrast to the barren land that had surrounded them before. Eventually, they arrived at a point where even the mountain rocks had become a fire-red color. A few of the nearby mountains even had cracks glowing with lava scattered across them that released burning air and gray ash like a prison of scorching earth. Han Li and Lu Weiying revealed surprise upon seeing this, but Marquis Nanlong remained calm as he knew that they hadn't deviated from the path. Not long after, the three arrived at a huge red mountain that was over 10 kilometers tall. Most of the mountain was covered in glowing red clouds and was surrounded by much smaller mountains, making it appear far more prominent. When Marquis Nanlong saw the mountain, he stopped flying and the light surrounding him vanished. Han Li and the old man glanced at each other with excitement, knowing that they had arrived. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and he turned around, saying, "Fellow Taoists, there is a cave below the mountain, which is the nest of the ancient flame toad and where the ancient cultivator remains reside. It is said that the creature is powerful. Let's talk about how we should deal with it." Below the mountain? Han Li raised his brow when he heard this, and he soon spread out his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a huge fire-red cave inside the mountain that occasionally released waves of burning winds. Fearing that any further prying would alert the flame toad within, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense. Lu Weiying quickly said, "What is there to discuss? Fellow Taoist Han will take charge with his ice attribute techniques, and we will provide support in slaying the flame toad." "Brother Lu, this matter isn't so simple. According to Tsong Kuan's records, the ancient flame toad's nest is half submerged in lava. The beast will be able to flee into the lava when it is injured and quickly recover. Additionally, we will not have the advantage in that environment. Our best plan of action would be to place down a spell formation and draw the toad out of its nest. I have prepared an ice attribute spell formation precisely for this reason." Lu Weiying raised no objections after hearing the Marquis, and Han Li didn't find anything amiss about it either. With their plan of attack decided, they began to make preparations. In addition to Marquis Nanlong's formation, Han Li also placed down his own spell formations to deal with any unexpected occurrences. With that done, the cultivators concealed themselves as they waited for Han Li to lure the flame toad out of its cave. Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out his remaining white wolf puppet. He then sat down near the edge of the spell formation and sent the puppet into the mountain cave. Controlling the puppet with a trace of his spiritual sense, Han Li was able to clearly see the entirety of the cave's interior. There was a natural-made tunnel that was about 30 meters long ahead of the wolf puppet. The stone walls were black and red, and there were occasional threads of flame that leaked through cracks, causing the nearby air to be warped by heat. Han Li was convinced that if weaker cultivators were to enter the passage, they wouldn't be able to defend against the heat and would shortly lose consciousness. Since the white wolf was a mechanical puppet, the problem didn't apply to it. Not long after, it arrived in an underground world of red. The area was a kilometer wide, but a majority of it was submerged in boiling lava. The sound of the splattering inspired a fear of being boiled alive. Surrounding the lake was glowing scarlet ground that was covered in sparse greenery. The plants came as a surprise, but it was clear to see that it was a rare type of spirit grass. However, the white wolf puppet showed no interest in the spirit grass and focused on a protrusion in the lava. The monster was currently lying on its back and was loudly breathing in its sleep. Its body was 10 meters wide, nearly 20 meters long. With the addition of its glowing fire-red body, it possessed an unordinary aura. Occasionally, when the beast breathed, it would release a cloud of red mist around itself. This must be the ancient flame toad. Han Li was able to clearly see the beast and carefully examined it for a long while. Afterwards, he turned his attention towards the stone platform jutting from the lava lake. The stone platform appeared ancient. Although the platform's surroundings were caved with many decorative designs and talisman characters, its four corners were already worn down. At the center of the platform were the remains of a green-robed cultivator, haphazardly lying down. The robes were simple but had a strange style. At a glance, one could tell they weren't clothes from a modern cultivator. Additionally, despite the years that had passed, the gown still appeared new as it glowed with a faint green light. The remains inside the robes had long rotted away, only revealing translucent bones as clear as crystal. Having closely examined the remains, Han Li glanced at the ancient flame toad before withdrawing his strand of spiritual sense from the puppet and having the spiritual sense sneak towards the remains. He decided to first take a look at whether or not the body possessed any treasures. At first glance, he wasn't able to discover the existence or any treasures or a storage pouch on the body, much to his worry. However, it was possible the treasures were hidden near the stone platform or were perhaps hidden inside the green robes. The strand of spiritual sense arrived above the remains, but when it sank down to them, a change occurred. The green robes brightly shone and created a barrier of green light around it, repelling the strand of spiritual sense and causing a wave of odd spiritual chi fluctuations nearby. The sleeping ancient flame toad seemed to detect this and quickly opened its eyes, glancing around to find the white wolf puppet at the cave's entrance. "Not good," Han Li shouted in his mind. The strand of spiritual sense immediately returned to the wolf puppet, and the puppet hastily turned around and fled in a streak of white light. At that same time, the round flame toad flipped over and leaped into the air before landing on a huge rock in a crouched position. It glanced at the white wolf's afterimage and furiously croaked. Soon after, it pounced off the rock and chased after the puppet while enveloped in a red mist. The ancient flame toad is on its way. Be on guard. Hidden near the spell formation, Han Li's lips moved as he sent a voice transmission to his two party members. Their faces froze as they glanced at the mountain from a distance. A white streak shot out from within and directly flew towards the party of cultivators. A moment later, a ball wrapped in red mist flew out from the cave, closely chasing after it. Its speed was just as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. Han Li's expression stirred at the sight of this. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet was specialized in speed, otherwise it might not have been able to lure it out. With that thought, Han Li willed the wolf puppet to rush at full power without regard to the puppet's integrity. Afterwards, he flipped his hand to summon a ball of blue flame into his palm. When the other two cultivators saw this, they prepared their magic treasures with serious expressions as they quietly waited next to the spell formations. While the distance between the cultivators and the huge mountain appeared great, the white streak and the ball of fire-red mist crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. A stern expression then appeared on Han Li's face as the blue flame in his palm roiled, growing larger. But when the white streak arrived near the spell formation and was just about to rush inside, the flame toad seemed to grow impatient. It loudly croaked and spat out a scarlet fireball while it was still over 100 meters away. When the fireball left its mouth, it wasn't even the size of a head, but when it reached 10 meters out, it suddenly expanded to a gigantic size and overtook the white wolf puppet in a storm of raging flames. Soon, the puppet released a muffled explosion from within the flames. The flames traveled incredibly quickly, and not even a single trace of the puppet remained behind. Han Li was shaken by the sight of this. The toad's demonic flames were at least an entire level beyond a cultivator's nascent flame. He grew doubtful about whether or not his celestial ice flames would be able to restrain it, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had two even more ferocious methods to slay the beast: the purple apex flames and the aureate sword formation. Not to mention that he would be able to slay the beast if he released all the core formation-grade puppets he possessed. But in doing so, he would take a massive loss. The puppets would likely prove far more useful in other situations. At that moment, the flame toad croaked with satisfaction at having killed the enemy that intruded upon its lair. Then, in a blur of red mist, it turned around in a preparation to return. In that moment, the three cultivators glanced at each other with dismay. Han Li felt particularly anxious. Since the flame toad's core was a matter of life and death for Nangong Wan, Han Li couldn't allow it to escape. A harsh expression on his face. His figure blurred, and he shot towards it in a streak of azure light, his lone figure appearing at the edge of the spell formation. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were stunned when they saw this, but they soon realized what Han Li planned. Han Li's appearance had alarmed the flame toad just as he had intended. It quickly turned its head around and rigidly stared at the new enemy that had suddenly appeared close by. It remained motionless as it bewilderedly examined Han Li with one of its eyes. Han Li remained silent and simply raised the ball of flame in his hand, while he slapped his storage pouch with his free hand. 6 balls of blue light dropped behind him, revealing themselves to be 10-meter-tall blue tortoise puppets. Under Han Li's mental command, the shells of the 6 huge tortoise puppets began to faintly glow with icy chi, quickly condensing foot-long icicles from their shells. Soon, their original meek appearance had turned extremely intimidating. The flame toad seemed to sense Han Li's hostility, and a cold glint appeared in its eyes. With a single breath, it released another ball of flame from its mouth. When Han Li saw the fireball expand and shoot towards him with overbearing force, he remained silent and promptly raised the hand holding the ice flames, intending on testing the might of the flame toad's demonic flames. Suddenly, an ember of blue ice drifted forward and met the oncoming giant ball of flame. At that point, the flame toad's fireball had already expanded to 20 meters in diameter, but the ember of the celestial ice flames was only several inches long. At a glance, they didn't appear comparable in the slightest, but upon contact, the flames and blue light ruptured in an astonishing display. A layer of dense blue ice covered the fireball, turning it into a ball of ice with a scarlet flame flickering at its center. Han Li was somewhat shaken by the sight of this, but when the ancient flame toad saw that its fireball was restrained, it was enraged and threw open its mouth, releasing hundreds upon hundreds of fist-sized fireballs in a furious barrage. Han Li pursed his lips and waved his hands. The 6 tortoise puppets lying behind him simultaneously shook their shells, launching the countless icicles that had condensed on their backs towards the barrage of fireballs. Explosions filled the air. Ruptured icicles turned into an icy mist, and fireballs imploded into large waves of flame, filling the air with roiling white chi. Han Li stared in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Soon it became clear that the fireballs were far stronger than the tortoise puppet's icicles. A moment later, the wave of fire began to overcome the icy mist. When Han Li saw this, he muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly retreating in a blur. The 6 huge tortoise puppets closely followed after him. At that moment, the wave of flames had completely overwhelmed the icy mist formed from the destroyed icicles and rushed forward without hesitation. But then, the 6 tortoise puppets shot out another barrage of icicles, blocking the wave of flames with a glacial mist. Han Li closely stared at the ancient flame toad that now appeared motionless and had its mouth closed. According to the information he had researched about Devilfall Valley, the ancient flame toad should be able to recover its strength by drawing power from lava. In addition, with its immense skill in fire movement techniques, it's able to draw support from flames to travel over 3 kilometers in an instant. Since the interior of the mountain was submerged in a sea of lava, it would easily escape once it entered into the ground. However, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying didn't seem to mind this. After all, they were here to acquire the treasure left behind by the deceased ancient cultivator. Even if they couldn't slay the beast, it was all the same if they could acquire the treasures from the cultivator remains. But this was not the case for Han Li, since he needed to acquire the demon beast's core for Nangong Wan. So long as the beast was lured into the spell formation and prevented from escaping, he would be able to wholeheartedly attack it. Making sure it couldn't escape was absolutely crucial. When the ancient flame toad saw that Han Li immediately retreated after fighting, it couldn't help but be puzzled. Since the beast wasn't very intelligent, it blurred forward without much thought and vigorously chased after Han Li. Han Li was overjoyed upon seeing this. After traveling a short distance, the flame toad became surrounded in a barrier of faint blue light. Several white lights flashed from the light barrier, releasing several ice dragons that coiled around the barrier, turning it icy and cold. The flame toad was alarmed and unconsciously came to a stop as it wildly looked around it before releasing a menacing croak. At the same time, light shined from either side of the light barrier and Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying simultaneously appeared. When the two saw that the flame toad was trapped by the spell formation, they began to unleash attacks without restraint. Marquis Nanlong tossed the jade ring from his hand, and Lu Weiying unleashed twin blue halberds that spiraled towards the flame toad. As expected, the spell formation's barrier didn't obstruct their treasures in the slightest, and their attacks penetrated the ice barrier to strike the flame toad within. The ice dragons surrounding the light barrier all flew up from it at once and attacked with brandished fangs. When Han Li saw this from a distance, he seized the opportunity to activate a formation flag in his hand, releasing a supplementary restriction in the formation to join together with his party's attacks. When the flame toad saw this, it knew that things were far from good. It released a world-shaking howl and its body suddenly shrank before violently expanding, unleashing its life-saving ability. As soon as the beast howled, foot-long shields of scarlet light appeared all over the flame toad's body. Afterwards, they stuck to its body, creating 3 impenetrable barriers of fiery light. At that moment, the green jade ring, the ice dragons, and the blue twin halberds struck the fiery barrier simultaneously. Then a rumble shook the ice barrier and various colored lights collided, releasing a blinding burst of light. But when the flame toad beast wildly roared again, a meter-wide beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, striking a side of the ice barrier. The barrier groaned as it withstood the attack, but after only a moment, a large hole was easily melted through it. Red light brightly shined from the center of the ice barrier, and the huge pillar of flame swept all around the ancient flame toad. Regardless of whether it be the ice dragons or magic treasures, they were all forcefully knocked away. The ancient flame toad's silhouette could be faintly seen within the pillar of light. The column of flame quickly dispersed, and knowing that it was trapped, the ancient flame toad took advantage of this opportunity to attempt an escape. It transformed into a ball of raging flames and shot itself towards the hole it just made in the barrier. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw this, they hastily commanded their magic treasures to block the beast from escaping the spell formation, but they were too late. In the blink of an eye, it arrived next to the ice barrier, but then a sharp whistle erupted from the distance as soon as the toad's front legs left the barrier. The toad saw a streak of black light appear and sweep towards it. Immediately after, it felt a burning and icy sensation from its leg, suddenly discovering that a large portion of it was missing. The flame toad trembled for a moment before roaring with unbearable pain. Despite the beast's powerful abilities, it became overwhelmed by pain and promptly fell from the sky. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying rejoiced at the sight of this and immediately commanded their treasures to surround the flame toad and unleash a flurry of attacks. The dark green ring blurred several times and transformed into several hundred phantoms, revolving around the flame toad in an attempt to restrain it. As for the twin blue halberds, they turned into 20-meter-long ice pythons in a flash of blue light before pouncing at the toad. Showing itself to be a great beast deserving the fear from Master Tsong Kuan in the past, it showed no sign of being affected from having a missing limb and condensed a dense layer of small light shields around its body in preparation to receive the attacks. The green ring phantoms were incapable of growing any closer to the flame toad's body and restraining it. They were only able to strike at the light shields to little effect. As for the two ice pythons, they were able to restrain the fire element light shields with their own ice attribute attacks. With each pounce, they smashed another light shield, but the number of shields seemed endless and the attacks had little effect. But 6 beams of blue light soon joined the barrage of attacks, shattering the light shields with flashes of light. With a loud rumble, the ancient flame toad was overwhelmed despite its attempts to resist. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he looked to the side in surprise, spotting Han Li who had appeared nearby at an unknown time. Han Li had his arm raised, black chi scattering from it. Behind him, there were 6 tortoise puppets that were each emitting bowl-thick beams of light that were striking the flame toad. Han Li turned his eyes to glance at the flame toad's severed limb that fell outside the ice barrier. Although it was separated from its body, it still glowed with red light and floated near the ice barrier as if it still possessed spiritual power. When Han Li saw this, his eyes betrayed a trace of astonishment. A moment ago when Han Li saw that the flame toad was about to escape from the ice barrier, he unleashed the Devil execution in a moment of desperation. However, he didn't expect that the flame toad would still be so tenacious and fierce after it fell. It was still able to endure even under the attacks of 2 nascent soul cultivators and 6 of his puppets. It was no wonder why Master Tsong Kuan didn't dare to fight it while he was weakened. Lu Weiying shouted, "Fellow Taoist Han, those fire attribute shields surrounding his body are endless. I fear we will need you to restrain it with your ice attribute ability or it will take too much time." The light shields shattered into mist as soon as they were destroyed, and after only a brief delay, the mist was sucked back into the toad's body and the light shields reappeared. It was no wonder why Lu Weiying's voice sounded apprehensive. Even without Lu Weiying pointing this out, Han Li knew what had to be done. With a wave of his sleeve, over 10 sparkling golden swords flew out from his sleeve. The swords revolved around him once before condensing into a 3-meter-long sword that glistened with golden light and released a chilling aura. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong were puzzled upon seeing this. They had expected him to use that fearsome blue flame to deal with the flame toad, not unleash some flying swords. With the huge sword materialized, Han Li expressionlessly waved his hand. In a flash of golden light, the huge sword flew in front of Han Li. Then with breath, he blew a sliver of blue flame onto the huge sword, covering it in a layer of raging blue flame. He hesitated and then clapped his hands together before casting a spell seal, drawing out the divine Devilbane lightning from the sword. Thunder roared, raising countless thin arcs of flickering golden lightning from underneath the blue flames on the sword. A cold glint appeared from Han Li's eyes. As he pointed down at the flame toad, Han Li commanded, "Go!" The air rumbled before the sword cleaved towards the flame toad in a streak of gold. After a series of violent but ineffective attacks, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiying's pressure had begun to weaken, granting the flame toad an opportunity to catch its breath. Fire-red spiritual light pulsing from its body, it began to wildly expand as if attempting to break through the barrier with another attack. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden sword arrived at the flame toad's head, striking down as it left of thunder in its wake. The flame toad stared at the golden sword dropping towards it with green eyes and sensed that the sword posed a massive threat to it. Unable to continue expanding its stomach, it strangely croaked and spat out a sparkling scarlet fireball to meet the golden sword's attack. The fireball was only the size of a fist, but it was smooth and flickered with red light as if it were a huge pearl made of flame. As soon as it appeared, the air within the ice barrier became scorching hot. Demon core? It can't be. It isn't material. Han Li was initially frightened when he saw this, but was relieved to discover it wasn't a genuine demon core. After all, the flame toad should be too afraid of the consequences of actually using it. Han Li continued the command, urging the golden sword to chop down at the fireball without any hesitation. With their enhanced sharpness and the might of their condensed numbers, Han Li believed the bamboo cloudswarm swords should be able to slice through it despite how odd the fireball appeared. With a bang, an astonishing scene occurred. As golden and fiery red light intertwined, the huge sword was only able to penetrate halfway through the fireball before the sword was forcefully blocked. What appeared to be contempt appeared in the flame toad's eyes, and it howled, rupturing the half-cut fireball. A large expanse of the scarlet light spread out before instantly condensing into a 6-meter-long red python. It leaped up and suddenly coiled around the huge sword, holding it in a rigid grip and restraining it. Han Li was initially stunned, but he soon smirked. With his hands in an incantation seal, he pointed to the huge sword, and it wildly flashed with golden light. Soon, arcs of lightning began to appear on the surface of the sword, and they all struck the light python that was wrapped around the sword, forcefully repelling it. The huge sword took advantage of this opportunity to disappear with a tremble. A moment later, it made a reappearance above the ancient flame toad and struck down as blue flames surged from the sword's surface. Under the sword strike, the shields of light surrounding the flame toad were thoroughly frozen by the blue icy flames that surged from the huge sword and shattered. In a single breath, over 10 of the small shields were shattered, and the huge sword continued downward, fiercely chopping down at the ancient toad's head. The flame toad didn't expect the situation to take such a dire turn. In its last attack, it had unleashed a fireball that condensed its body's essence flame, and without the chance to catch its breath, the huge sword had shattered its defenses and was cutting towards its head. Fear filled its eyes. Helpless, the flame toad could only open his mouth and launch its jet-black tongue from its mouth with a swoosh. At that same moment, it crouched on its hind legs, ready to leap. If it were an ordinary treasure blade, the beast's action would have had an effect. After all, its tongue was incredibly durable and would be able to block common magic treasures without much effort. However, the bamboo cloudswarm swords had been refined with auric essence and were far sharper than ordinary flying swords. As soon as the tongue touched the sword, it was cleaved through in a flash of golden light while the sword continued its descent. Just as the ancient flame toad leaped up 3 meters, its huge head spun as it flew off its body. Additionally, the light shields surrounding the toad soon scattered into ashes. When Lu Weiying saw this, he shouted with delight, "It's done!" Marquis Nanlong sighed and wore a smile. He then held his hands in an incantation gesture and walked towards the ice barrier. "Wait a moment!" Han Li coldly shouted, stopping Marquis Nanlong from deactivating the ice barrier. "What is it, Brother Han?" Marquis Nanlong wore a bewildered expression and unconsciously placed his hand on his storage pouch. Lu Weiying also glanced at Han Li, his face revealing a trace of vigilance. Han Li turned a blind eye to their actions and calmly said, "It's only that I've yet to confirm that the flame toad is truly dead. Please don't be too hasty, Brother Nanlong." "What? The flame toad is still alive?" Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were shocked to hear this and hastily glanced down toward the ice barrier. They discovered that there was something strange about the flame toad. Its severed head and body were still glowing with light and floating in the air.